What is going on, everybody, and welcome to the Simply Reliable Studios brand of channels as we are here on election night to bring you guys the results and the play by play and the declarations as they happen live. But we're not just here to do all that, we're here to have a little bit of fun as well, cause some shenanigans, if you will. We do have some of the regulars here with me this evening. Mr. Reliable Walter Cruz is here. Jeff Meacham is in the house. Big Baller G is here. And again, we're going to discuss some fun stuff. We're going to discuss whatever you guys want us to talk about. Put your suggestions in the chat. Obviously, super chatted topics will take the priority. And for the first time ever, you can actually appear on the panel with a donation. $2 donation will get you on here for 5 minutes, $5 for 10 minutes, $10 for 15 minutes, $20 for 20 minutes, $25 for 30 minutes, $40 for 45 minutes, or $50 will get you a whole hour. Regardless if somebody else donates while you're on, they will not be brought onto the panel until your allotted time is up. So something completely different we've never done before because we want to try to encourage participation here tonight. So you can super chat or donate. Our PayPals are in the description, except for yours, Jeff, because I didn't know you were coming until the last moment. But we can throw yours on if you want to put it in your little tag there. Um, but yeah, our PayPals are in the descriptions on the three channels we're broadcasting on: the Simple Man's Brand, Rage of Wrestling, and of course the Casa D18 Studios. Or you can always super chat your donation to my channel since I'm monetized. Before we get into the first topic, which was something Jeff brought up that he wanted to discuss, kind of piggybacking off of what the three of us discussed on the No DQ review, which just ended. And again, thank you to Virtue and Rift for allowing me to be part of the panel. I'm sure I speak for Walter and G as well. But before we get into that, we do want to let everybody know that as of this moment, and we're using CNN for our coverage, they have declared Donald Trump with 90 electoral votes versus Kamala Harris, who only has 27 right now. The magic number is 270. It is still very early. It is still very much anybody's game, as there are 97 total electoral votes available in the battleground states. And I think only one of those has closed and not been declared as of yet. So again, still very much anybody's game. Jeff, what was it you wanted to discuss?
Well, I found, by the way, can everybody hear me? Because I'm at Union Station and Flounder and shit here.
Can hear you good.
Cool. All right. So I found myself intrigued by the discussion at the end of the No DQ review regarding Roman Reigns' vulnerability and the whole uh, bloodline civil war and everything that all the nuances of it. And as I exited the red line here to try to fill up my water bottle, thank God that was open. I'm like, the bathroom's here. Thank you, Union Station. Appreciate that. I got to take a freaking leak now. Um, the trains are coming. Um, I love that Roman is showing vulnerability. I also love the wrinkle of Sami Zayn being the proverbial fly in the ointment. I did agree with the majority of the panel. I know you said that Paul Heyman could be brought back and show that loyalty to Solo for Roman not checking in on him. But my point in the chat and the point that was brought up on air by the others is that it's so hard to boo Paul now because he's a Hall of Famer. We just love Paul. Like we all love Paul at this point. Sammy, Sammy being the proverbial problem or the fly in the ointment is what compels me. If Sammy and I heard that at the very end talking about Aaron's inclination is that Roman's team is going to win at War Games, then it just cools down till Rumble. No, that cannot be a thing. Absolutely cannot be a thing. It doesn't have to cook with freaking nuclear heat between Survivor Series and Rumble, but it's still got to be on the stovetop simmering, or they're going to lose momentum, even with The Rock coming back. So my thought process was that Sammy turns, and then they just lay waste to Jimmy and Jay and Roman. Yes, 2 months seems like a long time, but all four of us in this room can agree 2 months on WWE television now goes like that. It really does. And they can have those guys out there just chirping, and then when it's time to debut on Raw and Netflix, when it's time to start really hammering home that road to WrestleMania, that's when Paul comes back and brings the troops back together and going, all right, this is enough of this bullshit. Y'all need to stop screwing around, right? Like,
Right.
and then you get Sammy. Sammy's the one, like, you don't really know his path if he joins the dark side. I do. And here's the wild theory I came up with as I was waiting for the review to finish and us to come on here. It's clear that Rock and Roman are destined to be in Vegas at this point. I mean, it looks that way. I would put the Usos with the Tongans, 2-on-2. Solo can battle um uh Solo can be just in that mix with Rock and Roman. Sammy can be the one to cost Cody the championship to The Rock, like Virtue's been talking about. And then we get Sammy and Cody at WrestleMania. And if Sammy gets a win over Cody at WrestleMania, woe be us all, because we'll never hear the end of it, especially if him and Kevin get back together as heels. Because then they'll have finally got their revenge. Kevin, for all intents and purposes, took Randy out on Saturday. So then that'll be like, you guys turned on me, I cost you everything. Pull a Liv Morgan revenge tour on. Not to piss you off already at the start of the show, Jay. But yeah, I just think that works to have Sammy be the one to turn and then just let this shit spread out until Vegas.
That's an interesting thought process. I mean, I'm not against Sammy turning heel, but I feel kind of like your thoughts on Heyman. Everybody just loves Sammy. It's so hard to hate Sammy. Whereas Paul Heyman, even though it's hard to hate Heyman now because he's a Hall of Famer, he's always been the heel manager.
Yeah.
Very rarely, if ever, has he been the baby face. So it would just make sense for him to come back, bring the OGs together just to swerve them at War Games. That's Puppet Master Paul. That's Master Manipulator Paul.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but I think Sammy's more in that Mick Foley spot right now. Like, everybody loves him. He's a lovable Muppet, whatever. But lest we forget, it wasn't that long ago that Sammy was the master manipulator, the master motivator behind Shinsuke Nakamura, was the Intercontinental Champion himself for a period of time before he
Right.
got in good with the bloodline to try to protect his own ginger ass and ended up becoming an honorary Oops. It was a heel Sami Zayn that approached Roman Reigns and the bloodline 2.5 years ago. So it wasn't long ago that Sammy was also riding that face heel line like a show pony. All he needs is motivation to completely pull that trigger. Like, I don't know, the rest of his boys getting back in bed with the man who humiliated him time after time to make that ginger snap.
It's fair.
And yes, I use a cookie reference. Don't at me. I am a ginger. I can do what I want with that.
So is he. So
There
it
you go.
makes sense,
Yeah, but like I've always said, I was an ooze by Rikishi before they ever called his ass honorary. So I take seniority over Sami Zayn. I love me some Generico, but goddamn it, Sammy, I was ooze first.
Fair. Well, G, since you're unmuted, what are your thoughts to what Jeff said? We'll go ahead and go to you first.
So I have I have this question for you, Jeff. What
Yes,
so
sir.
if Sammy if Sammy does turn heel,
Mhm.
does he cost them during war games and cost the bloodline the match,
Yes.
or does he do it? Okay, no.
Yeah.
As
Yeah.
simple as that.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah. No. Yeah, well, okay, I mean, it's not as simple, but yes, I definitely think he should be the one to cost them because my thought process is this little summit, the SmackDown summit on Friday, is going to be the family trying to convince themselves and convince Roman that Sammy should be team member number 4 to go against the 4
correct.
solo bloodline. I'm terrible how to say bootleg or Tamu because they are a threat. They pinned Roman Reigns in the middle of the ring Saturday. They're a threat. It is what it
Yeah.
is. I just guys going through the tunnel here, just so you know, but I'm gonna try to keep talking. Um, yeah, like I said, yes, Sammy can pull that trigger and have the motivation to turn fully, right? Then when they lay them out in the middle of that double cage, um, then they can have if they have Solo and Sammy and the Tongans and Zika be the bloodline presence. Sammy can talk, Solo can talk enough. They can carry the story without having to have the OG bloodline on every single week. And then, like I
Okay.
said, going into Rumble, that's when they turn the voltage back up. And then maybe even after Rumble, they have some sort of multi-person situation or a big marquee match between one of each side. And that's when the Rock comes back and goes, "Oh, you thought I was done?" And then we get the Rock Roman deal from Rumble on.
Yeah. There you go. Okay. Okay. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it. Like I would like to see Sammy turn heel because like he is a great baby face, but I feel like he's always done better as a heel in my eyes. But I don't know. Like I don't know. It's hard to tell where they're gonna go with it because like every week they always do something different, and like I don't know. We'll see what happens on Friday on SmackDown and go from there and see how like Sammy reacts to Roman Reigns and because he I mean Sammy did make a good point like he and Jay are still like dogs and him and Jimmy are still dogs and stuff like that. So like I don't like is Sammy gonna turn on Jay and Jimmy as well or just Roman? I don't know. It'll be an interesting couple of weeks and an interesting couple of months heading into like the Netflix era of Raw, and then going into the Royal Rumble and WrestleMania and stuff like that too. So that's my thought.
Sorry to step on you there,
Okay.
Big G, but they've just announced South Carolina for Trump. It is now 99-27.
Sorry.
That was clever.
So just a heads up, I'm going to try to wait for you guys to pause in what you were saying like I did with G before I do that if there's another declaration or whatever. That way I don't completely step on you guys, but I know once we get deeper into this, they're going to be coming quickly. So just as a
Yeah.
heads up, go ahead and finish up any other thoughts you had, G. I do apologize for
No,
stepping
you
on you
good.
there.
I
But
pretty
now
much
you know.
I pretty much said what I had to say. Like I said, it'll be an interesting couple of months come with this whole bloodline saga feud, whatever you want to call it.
Right. Well, for those of y'all that didn't notice him pop in, Statboy is in the house now.
Woo-woo.
Good to have Statboy here.
It
This
puts
My
me
whole
in.
little,
fellow Americans, I
this
would
whole
like to
little
let
story. Oh, okay, go ahead, Statboy.
I would like to let y'all know that I did not meet with Harmonica Bluiski. I did not meet with that woman. I'm sorry. You got it all mixed up all them years ago. Thank you.
Anyways, this whole little shindig that we're doing was originally presented to him to be a Stat Boy sports bar thing because of how he does, all the other type of stuff that we don't really usually do. But he opted against it, went ahead and came through, did it the way that we did it. And he said that he would pop in for a little bit. So that's how he came to join us this evening.
Well, I mean,
Well, there you go.
the electoral college is nothing but numbers anyway. So
Exactly. I mean,
There you go.
You posted an image on X of the stat board 9,000 with all the states and the electoral votes. Then you were like, "No, I'm good. I don't want to do this." Like, so what was the point of the picture? Damn it!
Go full screen. Show it all right here.
He just wanted to digress.
Right?
Oh, it's all one big circle. Got it. Okay. See, there it is, all right there. It's in its glory, and why not? I mean, hey,
Circle, whatever. It's all there.
But going back to the Sami Zayn thing.
Yes.
If he does in fact go heel, do you leave the original bloodline as 3, or do you bring a surprise like Hikuleo to get them like stronger? That which forces The Rock to reveal he was behind the new one, and that's how we get to The Rock. Or do you just leave it as the 3 of them? Because they're gonna get outnumbered every time now.
The issue with Hikuleo is he's also the son of Haku.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I bring in, like, Zilla if he's ready, which he says he's not ready yet, but, him, I don't know. There's also the Jacob thing. Like, Jacob is the only member of the new bloodline that, besides Solo, of course, that is actually on Hawaii. He's the other actually original on Hawaii. So, I think maybe finding a way to get him to the other side would make more sense. What you could do is bring Hikuleo in, and then Jacob feels like, okay, well, now I feel like I'm outnumbered, and I got this respect for you. Why are you bringing in more of the damn Tongans?
Arkansas has been declared for Donald Trump, bringing the total to 105 to 27.
No, that one's no surprise to me at all.
Sorry, I had to go off camera quick and swear.
Yeah.
Arkansas doesn't surprise me, especially with my Twitter interaction earlier, right, Tyler? Oof. Anyway, it's gonna be a long night.
So to catch Stat Boy up, the discussion we're having right now is something Jeff brought up because he wanted to piggyback off of the No DQ review main event topic that me, G, and Walter were there for. We were talking about Roman Reigns and his vulnerability since he got pinned at Crown Jewel, and that kind of spiraled into this whole thing where they started discussing Sami Zayn turning heel on the OG bloodline and aligning himself with the Timu bloodline, Solo's bloodline. What do you think about that?
initially, I don't like it. I mean, with the natural progression of Sammy. Okay, since the OG bloodline broke up, split, did whatever you want to do it, Sammy's kind of been in developmental hell because he hasn't been really doing anything. All right, so if this is the natural progression, Roman's back, Jay's back, let's bring back the band a little bit. He comes back and he kicks Roman, inadvertent, whatever, call it what you will. But I like happy Sammy. I don't like bad Sammy. I don't like heel Sammy. I like happy Sammy. I want him to. Now I haven't fully watched all of Crown Jewel yet. We know what happened on Raw. Who knows what's going to happen on SmackDown? But right off the bat, initial home run shot, I don't like it. I don't want heel Sammy. If that's the way his character goes, and if the fans, like it, then he's doing his job. Good for him. But right now, no, I don't like it.
Ain't gotta like it to go with it though.
True. Indeed.
That's fair.
So you're the president right now, huh?
I'm the moderator.
I'm so glad.
God.
My son came into the living room. It was like, "Who's winning?" He said, "Oh hell no!" And I let him get away with cussing.
Oh.
Things can change right now. I mean,
sigh goes across the room.
It's 8:30 on the East Coast. It's 5:30 in California. There's still 2.5 hours left. California's 54 votes. That'll put Harris right back in this race. Problem is, we have to wait 3 more hours. Thank you.
So I'm not asking who, but did everybody vote?
Yes, I did. Of course.
I voted like 2 weeks ago.
There you go.
Really voting.
So I make sure everybody's getting their choices heard, whatever the choice may be. Y'all know how I feel. As long as you're voting, that's what's important.
Yes, that's the way I've always felt. That's the way my dad raised me.
Yeah.
Is that you cannot complain about how the government is going, how the country is going, if you didn't cast your vote.
Yep.
So if the person that you didn't want to win wins and you didn't cast your vote because you didn't think one vote mattered, that's on you. Because your one vote could have been one of the votes to help sway the Electoral College in favor of your candidate.
I even
So
vote with
you've
my
got
logo.
no reason to say nothing.
No, exactly. My whole thought process is if you didn't vote and you didn't save your money to get your passport in order, shut up.
In fact, it was Pop that taught Renegade and I, how the Electoral College worked. Because for years,
I still don't understand it, but
well, for
It's
years
routed.
we always thought it was person with the most votes wins. No, that's not
the
how
way
it
it
works.
should be.
The way it should be, yes, absolutely. Debate that debate's going to go on forever.
Well,
Absolutely.
okay. I mean, you have to remember, members, man. The Electoral College was set up because there were only 13 states, and yeah, the states with the more bigger population would get more of a say. The problem with that system in 2024 versus 1776 is we're all not so separated like they were in 1776 or 1789 when they first actually elected the president, because there was no internet. The only way you could get something, to news to travelers to actually hitch it to a horse and ride it to the next town. So that would take a full day. So it's like, okay, well, if we're going to have this system, we have to make sure we have a way to make it go more smoothly. Back in 1770, whatever, yeah, the Electoral College had its purpose. But even as early as 1800s, they're like, we gotta rethink this. And did they? No. And that's been a problem. Yeah, I was talking to Teresa in the car the other day, Jimmy. I think the last time the country was 100% not, like, almost universally divided on something was re-electing Reagan. As much as people shit on Reagan and Reaganomics, they were ready to put him in '84, boy, I tell you what. Since then, it's been very hit or miss for anybody.
Yeah.
They said this may be the closest one in history, though.
Oh, it will be. There's no doubt about it.
I mean, it's not looking that way based off of what they're showing so far, but to Mikey's point, there's still some big states that need to be factored into things. And here's where we will switch over into political for just a moment, because I did make these.
All right.
And that shows all the electoral votes for all the states there. So as you see, like Florida closed, but it hasn't nowhere near finished reporting yet. There's 30 there, 40 in Texas, 54 in California. That's 124 electoral votes.
Yes.
And Florida has been flip flopping all day.
Yeah, and so if those three went to Kamala Harris, then she'd be sitting at roughly 150 right now to Trump's 105.
Yeah.
That
Yes.
completely changes the dynamic of the election and makes it a lot closer than what it says right now on CNN, 105 to 27.
Yeah.
Which is why
And
Florida was such a big deal in the year 2000.
Yeah. And
and
then again, these that are in yellow are the battleground states and how many they bring into things.
yeah. Of course,
You know,
I'm in one of them.
Pennsylvania and Arizona is 30 right there.
Yeah.
You know, there's another 25 between Michigan and Wisconsin. Georgia's got 16. North Carolina's got 16. Nevada with 6 and New Hampshire with 4.
Yeah, I had a friend of mine who's been following this much more thoroughly than I have. With the times they close the polls, North Carolina and Georgia and then Pennsylvania are going to be pretty much everything. And I say that because everything west of the Mississippi, they've already made up their minds. Like we already know where the majority of them are going to go. I mean, yes, any given, anything can happen. But if you look at history, if you look at, the way the stats have been falling, those three states are going to be what ends up deciding this year, whether it's tonight, tomorrow night, or Saturday, where it's going to be. Those three states are going to be the two.
Yep. So
For people messaging me why I'm on the train, actually, and JJ will appreciate this. We're coming back from Hollywood.
Oh yeah. I do.
They are no longer making you buy the ice cream with the PTD, which I think is awesome because it's like this big. It's not even worth the damn birthday for the ice cream. It's like I don't need the extra powder to scream the damn pin.
that's crazy. That's
Yeah,
awesome, though. I'm glad you got to get out there.
I did. I was out here today. I was surprised at how not closed it was yet, but the sun hadn't gone down and the polls hadn't closed yet. So I'm like, okay, I'm going home now. It's safe.
Ooh, look like
We'll see.
Well, while
Georgia's.
we have a moment before we get another declaration or before we get another topic, since Statboy is here, let me go ahead and inform him and thank him for his contributions and success because grand total from all the channels that carried our World Series watch-alongs, 4,521 views over all 5 games. So congratulations, Stat Boy, on a tremendous success for really our first multi-game watch-along. Like we've done the Super Bowl before, but that's a one-off, right? Like you got to keep the fans interested in tuning into multiple games. 5 games, 4,500 plus. Well done, good sir. And genius thinking, calling into your local radio station to shill it that Wednesday, because that was the big day. Almost 2,000 of those views were just from that day.
Awesome. So good.
This is our in between matches when they announce the attendance.
God damn it. Psychojet Black here with the super chat, doing like he does on the review. Would you guys vote for the 75-inch UHD?
I would at this point, yes.
I was going to say, at this point, I think Jeff would vote for anybody. So
yeah, but I'm just so over the whole thing. Like I was gonna get wait till Wednesday. It's like God, I can't wait till Sunday. That's when it's really gonna be like done, right? So yeah.
Well, I'm very glad that the World Series went off without a hitch. On my Twitter account or my X account, whatever you want to call it, there is a Twix fine. On my Twix account, I gave them a big shout out with a picture of their afternoon guy whose name truly is, this is legit, his name truly is George McFly. Honest to God, that is his legal birth name.
God damn it.
Hey, I wouldn't. Good Lord can strike me down if I'm telling a lie right now, and I don't lie worth nothing. So,
This is accurate. I've
Cue the
been
thunder.
around
Cue the
Mikey
thunder.
enough.
Cue the thunder.
and
It was your density to call into him, Mikey.
I know, really, and who knows what's next? We're here on election night. What's next? I have no idea. All I know is that we're here in the now, and the future is not yet. The future is what you make of it. To the future.
If he has a son named Marty, pass me his phone number.
Right.
Say, I'm gonna talk to you before the site's over.
656 ROCK.
Well, you say
That's
you
told
don't
on.
know. You say you don't know what's next, Mikey, but we know the NBA playoffs won't be until April.
Right.
We know the Stanley Cup playoffs won't be until April. So the next sport would be football. And we can announce that the BCS game, the national championship, will be a Stat Boy Sports Bar watch along, as will the Super Bowl. And Mikey has also convinced me to do the AFC and NFC championship games.
Okay.
He wanted to do the full playoffs, but I was like, the problem with that is that football sometimes does multiple games on the same day. So then you got to pick which game you want to do, and it could come off as being favoritism. But the championship games are usually like one is Saturday, one is Sunday.
Yeah.
So you can do that and not play favorites and cover both games and then do the Super Bowl.
Yep.
There it is.
So those will be the next things for Stat Boy Sports Bar. Psycho Jet Black with another $2 super chat. My prediction is all of you will pay your taxes.
Yep.
Well, yeah. Well, yeah. I don't want to piss off Mike Rotunda on purpose.
None of us want to go to jail for tax evasion either.
Just like LA Knight. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I played a prisoner for 10 years in my wrestling gimmick. I don't want to become one for legit.
No, thank you.
Walter really is LA Knight. Yeah.
Mhm.
If
keep
President
stepping on
Trump
Mikey,
does
go
win
Mikey.
tonight, he has said that all people that make tips will not get taxed on it. That includes me. That includes me, a rideshare driver who gets tips. And he also said, if you work overtime, you will not get taxed on it.
Woohoo! I never do overtime at my job, but woohoo!
I do.
They usually cut me at 4 hours, so
I do overtime every week because on the weekend I work double. But I love when people make promises. You know that's got to go to a vote and everybody's got to pass. You can't just say this is happening and that happening and then it happens.
No, I know. I know that, but still, like, it's a great thought. I'd love for that to happen, especially the tips, because that would affect me.
Yeah.
But
on the flip side, how many people honestly would tip more if that law got put into effect?
I wouldn't mind giving Lola the tip.
Heyo.
Heyo. There it is.
Hey, it's a shenanigan type thing tonight.
This is, and Noah's not here, so you're not gonna get the condemning look from him.
Yeah, we get a babysitter kid. Watch out. For what it's worth, Jay, since I sent you that image, Kamala's jumped up like over 20 points. So, or 20.
I see it too.
So.
I see it too. I have Google up, which I'm assuming is where you got that from on my computer, but CNN is still reporting 105 to 27. Apparently, Google called some stuff early. That's why we're going with one source here. If we start going with multiple sources, then it becomes confusing for the public.
If you look at the Google thing underneath it, it says they're going off the AP. So
I'm
Jeff,
on
prepare to
ABC
get
News.
disappointed with that next super chat.
Got another $2 from Psycho Jet Black, who says, "My prediction is the Cowboys will disappoint Jeff."
That's not just a prediction. That, my friends, is a spoiler.
Hell, that's gonna come true next Sunday.
That's not an insult. That's just a fact of life. Yeah.
Yeah.
Walter.
The facts of life.
I mean,
the facts
I
of
don't
life.
think Jeff has been overly happy with the Cowboys since the 90s when Troy Aikman was playing.
Well, so no, it was everything about this season. I started pretty good, but last Sunday somebody put a clip up. It was no audio, but you can see Dak looking to one of the guys on the side and go, "Suck." And Greg quote tweeted it and said, Jeff and his team right now. I'm like, had I been home, yeah, I probably would have been kicking the team. And it's like, dude, we get the guy who just paid us a ton of money. I say we, like, I actually paid him. The guy that's Jerry Jones paid a ton of money saying they suck. It's like, man, it's pathetic. So Cowboys had a bad weekend. Kings rolled back into home and took a big old dump in the third period against the Blackhawks, which was very entertaining to find out after I came out of the worst day of days in the history of day of days. So yes, that kind of stuff.
I used to get my uncle when he did that. When he used to go, "We this, we that." I'm like, "Oh, what jersey you wear? What's your jersey number?"
The only reason I don't pull back on it when I talk about the Kings is because I've been with them my entire life, and it's like my family put a lot of money into that team anyways. So
I'd say I do that with the Steelers every two. I say
tend to
we,
track
like I'm part of the team.
We all act that way with the teams that we support.
Yeah.
That's why
Well,
we
no,
love to
just
give
remember, guys,
Mikey
after
so much
yesterday.
shit. That's why we love to give Mikey so much shit, because he doesn't stay loyal to a team. He goes with whatever team is winning because he's a bandwagoner.
Wow. I try not to do the we so much with my see. I was about to say it. With my
with my
football team,
Seahawks.
I was like, with my Seahawks, but I can't help it when I talk about the Celtics. I do it.
Just remember, JJ, after yesterday and who passed, we are the world. We are the children. That's the important way.
That's right.
Yes.
Rest in peace to Quincy Jones. That sucked.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah.
I like he was over 90
90-something.
a long time.
90-something years old, so he's had a full life.
91, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? It's not funny, but what is I found a couple years ago. I found out his daughter is an actress, Rashida Jones. I never knew that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I didn't know that until a couple years ago. I was like, wow, okay.
I wonder if he voted early and then and his vote was counted before he passed away.
Right?
That's a valid question to bring up. If they're not counted officially until today, like if the official count doesn't count today, until today, would people that passed away but already sent their ballots in, would they count? That's a very interesting.
I'm on it. I'll look it up.
Got to give Stat Boy something to do. And while he Googles that, let's go ahead and show everybody all the watch-alongs that are in store for us over the next little bit.
Now for a taste of things to come.
Noah's not here, but all the wrestling, 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 all the professional wrestling. Damn it! And combat sports and professional sports.
No digression.
No, it's funny when you see the Lost One trailer and they're going to be at the Garden. I think about how big the Garden is. So as far as UFC is going to be there next Saturday, and the fact that I brought up Cindy Lauper, who's got my buddy Rocky Rose on keyboards for her tour. We're just at the Garden. I talked to her. I'm like, "Have you come down for me yet?" She goes, "No, it's a fucking Garden. What do you mean?"
Yeah.
The Garden's the Garden, man.
I'm gonna sit my happy fat ass down here and watch it on TV because I tried to go and tickets are like $4,000.
It's not that shit.
Yeah.
Be right back.
The point where I tweeted out and tagged Dana, hey man, you shoot 100% of the shots you don't take. So I asked him to get me there.
Right. I saw your tweet. Well, as you guys can see, Big G had to bounce out. It's getting late for him, but it was good having Big Baller G on for a little bit. While we were on commercial, Psychojet Black sent another $2 super chat. Walter, will Walter sell Weed the People shirts?
Hey, that's not a bad idea. You got to be the first one to buy one then.
There you go. I want to set up a Teespring store for the Simply Reliable Studios. Get a Saturday Shenanigans shirt made, get one with our logo made, and then we could do a Weed the People with a flag and everything. Like,
That's not a bad idea at all.
Daniel with a $3 super chat. Thank you, Daniel. Says the Iowa Hawkeyes and my Detroit Lions are the best.
I can't shit on Detroit Lions. They have a hell of a season.
For the first time in as long as I have known Jeff and AA Aaron Austin, we actually can't shit on the Lions. Like, the Lions are having a phenomenal season. Will they actually make the Super Bowl? Remains to be seen. Or will they choke like the Lions tend to always do? Again, we will see.
And to think at one point they were like the team that went like 0-15 and then finally won one. No, I think they went 0-16. They didn't get a single win one year.
You are correct, sir. Stat Boy approved. So the answer to the question, if I may.
Yes.
If you sadly do pass away before Election Day, but you cast your vote, it depends on what state you live in. Each state has its own laws. There are 26 states, including the District of Columbia, that say as long as the ballot has been cast and it's in the mail and postmarked, it counts.
Okay.
In
California.
California is one of the states that do allow it. I don't want to list all the states. There are 14 states.
As far as I know, Quincy lives here, so.
And Connecticut is the extreme, right down the middle. It only counts the members by armed forces, the military who have died prior to Election Day.
Interesting.
So everybody,
the more you know.
Yeah. Yep. The more you know.
Yeah. See, good little tidbit I brought up.
Yes.
That boy at work.
Nicely done, sir. Yeah, it's like I only thought it was interesting because. Hang on, you gotta pay it. Go ahead and talk about yourself.
Because you got to think about James Earl Jones just passed away this year. All these people, it's like I wonder if they put in their votes before they moved on.
Well, I think it would have to depend on when the ballots for voting was available versus when they died, number one. But the reason I brought it up is going to be probably talking at my house, like these are my parents, which is like I don't care, they're not here. My aunt, I think, passed away in 2019, and she received a 2020 ballot in the mail. I went,
What the hell?
Well, I just found another funny
we
little
could
stat.
easily been those guys. I'm like, oh, vote for sure.
Right.
And it's 9 p.m. now, so some stuff is closing. So we should get some more results soon, guys.
Yeah.
In a hurry.
CNN on my TV still says 19, 18, 17 seconds till the polls close. So I don't
Yeah.
know. Maybe your feed is just a little bit ahead of mine, Walter. But yes,
No,
it
mine
is
still
just
says
about
5 seconds.
6 o'clock. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is just about 6 o'clock on the West Coast, 9 o'clock on the East Coast. According to CNN, we do now have polls closing, and they're going right into a projection. They are announcing that Texas and North Dakota, with their 43 electoral votes, both go to Donald Trump.
And Wyoming. Oh my
South
God.
Dakota also to Donald Trump with another 3 votes. Wyoming goes to Trump with another 3 votes.
Oh my God. Just want to put it out there. I'm legal. I'm legal. I'm a citizen. I was born here, Puerto Rican, but I was legal. Just putting it out there.
Damn it, Walter. So it is currently 154 to 27 according to CNN.
Damn. Kamala needs a
Again,
real.
according to Google, which is going off of the Associated Press, as Jeff brought up earlier, they are saying that it's a little bit closer, a lot closer actually. They're saying 120 for Trump, 99 for Kamala Harris.
Kamala needs a real LL Cool J moment. Don't call it a comeback.
Right?
And this the last like 2-3 minutes. I was trying to check less of it just to coordinate with live. Last thing I heard was South Dakota.
That's
Aw, you
pretty
missed my
much
joke.
everything.
Oh, there it
It's
is.
currently 154 to 27 according to CNN. But according to Google, as you pointed out, which is going by the AP, it's a lot closer there. It says 120 to 99 in favor of Trump. Still, both
Lord.
have Trump up currently, but, you know, the AP has called states that CNN hasn't called yet.
So far he's leading in Georgia, which is one of the big ones.
It is a big one. You're right. So,
Well, the funny little stat I found was that growing up, my family would make jokes when they didn't want anybody to win, and they said, "Oh, we'll just put down Mickey Mouse's name on the ballot." The problem is you can actually write in Mickey Mouse. Unfortunately, the ballot won't count because Mickey Mouse did not put in the proper paperwork to run for president. So
That is valid.
if you try to write in a candidate that's not on the ballot, unfortunately, you've wasted your vote.
I always wondered about that, but, you know, that does kind of suck. It would be hilarious to see Mickey Mouse actually win that shit. And especially since, you know, Steamboat Willie went into the public domain this year.
I mean,
Which, check out the Mousetrap, people. If you want to see some psychotic shit, the Mousetrap is a horror movie that features Steamboat Willie Mickey as the killer, basically.
Oh Lord.
In the same vein as Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey, Jeff is like, nope, not going to do it. Not going to taint my image of Mickey the Mouse like that. But it was a lot better than I expected. I actually think it was better than Blood and Honey, personally. And I did enjoy Blood and Honey. That was like full-on theatrical release. It was made for $100,000 and made like $7 million at the box office. So you want to talk about an independent film success? Blood and Honey was definitely one of them. But I think
I'm hearing,
Mousetrap was better.
I'm hearing the next character to fall into that category is going to be Pinocchio. So if they do Cinderella after that, I quit. I just do.
I haven't seen a Cinderella announcement, but they are talking about doing Sleeping Beauty down the road.
Which the bitch?
They're doing a whole twisted childhood universe where they're going to end up coming together like the Avengers, and it's going to be the characters introduced in Pooh. It's going to be like Pan, Hook, and Tink. It's going to be Pinocchio, Jiminy Cricket. And it's going to be like this whole big Avengers type of thing. Mickey Mouse is not part of the same universe that's putting all these out. It's its own different producers and franchise, but it's called the Twisted Childhood Universe.
Didn't Once Upon a Time do enough to ruin the reputation of the Great Pete fan? Just saying.
Hey, you know what? Dylan and his desire to watch Pete Pan before he went to bed every night did enough to ruin the legacy of Pete Pan.
You don't even use by this development.
Peter Pan's already scary if you think about it. Never wants to grow up. They're always around children. It sounds a little perverted. If I tie a bunch of people up and then just tell them lie to me. I'm telling a bunch of lies. You know what happens when he lies.
Yep.
That's Pinocchio, first of all. You creepo. Nope. Hey, if they had the weed in Neverland, you wouldn't want to grow up. You could just sit there and smoke all day and would keep replenishing itself.
Right.
You never got a business.
Oh my God! Now it just flipped in Virginia. He's leading now. She was just leading like 2 minutes ago. Hell in a handbasket.
So, Jay, how about that wrestling tomorrow?
What's that?
How about that wrestling?
How about that wrestling tomorrow?
Yeah, I was gonna start that as the next topic. I'm sorry, like everyone just got home, so it kind of got loud here real quick. But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to tomorrow. NXT at the ECW arena. We got the Queen of Extreme, Francine, is going to be there. RVD is going to be there. Don Marie is going to be refereeing the match that's going to give Walter an on-air heart attack. You've got Bubba Ray Dudley's going to be in a match teaming with Trick Williams. Who knows who else may be there? Are they going to tap Joey Styles to do commentary or ring announcing for the night? Could Paul Lee show up?
I was thinking about Paul. I was like,
go ahead, Jeff.
If they weren't trying to hold that Paul E card until the Bloodline thing needed him, I would say put him in. But I kind of want to wait to see Paul until the Bloodline stuff. It's just one of those. Like, yes, I understand that NXT is a different universe. Or how you want to phrase it, but I don't know if I want to see Paul even at the ECW arena until what would be cool is if Todd Gordon came on. Well, they probably made nice with Todd in recent years. What would be even better is if we finally get a resolution to Shane Douglas's beef with WWE. He walks out with Frank. Holy shit, that'd be cool.
We got 51 minutes and like 10 seconds for the next closing.
Yep. That would be awesome, Jeff. I would love to see the franchise Shane Douglas. I'd like to see Raven. You know, you figure they've got this NXT connection right now. Raven is a TNA Hall of Famer. Tommy Dreamer works in the office. Rhino is on the roster. Like, I'd love to see all three of them show up. Johnny
Can we just?
Sweener is still technically under TNA contract. Simon Diamond was just at the NWA shows that came from the ECW arena.
Since you effed up last week, put let Rhino gore Tommy Dreamer on NXT. Like,
Right? Like they made a thing about it at Bound for Glory about how Tommy Dreamer's gotten, DDT'd and all this stuff when he puts in a Hall of Famer, and he didn't want to be gored by Rhino, and they didn't do anything with it, and now they could totally do something with it.
mhm.
CNN has projected Delaware for Kamala Harris, giving her 3 more electoral votes, bringing her up to 30 now. Still a long ways to go, according to CNN, for her. Again, the AP Google has it a lot closer, but the channel we are covering and following has it at 154 to 30 currently.
But what we're following makes me sad.
But yeah, I'd love to see any of those. And going back to the thing, like they brought Tommy Dreamer out into the Call Your Shot Gauntlet. The next person should have been Rhino. Or no, they brought Rhino into it. The next person should have been Tommy.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
And
they were gonna
then, here comes Tommy Dreamer out. Rhino just got in the ring. Rhino gores Tommy Dreamer, eliminates him over the top rope, and then he got gored by the Hall of Famer.
I have no idea how they effed that up.
Because Paulie didn't book it.
Right. And no, TNA is 100% perfect even still. That's why. They're still going to make flights.
But I'm definitely looking forward to that. Go ahead, Jeff.
I had this vision of Francine walking out to like her music or something, and you hear this voice over here, "Got that freaking music," and out he comes. It's like, oh, that was so awesome to see she come out. They did a pretty good job of dubbing his music in WCW. They could totally use that version of furniture and just roll with it.
I mean, WWE owns the WCW library, so they own the theme songs. They can definitely use that, which, like you said, was a good enough Perfect Strangers knockoff.
WCW had some good theme song. I really liked Eddie Guerrero's WCW theme song.
Yep.
And Rey Mysterio's.
Hey, I used a really good WCW theme song for my show yesterday.
There you go.
And of course,
a real American.
Of
He's
course,
American made, a real American.
And of course, the one I need to bite, Mr. Reliable.
Right.
Wonderful. They call me Mr. Reliable. Oh God! Okay, we're totally like get the instrumental and just totally cut that song.
So let's do this. Let's do this. We'll go around the horn here. Granted, there's not a whole lot that's been announced for tomorrow, but we know 4 matches. Javon Evans versus Wesley. Trick and Bubba versus All Ego Ethan Page and Ridge Holland. The 10-woman tag match. And the one that's going to give Walter a heart attack. Lola Vice versus Jada Parker with Dawn Marie as the referee. Out of those 4 matches, and we'll go to Walter last because we already know his answer. Which match are you most looking forward to? And what ECW star that hasn't been announced can be one of the ones that we've just thrown out there. It can be someone totally different. Would you like to see show up at the 2300 Arena tomorrow for NXT at the ECW Arena? Mikey, I know you don't really watch NXT. I'll go ahead and go to you first, though, since I did just give you the information.
Well, any chance to see Bubba Ray back in a ring is classic. I mean, So I'll definitely go for that one. As far as who I'd like to see show up, uh, why not bring out Beulah McGillicuddy, and get that old Beulah and Francine rivalry that we got at ECW One Night Only, rekindle that up again, you know. And let's have a beer bash with the Sandman again if he can do it. I mean, what other way? Because let's face it, ECW wasn't ECW unless the Sandman showed up with a six pack in his jeans, and I don't mean the one between his legs. I went extreme.
I mean, Beulah's a good one, but I think we've gotten so conditioned to Tommy and Beulah that would be weird seeing her without Tommy.
Yeah.
And to your point about the rivalry, the later years of ECW, which were the years that we saw on, the Nashville network, it was always about Francine and Dawn.
Yeah.
Both of them are already going to be there.
Look
So
at Dawn.
why couldn't we have Dawn Marie looking like she's going to screw somebody in her pinfall counts? Because Dawn was always better as a heel, but so was Francine, if we're being completely honest. But Francine would have to be the baby face here because Dawn is looking like she's going to screw somebody in her pinfall counts. And here comes Francine to even things up. We get a good old-fashioned cat fight, which is why we need Joey Styles on commentary so he can scream, "Cat fight!"
Wow, you can't do it anymore, can you?
I'm trying not to be super loud, like I did say. The rest of the house just got home.
Oh, okay.
So I'm trying to be respectful.
Respectful.
Jeff, we'll pass it over to you.
You realize you were talking about Dawn Marie screwing somebody during that match. You're going to send Walter into orbit. Fell down a bit.
Like
He
I
said
said,
it. I wanted to.
That's why I said we're going to save him last, because we know he's looking forward to Jada Parker versus Lola Vice. That's his mamacita and his mistress. That's why he's going to have an on-air heart attack.
But now you're talking about Dawn Marie screwing somebody during that match. You're going to get a freaking heart on rather than a heart attack. Like, Jesus, anyway, by the way, bluechew.com/wherever the hell the sponsorship is. I'm actually looking forward to the 10-woman tag only because there's so much diversity that's going to be showcased. We're getting a little bit of Jordan Grace again, which is never a bad thing. And everybody, when we're back here on ECW days, there wasn't a high volume, shall we say, of athletically competitive women involved at the cat fights. There was Jazz, yes, and then a brief little glimpse of Rita before she was there was wrestling. She was on the piece of eye care. But now we've got 5-on-5 women's tag at the ladies' finger. That's going to be fun for an old ECW fan like me to watch. Who should show up? If Bubba's going to be there, and I've seen them in the audience with Hall of Fame and whatnot, get the band back again. Bring out Devon. Bring on Spike. Like, get them out there in some way, even if it's brief. Even if they have to put on a freaking wig for Matt Heisen and his ever balding head, like worse than me almost. Just make it happen. Get the devils out there, and like I said, either Todd or Paul and Jay.
There you go. I'm like you, dude. I am looking forward to that 10-woman tag. Like when I did the description for Walter to put into the thing, I described it as an international and interpromotional because you've got Zarya, the former Delta from Australia. You've got Julia, Italian Japanese, representing, Stardom and Marigold. You've got Stephanie Vakir, Chilean Mexican, representing CMLL. Jordan Grace, of course, coming from TNA. And then the only NXT original on that side of things is Kehlani Jordan. And she came through the NIL program. Like, she hasn't even got the experience that the other women do. Like, if you added up all those women's experience, I don't even know if Kelani's been alive as much as they've got experience in years. You know what I mean? Like that's
Well, no, I
insane
feel
to me.
you.
I am so looking forward to that. And as far as, who I want to see show up, I've been talking about it for a while now. And I know Walter is probably sick and tired of me talking about it. But Tony D'Angelo has said that he has some family business to attend to on Tuesday. I want to see Lil Guido in the FBI.
Or Big
I
Vito.
want to see Lil Guido and like the whole nine expanding the D'Angelo family.
Chickens.
He's not part of the FBI.
I know, but he was.
Work with me, Mikey. Work with me.
Even
That
if
was
it's
for Pop.
backstage,
You
but
had your moment. You could have said Amish
Okay.
roadkill.
even if he's backstage and he just go, "Let me show you how you're done." Like.
I mean, but you know what? Since you went ahead and missed your opportunity, I'll go ahead and say it myself. Give me Danny Dorian and Roadkill also. Because I always loved them. And then you can reunite them with Lita, who's a Hall of Famer, who was Miss Congeniality to Danny Dorian and Roadkill before she freaking got signed. She appeared on like 4 shows for ECW before she got brought up to WWE because, she was just that good. But yeah, I would pop hardcore for a Danny Dorian Roadkill and Lita reunion.
She just tweeted something with showing her leg similar to Trish. I don't know if that meant anything, but hey.
And like if they didn't already have Jada booked, I'd say do Dorian Roadkill and Lita versus OTM and Jada.
I like that, but yeah, can't have it.
Or you can do Luca Crucifino, Stax, and Rizzo versus that 3. Or
There you go.
the last ditch effort that I could think of, and this one I don't want to see happen because it would be too hard for me. Doreen, Roadkill, and Lita versus Duke Hudson, Andre Chase, and Thea Hale.
I like that combination. That's good stuff.
But damn it,
By the
I
way-
would be sitting here like, no, I love both teams. Chase you.
Oh, shout out to Thea Hale for her Halloween costume this year.
Illinois and Rhode Island both declared for Kamala Harris. 19 electoral votes for Illinois, 4 for Rhode Island. So another 23 votes going to Kamala Harris.
I don't know how much I got heard before the video of breaking news cut me.
I did hear you say about enjoying Thea's Halloween costume, but that's where it cut.
Yeah, that was Cowboy cheerleader. Nice choice.
Yeah, it's very nice choice.
Very nice, very nice, very evil thoughts in my mind. Anyway, yeah, the point is I'm looking forward to it. I'm gonna try really hard to catch East Coast feed it, so I can watch along with you guys, and then I'll watch the show at 8 o'clock for sure to make sure I catch then the commentary for the day and that happened. I'll watch that on Thursday if it actually compels me to watch.
You know what?
I need to just that tennis, so I will back out real quick, and we'll see you guys on the flip side.
Sounds good. See you in a bit.
You know what, JJ? Just for the heck of it, do a segment backstage where Chase U is teaching the class, and you gotta have Simon Dean and you gotta have Matt Stryker sitting in there, like, because he was a math teacher and Simon Dean was like an educator when he changed characters in the WWE. Like, just for the hell of it, have them, because like Matt Stryker was like new ECW, like the WWE version, which none of us really talk about. but
He
just
was,
have
and
that.
Simon Dean was both because he was
Yeah,
Nova, part of the
yeah.
BWO in the OG CW, and then he was Simon Dean in the new ECW.
You just do one of those funny backstage segments where they're in there taking a class by Chase U.
Be like, what you do is you have Andre Chase start talking and be like, students, we have a guest speaker this evening. And then you bring them in to be the guest speakers.
Yeah.
And then, if you've made up enough with Shane Douglas, you could have him reprise Dean Douglas as well.
Mhm. That would be hilarious.
But then, I also would love to see Raven. Mikey talked about Sandman. I think Raven got such a bad showing in WWE. I want to see some resolution for Raven because that dude did everything from Johnny Polo to Scotty Flamingo to just he did so much for WWE and wrestling. And the Raven gimmick in ECW really helped redefine his career and everything. Like he deserves to be a WWE Hall of Famer.
Yeah, aside from Mick Foley, Raven was the hardcore division.
Safet says Joel Gertner. That would be awesome too. Have him and Joey Styles start the show.
Mhm.
Well, well, well. It is I, the quintessential stud muffin, Joel. Insert dirty poem here. Gertner.
Of course, mine you already know. So, like, all
Yeah.
I would have to say is, "This is the big one. I'm coming to see you, Elizabeth."
But who would you want to see that hasn't been announced as far as ECW? Just Matt Stryker and Simon Dean? Or do you
And
want to go like and pick a OG ECW?
yeah, I'm kind of along with Mikey. I would love to see Sandman come out because it's like it's not the attitude anymore, but it'd be fun to see him like do something. Even if he just out there drinks a beer and cracks his own head open with a cane, with a Singapore cane. So it'd be cool to see him. But I'm just happy that we got RVD because he was ECF and W. Like literally,
Yes.
I'm glad they announced him being there.
Yeah. And, with RVD there, I'd kind of like to see Sabu.
Yeah.
Because RVD and Sabu were always, known to be each other. We know we're not going to get Taz because
Mhm.
he's under an AEW contract.
Mhm.
But he's really the only one I can think of that we know for a fact we can't get.
Yep.
Like Jazz does the women's division for NWA, like she books that shit. She's a possibility. Al Snow runs OVW. He's always a possibility.
Mhm.
The BWO are always possibilities.
Yep.
And it would be hilarious to see Stevie trying to be Big Stevie Cool the way he looks now. I occasionally watch his YouTube videos, and man, he is aged these last few years. Like, so, but he still has a sense of humor. So to see him get in the ring, since he was always the Kevin Nash and like pretend like he tore his quad,
Mhm.
getting into the ring just would be hilarity.
Mhm.
It would be hilarity. Watch him like step over the top rope, plant his second foot, and then like go down to a knee like he just tore something, and just have him start screaming out, "My quads, my quad!" That would be hysterical.
Mhm.
And again, really quickly, we'll divert No new declarations have happened, but again, CNN is projecting it's 154 to 53. Google, which is going off of the AP Associated Press projections, has it 178 to 99 in favor of Trump. So a lot more for Kamala Harris there, but still like a landslide looking right now for Trump. So,
Yeah. Well, going back to that, you could. It'd be funny to
but I
bring.
just wanted to touch on that real quick in case people just joining us
Mhm.
don't know, what we're going off of. And Jeff is back.
You could bring Steven Richards back in and then have him get his ass kicked, and then he like on his own YouTube analyze what went wrong. Like
That would be hilarious. Yeah,
That would be
because
brilliant.
I don't know what you missed, Jeff, because I was talking about, since RVD is confirmed, Sabu would be nice to have.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
the chat room brought up Joel Gertner, and then the BWO would be great to have come out. Stevie's looking a little rough these days, but since he was always the Kevin Nash, just have him step over the top rope, and once he clears the rope with his second wave, have him automatically drop down to a knee and just starts shouting out, my quads, my quad, I tore my quad. Just the hilarity of it knocking Kev.
That's what we want to do is piss off Kevin Nash more, especially today or tomorrow. Um, by the way, I was going to say before I kind of just had a happy birthday to Roxanne Perez is going to be in a big match tomorrow. So happy birthday to the NXT Women's Champion.
Chris did bring that up in the chat. I was just trying to figure
Oh,
out a way to work that in.
well, there you go. I forced it in there. I made it happen. That's not really that out of context. Make sure you don't flip that. Like, okay, now so you flip it. I said that, so it's okay. Anyway, uh, yeah, it's funny. I'm part of my binging I'm doing from my childhood onward. I'm just now getting to the point where Stevie has brought Raven in and they just won the tag titles. And Beulah's still with Raven and Stevie. So you mentioned, it's weird to see Beulah with anybody but Tommy. It's like, man, I just hit the point where she's with Raven still. It's like, it's hard to think about. And I haven't started the episode yet, but we've already seen Francine in the crowd with the sign. I think the one coming up is where she officially declares her fandom of Steve, which leads to her debut with Pitbull instead of the whole thing. I'm like, I've never seen it. So it's gonna be fun to see Francine's character gestation from being in the crowd to going with the Pitbulls to turning on them and joining the show. It's gonna be fun to watch. I've never seen that stuff, even like in clips. So it's fun.
That's definitely cool to be looking back at.
Yeah.
Part of me wants to go back on the Peacock and just relive the ECW on TNN days because I know that Paulie doesn't look at those shows fondly because the way TNN was basically just using them to see if wrestling would work on the network and then making the deal with WWE. But much like UPW on KDOC, that's how I really became an ECW fan. That's how I really learned about them and watched them and grew to love them, and then went to Heatwave 2000 when they came out here. Like, very much similar parallels between the two shows. Bassman and the gang always talked such shit about the UPW shows on KDOC, but I remember the first show, or maybe it was the second show that I went to when I saw Christopher Daniels. I was like, but you made some new fans out of it, didn't you? I'm here, aren't I? So it did something right. And he couldn't really argue me on that. He was like, fair enough. I get that it was a shit deal, but it's how you brought in some new fans. So it'd be kind of cool to relive that.
Yeah, I'm finding it very intriguing because folks don't realize a lot of that I didn't see because I was grounded because of how poorly I was doing in school. So
Hmm.
a lot of it is really the first time I've ever seen this stuff. Like right now, I just started July of '95. So I'm reliving the early in your houses with Diesel feuding with Sid, and we're getting ready to go to Nashville, Mikey, where Double J had his uh, unintentional farewell for a while with the roadie boots thing. But I'm also watching Nintendo IBCW, which arguably was peak ECW. So it's good. And then of course I'm tomorrow I actually have WCW. For some reason, WCW Saturday night isn't on the network past a certain date, so I'm only watching the pay-per-views for them, and I'm going in chronological order. Here I hit Bastion in 95, so say a prayer, say several for me, because God is at a bad show. Shit. But um, yeah, it's funny you mentioned UPW. Both Pierce and Dallas Page posted this last week about 20th anniversary of their match out in BFE near Vegas. And I'm like, I was at that show with Team ODQ. And I'm like, God damn it, that makes me feel even older than I usually do. Because that was 20 years ago. And XMV really started doing the video stuff. And we went to Vegas for our second anniversary of the show. And that's how we saw the UPW show. And unintentionally bought somebody that was underage a drink and could have gotten some real trouble. But yeah, it's crazy to see that was 20 years ago. It's like it's blew my mind.
Definitely, definitely. Well, New York being declared for Kamala Harris with 28 electoral votes bumps her up to 81 to Trump's 154.
If you can
Literally,
make it
I mean,
there, you can make it anywhere.
Trump is New York. I'm sorry. That's where Trump Tower is. That's where he based his empire. For that to go to Kamala, that's an underdog knockout.
He's still
That is
kicking her
That's
why
ass.
fair, but Trump's whole headquarters has been based in Florida, which is why it's no surprise that Florida went to Trump.
you have to remember, Mikey, even with all the circus acts, it's still political, not historical. Yes, Trump is a New York, New Jersey guy, but remember the 2013 Hall of Fame. One Hall of Famer got cheers when they went up on stage. That was Mr. Trump. So they're not exactly fond of him, even now.
He's still way ahead though.
Yeah.
He is no way ahead. Like,
And looking at the map here on Google, if things stay the way they're looking right now, Maine, Minnesota, Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, and New Mexico are all going to swing Trump's way. New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Iowa, Missouri, Kansas, and Colorado are all going to swing Harris's way.
yeah, it's going to go into the night. It's going to come down to the wire, like we all thought. So,
Yep.
it'll be. There may be another slight blip in my connection. I'm heading for the Saugus People Station. I always get a little waiting there on the mountain.
The biggest surprise. The biggest surprise is she's leading in Iowa. Like, whoa.
And Missouri, if you're being real,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
Missouri is traditionally a red state. Same with Kansas.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that those right now are light blue, that's big.
Yeah, well, I think both states are still kind of pissed at Trump for not knowing what the hell state Kansas City Chiefs playing.
Oh yeah.
Sitting right next to the Ohio Super Bowl champions are. Wait. I know. I'll be good, Jay. I'm sorry.
She
One in
closed
the
the
top
gap.
three.
She closed the gap a little in Georgia, but she's still way behind.
Has Georgia declared they close?
No, they're like 75% counted. They're closed, but they're still only 75% counted.
Yeah, Google has Georgia going to Trump if things stay the way that they're going. It's light red right now.
Right.
Atlanta, get your ass together.
And it looks like Missouri is pretty close. It's 51 to 47% in favor of Harris. So
That's really close.
Wisconsin's close too.
Cheesehead better pull it off. All right. One more stop, and I get to go sit there and freeze till I like it too.
So Jeff brought up a topic that he wanted to discuss. He kind of beat me to the punch on the ECW. I was going to talk about that. Mikey. Oh, Mikey. McFly.
Yes, sir.
Everybody home. Is there a
Yes, sir.
wrestling topic that you would like to bring up and discuss?
Definitely AEW, right, Mikey?
Not off the top of my head that I can think of, no. But
We'll
being-
think of something. We'll come back to you. Walter, I'm sure you've got something, bro.
We want to talk
It can
about.
be any company. It can.
Yeah,
it
we
can
could talk
be
about
anything.
arena empty wrestling.
You know what? I almost made a joke about that because Noah posted to his timeline all his pictures from the show last week, and the last one was the empty arena, after everything was done, kind of saying his thank yous. And I was like, I
Yeah.
almost wanted to take that and be like, this was mid-show.
But it as much as I joke, it's to our benefits if you want to see it in person, because I was just looking at, they come to Bridgeport and I'm thinking about going November 13th, and I'm looking, and like close to the most expensive ticket is under $200, and it's like there's floor seats for $70, $75. I'm like, so it being, as much as I make fun of it, it's to my benefit, as opposed to
Yeah.
$8,000 WrestleMania tickets, and nosebleeds $1,000 still.
Okay, I got it. What classic rock theme song from ECW would you request if given the chance?
I can't even think of the music from back in the. Whew.
Well, I mean, you got Metallica, Enter Sandman, Alice in Chains, Man in the Box. You
I
got,
love me some Inner Man too.
you got. I tried to request Pantera's Walk. They never even heard of it. He's like, I don't
Is
know
this
that
you're
one,
talking about?
huh?
What is this you're talking about?
Classic rock themes of ECW that
Oh.
you could request on the radio if given the chance.
Okay.
Enter Sandman is definitely one of them.
Highway to Hell.
Little Spike Dudley. What else came up?
We mentioned it earlier. Deep Purple's Perfect Strangers, the franchise Shane Douglas.
Nirvana for DDP, sort of. It was based on it, but I mean, every time I hear Nirvana come on, self high five.
Agreed.
Now with his yoga, he self high five. He can self high five his foot.
Right. Come out and play for Raven.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, they didn't know Pantera. I'm like, how do you not know Pantera? Or how do you not play Pantera? You're the musical genius. Pantera's classic rock, right?
I mean, I don't think of them as classic rock, but classic rock is so redefined its definition from when we were kids. You know, what constitutes classic rock? A lot of people define it as stuff that's like 25 to 30 years old. That means come next year, if it was released in 1995, it's 30 years old. First of all, that's insane.
Yes, it is.
And I watched a video last night on Facebook. I actually played it for Jordan and his wife, and it was songs turning 25 in 2025.
Yep.
It
I love
started
those kind of
with
videos.
Papa Roach, Last Resort. It
Why do I
had
know that?
Linkin Park. It had Rollin' by Limp Bizkit.
Papa Roach is 25 years old.
That
Cut my
song
life
is, yeah.
into pieces.
Yes. That'll
What
be
Make me
the?
feel
25
old.
next year. Rollin' by Limp Bizkit turns 25 next year. Disturbed Down with the Sickness turns 25 next year. The Real Slim Shady by Eminem. Nelly Country Grammar, like In Sync, Bye Bye Bye. 25 next year. And it's like, so by the definition of 25 to 30 years being classic, all those would be able to be played on like K Earth 101 now.
This is some
Oh
bullshit.
God,
If
no.
I hear
Oh
NSYNC
God,
by
yes.
the classic, I'm getting out the car.
I'm just well, that was when I really started to realize how old I was I was hearing Janet Jackson's Rhythm Nation album on K Earth 101, which is my oldie station out here. Mikey knows because he was a SoCal boy until he packed up to Tennessee. But when I heard Janet Jackson, I think it was Escapade on K Earth, I was like, holy shit, I'm old. And
Well, I called out.
we're at that point now where shit from like 1995 to 2000 is going to start getting played on the oldie stations.
That's
Coolio's
ridiculous.
Gangsta's Paradise turns 30 next year.
Damn.
I called out K Earth in college because they played Blondie's "Call Me." They went from the Beatles to Blondie. Who I called out Gary Bryan, God bless him. He'll retweet anything. I've told this story before. I said, "How do you go from the Beatles to Blondie on an oldie station? Blondie is not oldies; she's 80s." He replies back. He says, "What years constitute oldies?" I said, 55 to 72. He retweeted that as well.
Oh my
I
God. She's losing
I
North
still
Carolina.
don't think of that stuff, because that just means you have to admit that you're old.
Yeah.
When I was growing up, like you said, the oldie stations was like the 50s, the 60s, and the 70s. Then slowly the 80s
Yep.
started to get in. And it's like the 80s is when I really started having an ear for music because of MTV.
Radio, video,
Now you
kill
go
the
into the
red.
90s and it's like you can hear Nirvana on K Earth 101. You can hear Pearl Jam, all those bands that Mikey mentioned, Alice in Chains. You can hear that on K Earth 101 now. And it's like, holy shit, we're old.
Savage Garden's about to be classic then. That was a while ago.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, people really don't want a woman to become president. She's getting her ass whooped right now.
I don't think it's necessarily the fact that they don't want a woman to become president. Okay. We're going to segue into political here for a moment, and I'm going to try to be as unbiased as I can. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that she's gone out there and said, like, when I become president, I'm going to do this. When I'm going to become president, I do this. And it's like, you've been in an office for 4 years. You've been the vice president. Some people say you've been the puppet master pulling Biden's strings the last 4 years. How come you didn't do any of this stuff while you've been in office?
Yeah, but
And
then again,
that's where a lot of people have issues with Kamala Harris. You've been in office for 4 years and you did nothing about this stuff. Now you expect us to believe that you're going to do this all of a sudden.
Yeah, I understand people's argument with that, but a lot of people that argue that don't know a role of a vice president. They really can't
No,
do
no,
much
that's
as
true.
a. They're pretty much there to break a tie if there's a Senate tie. That's what the vice president's job is.
But she's also close to the president.
Hmm.
And the president can put these things into motion. So why is she not talking to Biden about implementing these things and trying to get him to put these policies in motion while she's already there? And then, being as how she sits there as the tie, she can, keep, a voice while she's in the Senate and stuff.
Uh-oh, key race alert.
That doesn't say anything. That's not a projection.
Yeah, I know. It's too early to call. They just want to show you
Yeah,
what's going
they
on
want to
now.
show you how close it is. Mikey says that he's seen something. He's just waiting for CNN to confirm it, and they haven't confirmed it yet.
They showed Louisiana, but they just didn't confirm it yet.
Yeah. So we're just hanging tight on that.
I know right now the mathematicians are.
Hey, I'm one of them. Watch it.
I know.
You're not a mathematician. You're a statistician.
Mm-mm.
Oh, 2 and 2, or 1 and 1 and 1 is 3. Of course, I know that.
Mm. North Carolina's super close. She was leading for a while. Now it just flipped.
Yep.
But like we said before, you can't bitch if you didn't go out there and vote.
Exactly. Well, while they run through these key races, we're going to go ahead and we're going to run our watch long trailer one more time. So
Good
hang
call.
tight, everyone. We will be right back.
And now for a taste of things to come.
As we were on the watch long trailer there, it has been confirmed Louisiana for Donald Trump as well, bringing his total up to 162 to Harris's 81. What is up, Jeff? Good to have you back.
What's in Bayou La Battery, Louisiana?
Let's go ahead and bring Jeff up to date. During his absence, what he missed, in case he wants to chime in and give an opinion on, is we were talking about wrestling songs that you could request on the radio And we rattled off things like Enter Sandman, Man in the Box, Come Out and Play, Pantera Walk, which apparently the radio DJ had never heard of before. Highway to Hell, of course, was mentioned. DDP, Nirvana, technically, even though it's a knockoff. And then with all that, we segued into how we're old because stuff from like 1995 to 2000 is going to start making its way onto the classic rock stations. And things like Papa Roach, Last Resort, Rollin', The Real Slim Shady, Bye Bye Bye, all turn 25 years old next year. Like, holy hell.
Yeah, pretty much. Can't talk too much, but we're on a commercial for the radio right now. So, yeah, I mean, anything from AC/DC or Metallica, you see your Candido used Back in Black. I'm not a fan of that song because it's the high school theme song for football, but good song. So, there's that. I sent you something in your messenger inbox when you have a chance, JJ. Just an FYI.
Yes, I see that.
Okay, very good. Just let me sure get out there before I have to go off the air again, because I was inspired. That's why I had to cut out there for a minute. And the Kings are winning, so it's 2-1 Kings. So at least the Kings don't break my heart tonight so far, unlike the freaking election. So we'll see. But anyway, yeah, I mean, there's so many. Yeah, remember with ECW not giving a shit about using songs that they didn't pay for. There's a whole genre they can just turn on the radio and go, okay, play ECW tracks.
Pretty much. And for Walter here, here's what Jeff sent me in the chat. I feel like this needs to be sent to Rift for use on the next review whenever Virtue wants to bring up anything AEW.
I will send that to him right as soon as I get out of the car and then into the house.
I do have to say, I'm enjoying the review being on Tuesdays. And even Big V brought up the fact that maybe after football season to keep it there, because you figure pay-per-view PLEs are Saturday, Sunday, then you've got the Raw after on Monday. That gives you a bunch of stuff to potentially discuss come Tuesday.
Yeah, that's one of the unfortunate, drawbacks about if we want to have a plethora of things on Saturday, unless it's like a major news week, But the other side of that, it's good to have the shows so far apart. Whereas we used to be on Saturday, they used to be on Sunday. It's just if somebody between both shows, it would feel like rehashing the whole weekend.
Yeah.
And it's a good thing I muted before that, because Dad just had a wonderful comment for a fellow driver. Really there for that. They're F&D bag. So if you're on the 14 North and you're just past the San Canyon exit, whoever you are, you're an F&D bag. So there you go.
All right. Hashtag F&D bag trending worldwide.
That's right, as it should. Anything Frank Legion says should be trending worldwide. We tried to get swirly trending for Moxley. It never stuck. I was so pissed about that.
Yep.
Yeah, you know what else I missed? You were talking about music.
Yeah.
I missed the pre-packages that they used to do before a match, and then they put it to like a rock song. Like they had Saliva Alive, or I think that was for SummerSlam. They used to put a good one when Edge fought Christian and Unforgiven. Like I missed those packages where they used to like rock out while they were like showing why they're losing.
Dude, My Way by Limp Bizkit is still the greatest hype video in the history of professional wrestling. The Stone Cold and The Rock.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed. I think a lot of that had to do, though, with them wanting to get away from using licensed music and going more into the CFO and that direction, the current one.
Mm-hmm.
The Def Rebel, as opposed to, because a lot of those connections were through Jim Johnson, I think.
Yeah.
And they were so hot at that time that they could literally get anybody to come and do stuff.
Yeah.
And then they had got Slump where, WWE wasn't as popular. And it's like, well, why are we going to go to somebody that's going to charge us an arm and a leg, not willing to work with us because we're not hot right now, when it used to be that all these artists were clamoring to work with us.
Yeah, I'm sure it was to the point that bands used to contact them.
Yeah.
Like, yo, can we get on it?
What does it say? Oh, yes.
There is no middle ground at this point. It is what it is. If you be celebrating or be commiserating.
Well, heads up, there's about to be a projection, so if anyone starts talking, you may get cut off.
Noted.
Just waiting for them to go to it. Their little correspondent is discussing something right now.
It actually works out. The King just came back on for a second period, so I'll have to keep it on mute till I get to my office anyway. So
Next
no
poll
worries.
closes in 1 second.
Here we go. Montana and Utah both declared for Trump, with an additional 10 electoral votes between both of them.
Now this
that
issue
brings us up to 172 to 81 in favor of Trump. However, in all fairness, like Jeff has pointed out, as far as Google goes, which is going by the AP, the Associated Press, while still winning, they currently have Trump at 198 to Kamala Harris's 99. So states that have been called for both of them that CNN either isn't calling yet, or maybe too close for them to call right now. We saw a few moments ago that Missouri was teetering on blue. According to this map, it's gone full-blown red and been declared for Trump. Kansas was light blue. It's now light red. So there's still a lot of stuff that can happen here. Let's not completely give up yet. But again, per CNN, 172 to 81 is the current total.
And see, that's the problem. There's not one news source out there that doesn't have an agenda with one side or the other. So we can't really know what's what, which is shitty.
Yeah, now they're saying Nevada is having issues with signatures, not doing something, and they need to validate them. And so here we go.
Oh God, here we are. So I was going to say Nevada doesn't surprise me. The fact that Florida tells no issue does surprise me.
Yeah, seriously. But in all fairness to Nevada, while it is a battleground state, it's only 6 electoral votes. That at this point isn't going to be a huge to-do, unlike a state like California that still hasn't been announced yet, that has 54 electoral votes. Or
Pennsylvania.
Yeah, Pennsylvania, or there's still a lot of electoral votes out there. Nevada's 6 is minute in comparison to some of them. Couldn't tell if Jeff went.
Walking in the house. Be right back.
Oh, okay. I mean, regardless of what happens here, tomorrow, while not Inauguration Day, that won't be until January. And hey, maybe that's a watch long we can do. The inauguration, since we did the actual election. But tomorrow will be the first day of the next 4 years. If you really want to get down to it, because whoever wins, we're going to begin feeling the repercussions as early as tomorrow. Even though they won't be inaugurated until January, we're going to start feeling the repercussions tomorrow.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a media storm, regardless from both sides. Because let's face it, facts are facts. Okay, we don't know what's truly going to be said. We have a guess, and your guess is as good as mine. It's no secret. Trump has an ego. We know this. He's gonna have this big smile. This is all if he wins. He's gonna have this big smile. He's not gonna anything nice. It's gonna be forced out of him. Getting a root canal is easier than Trump praising an opponent. If you remember in the debate with Clinton 8 years ago, the very last question was say something nice to your opponent. Trump looked like he didn't want to say anything nice about Hillary Clinton. You know, I mean, he made it about himself. And there's always that should be a future tradition in politics. You know, that I mean, you should lose with grace, but not win with pride. You should not be a sore winner. You know, you should not be. You can be proud, but you can't be. I'll use the word braggadocious, if that's a possible word. You shouldn't be
It's a
out there
word.
saying, "Yeah, you know, I mean, you,
Yeah, now they'll probably say something nice about your opponent. He'll just say she lost. That's what's nice.
oh, good one."
Okay, come on. We weren't going to go down that path here. Let's
No,
keep
I'm
it
just saying
professional.
that's
Keep
what
it.
he was.
I know, but people can misconceive comments like that, so that's why I'm
Mhm.
trying to reel it back in. Mikey, have you thought about something else to discuss wrestling wise? Can be anything.
Have we done projections for the 25 Rumble?
No,
Much like this,
Mhm.
it's too early to call.
not necessarily because it's all about what do we want to see.
That's true.
You know, I said the other day on Simply Predicting, I think it was, I want the number one and number two in the Royal Rumble. Number one to be Carmelo Hayes, number two to be Trick Williams. That way they can kind of reignite their rivalry that they had in NXT. They can get a look as how Trick handles himself at a big four pay-per-view. Is he ready for the call up? And then as soon as number three comes in, does Trick Mellow Game reunite? Or do they stay as adversaries?
Mm.
You know, because I'd like to see as soon as somebody else comes in and tries to get some, I'd almost like to see them reunite.
Just to go back
Especially
one
if
on one.
it's somebody that they had an issue with in NXT. Like if number three is Braun Breaker, then it's like, wait a minute. Do we reunite for the common good? And then we can go back to fighting each other? Or do we stay as adversaries?
Or Lexus King or somebody.
Well, Alexis Keene I couldn't see as a Rumble entry.
That's true.
And Braun's already on the main roster, which is why I threw him, or like an Ilya Dragunov, you know, who's out with injury now. I don't think he'd be projected to be back by the Rumble. But if he could be, like, it's an old NXT rival that's on the main roster.
Damn it. Now that you said that, now I want one to be Jade and two to be Bianca in the women's.
Good to see you, Matt. Thanks for joining us here this evening for this completely different watch along event. Because there's so much dead time until we can declare something. That's
Yep.
why I wanted it to kind of have the OMN shenanigans format where we just kind of talked about whatever, but then interrupting once we got something to declare. It's not like baseball or football or wrestling where you're constantly talking the entire time. There's so much dead time in between something being projected that you've got to fill the time with something. So
Mm-hmm.
But
But
let us know out there if you guys are enjoying our coverage of this. This is definitely something different. And like I said, since we're doing the election, Monday, January 20th of next year will be Inauguration Day. Maybe we can do the inauguration as well. We'll just have to see what the team feels about it. I am a little bit bummed we couldn't do the Dodger parade. After putting all that time into doing the watch-alongs for the event and the games, I wish we could have done the celebration too. But so that's one thing I'd like to see is I'd like to see Mello and Trick started out. Probably around like number 15 when the ring is full of people, you got to hit Joe Hendry's music and have him come out and get that huge pop from the Indianapolis crowd because everybody will go apeshit. You got to figure this is going to be where the Colts play, I think. So this is going to be like a 50, 60,000 seat arena going apeshit for Joe Hendry.
Valid.
You got to throw him in there in the middle. Somebody said you have him be number 1. No. You have him come in the middle of the Rumble when the ring is full. That way you get a reaction like you did when he made his debut on NXT for that Battle Royal. And the crowd goes crazy and everyone in the ring is like, who is this guy? Because he's only interacted with the NXT talent. He hasn't messed with the main roster yet.
yeah, that's true. Plus, if you have him in the middle and he lasts long, it'll build anticipation because what if he's like down to the last 4 and he's still there?
I was gonna say, have him in the final 4, dude.
Yeah.
Have the final 4 be like Joe Hendry, Roman Reigns, Rock, and one other person.
Jimmy
You've got Jeff Hendry right there. Look at that picture. I love that. I love that, Jeff. I truly do.
Roman, I feel, would have to come in like 20, 21, somewhere in there. And then The Rock has to be number 30.
Yeah, so he doesn't have to blow up.
Exactly, because he may be in shape, but he probably isn't in ring shape because the last match he had was WrestleMania last year. He's not out there training in the ring on a daily basis so that he can stay in ring shape. So you get him number 30 so he doesn't have to go long. And then from the Rumble to Mania, he can be working out in the ring, getting ring shape for whatever his match will be. I know a lot of people are projecting Rock and Cody at the Rumble. I don't want to see that. I'd rather see him in the Rumble because that's how you can start pushing towards him and Roman.
Oh, where do you stand on the whole? The title needs to be part of the Rock Roman match.
I see both sides of it.
Okay.
I'm very Harvey Dent. I'm very of two minds about it.
What's that?
Because I get the logic for both of them.
Yeah.
On the one hand, Roman isn't the champ right now. It's all about who is the tribal chief, who is the head of the table.
Yes.
So if that's the case, then you don't need the championship. But
okay.
Roman became head of the table. He became the tribal chief. He became this career-defining gimmick due to his 4-year run as champion.
Yes, exactly.
So I personally wouldn't have it, but I can understand some people's thought process as to why you need it still.
Right. Okay.
I kind of agree with you. I see both sides of it, but to me, I feel like eventually you have a Rock beat Solo. Roman beat Solo, get the Ulufala back, and then it becomes more about the Ulufala and the title of tribal chief than the actual strap, like a belt.
See, I asked because here's the reason I'm off camera. I'm cooking my dinner before I sit down, so that's why I'm wondering. So, my thought process is Jeez, listen to me. Roman beats Solo, gets the Ulufala, establishes he's the tribal chief, and then The Rock as the final boss. Rock's never declared himself tribal chief. He's always had the final boss status. He never actually said he's the tribal chief. So what I would do is have, I'm kind of horning in on Virtue's theory, is have Rock be the champion. Have Rock be the final boss for Roman to regain all of his status. He beats Solo to regain his status as the tribal chief. He beats Rock to regain his status as the champion.
So how do you get there?
I don't know, but you
How
can
do you
make
get
it
there? You have. See, The Rock's not going to be coming back full time. It's not going to happen. And I don't think that him, as 1999 as this is going to sound, I don't think him being champion for one day hurts him, nor does it hurt Cody, because he beats Cody night 1, Rock beats him night 2, and then we get Rock, Roman, and Cody into the summer to get their rematch in, with both of them on.
projection.
Yeah, with both of them in different points, but still needing that final resolution battle.
That's fair. To Walter's point, Colorado has been declared for Kamala Harris, while Mississippi has gone to Trump. 10 electoral points for Harris, 6 more for Trump.
Further proof that the potheads of the world know what they're doing. Colorado, go for Kamala. There you go. That may be profile, but I don't think I'm wrong.
So Jeff, going back to what you said, can you like do a quick timeline? Because right now we've only had 2 parts of this story. We've had
Okay.
The Rock. We've had Roman come back. We've got Bloodline versus Bloodline in Saudi. That's now done. We're pushing towards War Games. When do you get Roman Solo and Roman wins? When does that take place?
All right. So War Games goes to the new Bloodline. Thanks to Sammy.
After what happened in Crown Jewel?
Thanks to Sammy. Yep, Sammy's the key. You weren't there for that part of the discussion. Sami Zayn needs to be the one that turns. And then the OG Bloodline kind of either gets beat down or goes cold for a while. And the end of the Rumble, the OG Bloodline resurges. Roman, or maybe all 3 of them, dominate the Rumble. Then The Rock's number 30, and he wins. And he reveals at SmackDown or Raw or whatever that he was the one engineering the new Bloodline. And then we build toward WrestleMania. Night 1, Roman defeats Solo to regain the Ulufala. Rock defeats Cody to become the WWE champion. Night 2, Roman defeats Rock to cap the weekend by claiming his status outright as the man.
Interesting.
Triple H, PayPal right here. You can pay me for that shit because I just booked your fucking road to WrestleMania, Paul. Good Lord.
You could also make it about just being tribal chief, because if you think about it, his grandfather's name is High Chief, and you could be like, I'm the original tribal chief because I'm a descendant of that guy, and it's like becomes about that.
At the press conference in Vegas for Mania, they mentioned that he had been titled or dubbed some other. Again, I'm not familiar with the culture. My apologies. But some other title within the family, within the bloodline, within the culture. So I think that Roman's road needs to lead to redemption on both fronts. He needs to regain his status as the tribal chief. He needs to regain his status as the WWE champion. I think doing them both at WrestleMania weekend makes WrestleMania bigger, makes Roman bigger. And yes, Cody losing the title to The Rock, only to have The Rock lose it, gets the title away from Cody,
but doesn't make Rock a long-term champion because he's not going to stick around long-term. He's not going to do that to be the defending sitting WWE champion.
Sorry, that's not to you, Jeff. It's Pennsylvania just flipped to light red. That's why I went.
Oh, no.
It's a very interesting timeline. I like it. Yes. Pay this man. Pay him. He deserves it.
I like the idea of Sammy being the one to cost him at War Games. But before that was brought up, the way I had it going was the OG Bloodline winning. And then with a fallen Solo, Roman's able to go and pick up the Ulafala. Heyman or Jay or Jimmy or somebody is putting it around his neck, and Rock's music hits.
Ooh, I would love that.
And Rock comes down to the ring, and he takes the Ulafala off of Roman's neck.
That works too. Darn it. And there's nobody left that we know about that can add more to the story in the Anoa'i family, right?
That's not true.
Well,
There's plenty of people in the pipeline still.
I was going to say there's Hikuleo, who's another son of Haku, who's supposedly signed, but they haven't debuted him yet.
No.
I think he's the one they're going to call Talatonga, which just sounds ridiculous. I get Hikuleo as a silly name in of itself, but if it's between Hikuleo and Talatonga, use Hikuleo.
Well, if they bring him in as Talatonga, they're going to have Hornswoggle come back as Shortatonga,
right?
Yeah.
Then, of course, there's Zillafatu.
Yes.
And then there's always the possibility of bringing Rikishi and Haku into this, because we've already got the Sons as part of this.
Yep.
The Sons of Haku are basically the new bloodline, and the Sons of Rikishi are the old bloodline.
Yep.
And Rikishi and Haku tag teamed for about 3 weeks there in 2001, so you know.
Yep.
Long-term storytelling, they can show some of that footage from back in the day to remind everybody.
Well, they would need a really wide lens between Haku's hair and Rikishi's ass, though.
How can you say
then
that?
Then you could AI Rosie, Jamal, and Yokozuna into this.
There you go. Fuck it. Why not? Go back to the Thunderdome and just fucking CGI the whole thing.
Heads up, it looks like a projection is coming in, so if someone gets cut off by the music, you know why.
Yeah. Yeah, there's still plenty of Anawahis and Framley, as I would call them.
And then you've still got the women. Naomi hasn't been part of this anywhere, and Nia Jax as well.
I'm never giving up on that either.
Make perfect sense to join Jimmy J and Roman, and Nia would make perfect sense to join Solos.
Mm-hmm.
Then you got a woman on each side. And then if Naomi wins the Women's Rumble, like people are hoping, challenge Nia Jax at the Rumble. Now you've made it personal there, too. There's a family versus family thing.
And Nia being with the new bloodline makes sense because if Rock's behind it, Nia's related through Ata.
Mm-hmm. And you can throw.
Makes sense.
I already see the promos. You're not blood. You just in there because of marriage or something. You already know what she's gonna say to Trinity.
It would just be absolutely perfect. I do like your wrinkle of the Rock interrupting the representation of the Ulafala and going And then as the Rock has the OGs distracted, the new bloodline guzzles them again. So even though the OGs win, they're still left laying.
Ohio. goes to Trump with 17 electoral votes,
Fetch the
bringing the
whiskey.
total to 195 to 91.
Freaking bunch of dog-eating crazies.
Well, I mean, it's the home of Mansfield, so
Took the
Hey, it's
words
home
right
of my
out.
dad. It's also home of my paternal side. Let's not get too ape shit here.
and according to Google, it is currently 198 to 112 in favor of Trump. So one more state with 3 electoral points to Trump and quite a bit for 21 electoral points for Kamala Harris that haven't been announced through CNN as of yet. If that is accurate, again, we're going off of the one feed, but we are trying to give you guys the information we are getting as we get it from multiple sources.
Trying to stay balanced. Unlike my
CNN
diet today.
said Wisconsin just flipped red, even though they're
I'm
not
seeing
totally.
that. Yeah, they haven't declared yet, but it has flipped.
Wisconsin and Iowa were blue this whole time, and now all of a sudden,
This is Wisconsin's revenge for Aaron Rodgers being such a flop as a Packer. That's what that is.
Damn.
Damn him, I say.
So
well.
we were discussing, Jeff, early projections for the Rumble.
Okay.
That's how we kind of segued into everything. And I don't know how much you heard of what I said, but I said I wanted number 1 and 2 to be Mello and then Trick.
Ooh, I like that start. Okay.
So you start off with the banner of these two that had an NXT rivalry.
Right.
Then your number 3 person could be like a Braun Breaker.
Well, there you go.
Someone who they feuded with in NXT. So is Trick Mello game going to unite?
Yeah.
Take out a common adversary, or are they going to stay at odds with each other?
Right.
Then around the middle of the pack is where you bring in Joe Hendry, and then I
Yes.
think you're there for the rest of my conversation from there.
Yeah, that I heard. And yeah, dude, he can't start. He has to be in the middle that way, or like 17, 18. That way you get a decent amount of people in there. And then when they say his name and he appears, the main roster's like, what the fuck's going on the ramp?
And again, like Hendry has gotten some pretty good size pops before. He, as small as the venues have been, he's definitely gotten some Road Warrior pops. 50-something, 60-something thousand people in the home of the Colts in Indianapolis. I hope there's a dome on that stadium because
Yeah. It would be like the reverse Roman Reigns effect for me, because I heard the Roman Reigns pop in a big stadium in Vegas, and I'm like, okay, well, there's a lot of people here. Then I heard the Roman pop in Ontario. I'm like, okay, I get it. I understand.
So what are your early projections for the Rumble, Jeff?
Make sure my TV's me. Oh, I turned the game on and the Kings score a 4th goal. Okay, I'm gonna leave it right there. Very good. Go Kings, go. And they're beating Minnesota, so sorry, Dory. It is what it is. Let's see. I like the idea, like I said, of The Rock winning the Rumble. But I also like the idea of what we were talking about a month or so ago of The Rock and Cody at the Rumble and Roman winning and actually getting a pop for winning this time, unlike last time. That was ugly. Women's Rumble would be great if, again, do I want Nia to be champion that long? At this point, I don't mind it. What I would do personally is have Nia retain until WrestleMania, and then the Rumble winner, Trinity, Naomi, beats her. The Raw side, I would have.
And then you have Tiffany cash in and take it from Naomi.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Okay. I can buck with that.
Pull a Seth Rollins and make it a triple threat.
No, don't make it triple threat. One side of the bloodline has to defeat the other, but then Naomi comes out with a major axe to grind because she finally bested Naya, got a leg up for the family, and then frickin' Tiffy came in here and pissed in the Kool-Aid. That's brilliant, and that way we don't have to necessarily deal with Charlotte and Tiffany. I know a lot of people aren't keen on that. I personally want to see it, but I don't want her to cash in on Charlotte having one other title or Charlotte be the one to spoil Tiffany's party. Like, I don't want that. I want them just the two of them for now. And Charlotte doesn't need to be champion when she comes back, or put it into a title program when she comes back. I just want to see Charlotte come back and show that knee injury is what motivated her to come back better than ever.
Dude,
That's
they
what I
love
want
Charlotte. She's probably gonna come back and win the whole damn chamber and get her title shot.
I understand that that's the way of thinking, and I'm not going to disagree with it because it's a lost cause with this room, especially. It is what it is. But as far as the Rumble predictions go, I would like to see Roxy win. It just depends how her NXT Championship run continues on. There are a lot of women in NXT now that are gunning for Rox, so it's just one of those.
I said I wanted number 1 to be Jade and number 2 to be Bianca. That way you're forced to have to make them fight each other.
Oh, getting the demolition spot. I'm okay with that. I'm actually okay with that. Just not necessarily like beefing, but like having to fight, and then number 3 comes in and they work on them. I actually like that idea.
Or would they even fight? They could just stand there for 2 minutes bullshitting with each other, posing and flexing.
Doing push-ups.
They could.
And then just wait for number 3, because it's something we would have never seen before. The Rumble is one of those matches where you've kind of seen it all. So to have a spot like that where we've never seen it before.
We get an impromptu 2-minute fitness competition. They start doing sit-ups and shit.
It would just depend on how the crowd reads. Like, if the crowd is shitting on it, they may not want to. I mean, it's only 2 minutes in theory, so it's not like the end of the world if they do that. But at the same time, you got to read the room, especially in a big old stadium like that. If you got that many people shitting on it, they're like, oh, no, it's fucked up. So, hard to say, but I wouldn't be opposed to it. I always like having the tag team start the Rumble spot. They don't do it very often. So, Chris, I am always happy to get along with people I'm on the panel with, as long as they're not attacking me on Twitter when I make a point that turns out to be incorrect. As far as being more respectful, I'm not wearing the hat I'm not wearing. It's sitting right here, but I'm not wearing it because I was told to be a good boy. So I'm trying.
You weren't told, you were asked to be.
Yeah. Now, and I said I couldn't, so I'm trying very hard to. But
I'm JJ Williams, and I approve this comment.
Yeah, I know. Look, it's like I said when I had my PayPal thing earlier. It's either going to be for celebration or commiseration. There's going to be no in between when this is all over. It's not there now. I picked it. That's I'm home now.
I was just trying to give the solo shot of the link so that people could see it better.
PayPal.me/Jeff Meacham. That'll go toward the Jeff Meacham gets fucked up at the club tomorrow after this election fund. Because that will be a thing. Although I'm going out Friday too. And I'm going to a comedy club that I'm not familiar with to be somebody's +1 because I'm a schnook.
Okay, I'm going to pull up Beavis and Butthead real quick. There's a county called Beaver County.
Yeah, I
know. What's funny is the first time I learned that Oregon was the Beaver State was when I was up there in 2003, and we had the whole start of the relationship with Noah Donish because I made a point that here I am up here in the Beaver State, not getting any beaver and just getting attacked by this punk kid. What a life. Not a beaver in sight either, I'll tell you what. It's way up there in the hills. But anyway.
See, I don't want to see that. I would rather Rhea win the chamber.
Yes.
Because she's already won a Rumble. Let's let somebody else win the Rumble.
Yeah.
I kind of I know everybody's predicting Roman, and I want to see. I'm just on the thing with I hate repeat winners. Like, let other people win. Like,
especially the women's. The women's. There have been so few of them. There should be no repeats for a long while.
Exactly.
I'm not opposed to repeat winners, but we literally just did back-to-back years with Cody.
Exactly.
We don't need to do back-to-back years with Rhea.
Mhm.
No, especially since yes, there's a ready-made program when she comes back from the fractured whatever the hell happened to her. But that's with Raquel more than with Liv, I think. Yes, they wrote it where it's both of them, but I want to see a definitive non-Rhea match with Liv or whoever is champion at WrestleMania. If Liv's not champion at WrestleMania, then you put Liv and Rhea together and just blow this thing off once and for all.
And
My
while we're
opinion.
at it, while we're talking about repeat winners and things we don't like, I don't like the fact that a chamber is for a title shot as opposed to a title. It's like you're gonna want me to go through hell, fire, and brimstone and everything I gotta go through just to get a shot at maybe winning the title. Damn it, I
Yeah.
want the title. No,
Well,
I'm
well,
going through. I'm putting my back on the line. I'm going through plate glass windows in the chamber. The chamber was meant to where you got to prove yourself to be the champion and that you're worth having to get to WrestleMania as opposed to coasting because you just defeated 5 other people.
well, see, I disagree because the brutality of the chamber is not as long of a match demanding on the body to earn the title shot, but it definitely is brutal on the body. I'm okay with the chamber being
Plus
for
now
a title shot.
they kind of pat the floor now.
We're not supposed to do that. We're supposed to suspend disbelief. It's not really the chamber. But again, this is where my fandom collides with my humanity. Because man, I got to feel part of the original chamber at one of these access events, whatever it was, and it's like I wouldn't want to land on that at my heaviest with all the padding underneath my ass. These guys are in shape; they're just flat backing it, and it's like, oh no, no, no. The fact that Shawn Michaels' last world title reign came out of the chamber. This dude had a back injury kept out 4 years. Let's throw him in a chamber, huh? Like, what are we doing to this guy? So no, I'm okay with it being for a title shot. I'm also okay with it not happening every year. That still can be a thing. Like Hell in a Cell isn't every year now. We have to earn our Hell in a Cell privileges, by God.
Oh, I got one. Since you just said I'm also good on not having it every year. What old pay-per-views do you miss and like kind of wish they brought back besides King of the Ring? Because we all said that all the time, especially me
Ooh.
because it was my birthday.
Ooh. I'm going
Go ahead, brother.
first.
Go ahead.
Taboo Tuesday / Cyber Sunday.
Thank
Mhm.
you.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Shenanigan Saturday. What you gonna call it now? Because it has to be a Saturday.
I mean, not
No,
necessarily.
they could do it Cyber Sunday.
They can do an NXT Taboo Tuesday special episode.
Yep. There you go.
Or Cyber Sunday as an NXT special.
There you
'Cause
go.
They tend to still do Sundays.
See,
But yeah,
my whole thing
that's
was
the one that I missed the most because even though there were certain things that was like, is this really legit? Kind of like the election sometimes. But is this really legit? Like the one that always stands out is the Shelton Benjamin going for the IC title because nobody saw that coming. And they've even admitted as such. Like they've admitted that they were prepared for, I think, Shawn Michaels to go out there and challenge for the IC title.
no.
And it wasn't him because it was when Jericho was champion.
Yeah.
And they were
That
expecting Michaels so that they could have the Michaels Jericho thing. And Shelton ended up winning, and Jericho ended up calling in the ring to have Shelton win.
I think you could be confusing the years because the first Taboo Tuesday was Shelton beating Jericho, but it was also when Shawn had that ridiculous knee injury, and the people still voted him into the world title match against Hunter. It was like,
Okay.
I don't have a knee. Like, what are we doing? He's fucking crutching it to the ring, and he's still wrestling a banger of a match because it's fucking Shawn Michaels. Yeah, I could
I'll be
not
right
believe
back,
that.
gentlemen.
Yeah. That was one of my favorite things. It was Taboo Tuesday / Cyber Sunday. I don't mind the theme shows. I just don't like the theme shows based around a gimmick match. Like we have like 400 Hell in a Cell matches in history now because of shit like that. Hell in a Cell should be special, and I'm glad they have the original Cell as far as like the material back, not that stupid red freaking red crate of hate, which you can buy that shirt still on Person Tees, by the way. It's good shit, pal. Or the overexposure of the Elimination Chamber. I still say Money in the Bank should be a WrestleMania prize. You have 2 nights of WrestleMania. You have a Money in the Bank match on each night.
I do miss that being a WrestleMania, and Shelton Benjamin stole a moment there too.
So, Mikey, were you and Jay at WrestleMania that year? 2005?
We watched 25. We went to 21.
And 2005, you watched WrestleMania 21 in person.
Yeah.
At Staples. Yeah. Lee and I were the only ones that didn't go to that, and I'm bummed because WrestleMania was. I was at Raw the next night, but yeah, that WrestleMania was good, and yeah, Shelton defined those early Money in the Bank matches. It's just I feel like they jumped the gun too quickly when they thought, oh, it has momentum, let's give it its own show. It's like, man, we've already got a Hell in a Cell pay-per-view. We're going to turn the Chamber into its own pay-per-view. We're going to get at least 1 or 2 of those each year on both sides of that. Now you're having 2 Money in the Bank matches a year. Or you were for a while there with the guys, and it's like, nah, it needs to be 1. They scaled that back, and then they added the women's, which is fine. That's why I still say, up, Kings won, woohoo, yay. I mean, I'm turning on the news, but I don't want to.
JJ's gone for the moment, so there are 2 more projections.
Yes.
I'll put them in the private chat so that he can.
Okay.
Was Evolution a one-off pay-per-view for the ladies?
Yes, unfortunately, it ended up being a one-off.
Could that
It wasn't
work?
supposed to be.
What if we bring that back, maybe on a biannual basis?
Yeah, I think Evolution could have been done. And again, even at that point when they had the Women's Rumble in place and they were really starting to showcase them at least quasi properly, they still didn't fully pull that trigger. And then it just kind of didn't happen. And Mickey tried to do it in the NWA. So it's just been one of those. I wish they would at least try something. My only thing is that I think Evolution at the point they did it was good, but now they've made the women such an integral part of the regular weekly shows that giving in their pay-per-view almost seems like pardon the expression and the vulgarity, but it almost feels like a pity fuck. Like, here, you guys get your own show. And it's like, wait a minute, so we can't be on the shows with the guys. Like we have to have our own show to get properly showcased. No. So I don't know if it's a good idea necessarily. I liked the concept, but I think if it had it stayed more than one and done, then I would be okay with it being here. But if it comes back, it's going to be like, just seems like a courtesy at this point, more than a popular by popular demand. Sorry, the whole projection thing's throwing me off because I'm getting nervous now.
Yeah, me too.
We also have 2 slash lines, by the way, if you're typing that, Walter, just so you know.
No, this is JJ's thing. That's not me.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, I pointed out that it was away. But yeah, I like to see.
He's probably got to do the breaking news because of the 2 that just got called.
Oh.
I put it in the private chat.
Okay. I just don't know how many electoral points each one was.
Okay.
I saw that the total, so I updated it, but I didn't know how much each state gave, so that's why I didn't go ahead and do it. But yes, apparently Kansas and Iowa both went to Trump, bringing the total up to 207 for him against Kamala Harris's 91.
They both have 6.
Thank you, Mikey.
So even Kansas can't carry on wayward sons. There'll be no peace when they're done voting in Kansas. Anyway.
I'm back. I had just gone to the bathroom real quick. I'm back, but I'm going to stay off camera because dinner is barbecue, so I don't want to be like all messy if I eat it. So
get that. You know some things about barbecue in Tennessee.
Yeah, of course. For mine, of course, the one mine's King of the Ring. It was in June, and it's my birthday month, and my mom always it held something special for me. So if they
Yeah,
was to do that, I miss that.
I like King of the Ring being back in this event. I like that they're making that Saudi exclusive because they're so nostalgia heavy over there. Like it makes sense,
Mhm,
right?
mhm,
I wouldn't mind it being stateside though to go see one, but
mhm.
yeah, I'd be okay with King of the Ring coming back, even stateside. I'm okay with the way it is now, but I really feel like they should not make the shows centered around a gimmick, just a theme, like Backlash, like Judgment Day. Well, I mean, I can't Judgment Day because they have a faction like that now, but just certain events need to have a theme, yes, but not themed around a gimmick match. That was my
What
biggest problem with the B shows.
what America? What a miracle that on an election year they didn't bring back capital punishment.
Right?
Eh,
Yeah, that was only good because it was in DC. You did it in any
yeah.
other part of the country, you're like, okay, like whatever. I do like the way they're theming the international pay per views based on where they're at. That's cool. Bash in Berlin was great.
Mhm.
Clash at the Castle being in the UK area is always good because there's more castles there, and in France, I think France is the most castle heavy. I'll have to go back and watch the Imagineering specials on Disney Plus because I think they said that France is the most castle populated country in the world. So having that show at in France would be fitting too. Yeah, it's and again, this is going to sound like I'm harping on AEW, and I'm not trying to. Although I made that beautiful graphic, and I am going to use that every chance I get. I really feel like WWE has had to step up their game when it comes to the payoffs because their TVs have been great and now their PLEs are also great. Whereas AEW, the TVs are hit or miss most of the time, but the previews always tend to deliver. WWE's got that balance, and they're doing that by using the markets. Even Atlanta, hot crowd. They were into Bad Blood. Vancouver's probably going to be majorly into Survivor Series because they don't, Survivor Series in Canada always smells like trouble.
Mhm.
So, Survivor Series in Canada is going to be an interesting night for whoever's involved. That's the other thing we didn't bring up during the whole bloodline discussion. What if Sami Zayn, who is Canadian, and Kevin, if he's involved too, what if they end up screwing the bloodline and there's one back for Brett? We're screwing you guys now. And I think that's petty and silly, but again,
We got a new project. Oh, these are just Senate people. Never mind.
just kidding. Made you look.
Well, we got the first African American Senate. Is Democrat in Maryland.
Well, there you go. That's cool.
Delaware has Lisa Blunt Rochester, another African American. She just won the Senate. Blue.
It is blue.
She's the first one
WW.
from Delaware ever. And
There
now
you go.
New York went blue too. Kristen Gillibrand.
Trying to think what the best option would be to watch the news, since I'm gonna have it on mute anyway, and
Oh
game's
my
over.
God, Ted Cruz won Texas. How?
How is he still running for stuff? Again, I'm not. Again, I promised JJ I would be good if I came on, but man, Ted Cruz is a whole other deal. My goodness.
I hate that he has my last name.
Right.
There is no
I feel
relation.
that.
I was going to say, is there a relation to that?
No, he's Cuban. Of course, Mississippi's Roger Wicker. It's red.
I'm seeing a lot of red, folks.
Wyoming, John Barrasso.
But again, it's still early, and the polls don't close here for another few minutes. So, and they're not. What the hell?
207 to 91. If she can't lose any more states, basically, he wins one more. He wins Pennsylvania. It's really
Walter,
over.
I've looked at the numbers on that one. Don't say that one yet. I really
don't think there's a high chance of her losing California. So I can't make myself believe the voters in this state are going to vote for him. And again, that's not bias. That's just factual information. Like, I don't see that happening.
If she
I've,
does, then
I've
they're
put
all
together
high.
I've put together the numbers. It's still mathematically possible for her to get
Win.
enough to come back. It's
Okay.
just every time red goes up there, it's getting closer and closer.
So
Yeah, that's how math
ABC
works.
News has 210 and 91 for what it's worth.
CNN still is 207. That means he won one of the 3 state ones that they just didn't call on CNA yet.
Yeah.
Connecticut has 7. I'm pretty sure Connecticut is going to be blue.
Yeah. I don't know. Connecticut's been back and forth, no?
Mm-hmm. Here's key race alerts. I thought they called Ohio already.
Okay,
Why are
I'm
they
back.
showing that?
Officially. Iowa, they called.
Yeah, and Kansas.
Well, no, but we
That's
announced
true.
Ohio
No, they
earlier.
did call Ohio.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I
what I'm
was gonna say.
saying. They called Ohio.
Oh,
Why are they
the
showing?
Senate.
Oh, they're talking about Senates. That's why.
The
I'm like, why
Senate,
are they
that's
showing
why.
Ohio? Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
You
So
had me confused. Walter Jesus.
That's not new. Ohio's always red.
Make sure I show the label here. This is not alcoholic going into my cup.
right.
Well, it's about to be alcoholic at the end of this night.
I am not getting lit.
Well, no, Jay. Yeah, I think I'm going to be the worst, okay? Because I was the worst 8 years ago, and I was vehement 4 years ago about it. So it's
It's bad for me.
I agree with Cleaver here.
No, I do too. I really think that they need to start taking the big 4 to these international markets. I'm not saying I want to lose them necessarily, but London is clearly ready for a WrestleMania. Clearly. Or somewhere in the big UK.
If you go to Japan, you can do every one of the big 4 except the Rumble because Japan respects it and they're too quiet. You can't do the 10, 9. You can't. Just don't do Rumble in Japan. Everyone else, you can do it.
You know what though? The Japanese crowds have kind of caught up. If you watch the more recent Wrestle Kingdom shows, they're into it, man. They're rowdy. So, and WWE crowds always are different over there compared to any other wrestling. So there is that. Oh God, there's Ted Cruz's face. I can't turn the news off. Come make me barf.
I can't believe he won that.
Yeah, I would. So my other thing is, depending on how they do it, I think the Royal Rumble is the only other of the big 4 they can pull off 2 nights and make it work. 1 Rumble per night, and just pad the undercard. Survivor Series is the only one I think it doesn't work. If they want to do 2 War Games matches, then yeah, it works. But that's a lot of War Games. That's like oversaturation of that heavy a match, at least for me.
Unless you do one night of all classic Survivor
They're
Series
currently
matches.
doing 2 War Games matches already, aren't they?
Yeah.
Well, right, and that's. I don't think they should be doing that. I really think they should scale it back to. Like I said, I understand it, but I felt like at least a good chunk of the women's War Game matches have felt like they just kind of like pasted them together with Scotch tape and Elmer's glue. It's like, okay, let's just make this a thing so we can have a War Game with it.
You really have to have some legit heated rivalries going on at the time, or it just doesn't work. Like it just unless you have enough people being involved in a rivalry, then you scale it down to 4, and maybe you do night 1 is all old school Survivor Series, and night 2 is like maybe 2 or 3 matches, and they're all inside that War Game.
My only thing is, it's like War Games at least until 98, and that 3-way clusterfuck that it was all about personal rivalries. The NWO versus the Horsemen, NWO versus WCW, the Horsemen versus the superpowers, the Horsemen versus anybody. I mean, because with War Games was the Horsemen's match. I think even the early NXT War Games was, the Undisputed Era versus whoever. Rhea and her babyface group who were all beefing with Colin's sick of paying money. I feel you, brother. I do. It works, but I don't want to feel like it's being made to work. I love War Games. I always did. Even the WWE edits of it. I still consider the fact that I got to go to a Survivor Series and NXT War Games. I saw War Games in person. Yay me. I finally saw the original Hell in a Cell material in person when I saw WrestleMania the last year. So I'm a sucker for old school. I'm a sucker for the nostalgia, all the things. So I don't mind the big 4 being 2 nights if they can work the stories right. The Rumble, it makes sense. You've got 1 Rumble each night. If there's a solid enough feud on the female side to warrant a War Games, then yeah, go for it. But the other shows should be 1 night, and they should have a distinctive theme. As far as taking them international, like the chat said, the UK is definitely ready for WrestleMania. They've had a SummerSlam, they've had other shows. Make it happen. I feel very center now. Anyway,
Mr. Barbecue Man.
but I would definitely test the waters a little bit longer. I would say have. And the other thing is, we haven't had a 2-night PLE in a foreign market yet. That'd be interesting to see if they can pull that off.
That's a lot of pre-recording for Raw and SmackDown.
I mean, they're doing that anyway.
Yeah.
This coming year, I see a silhouette of Jay pointing at the TV.
No. I was thinking,
Oh, okay.
what if we did a 2-night PLE from different venues?
Okay.
Almost like a WrestleMania 2 situation, but not all on the same day.
Okay.
Like you could have night 1 at the Garden in New York
Okay.
and night 2 at the Staples Center in Los Angeles.
Okay. I wouldn't be opposed to that necessarily.
It would work if you kept your roster actually separate.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, that's a little brand split or whatever.
And then piggybacking, just because my feed was super choppy. I don't know how much of it was me or you guys. That's why I did the reboot. But the whole 2-night Survivor Series thing, I think, could work. Again, you have 1 War Games anchor each night. Because I'm not opposed to there being a men's and a women's like there is a Rumble.
No.
Even if the women's is kind of copy and paste and scotch tape, like I like the idea as long as there's enough of a good caliber.
Okay.
Like this year, I could definitely see Bianca, Jade, Naomi, Bailey, and then maybe one other taking on like Liv, Raquel, Nia, Tiffany,
Yeah.
and then maybe one other.
Yeah.
Just to make the 5-5.
Maybe that's how you get Charlotte to return. She's one of the participants because who knows War Games better than the Flyers.
And then the other side could be the return of Becky Lynch.
Yeah. Yeah. Interesting dynamic. Who goes on which side?
And then for buffering out the rest of the card, the return of the Deadly Game Tournament.
Over 2 nights.
Winner of the Deadly Game Tournament gets a title shot at the Rumble.
Ooh, I like that. I like that.
men's and women's tournament.
And the winning War Games captains get number 30 in the Rumble, too.
There you
It's all
go.
about stakes, baby.
And the losing War Games captain gets number 1 in the Rumble.
Oh, dude, we are, dude, okay. Aaron, I know you went to bed. It's past your bedtime. Wake up, Mimi. It's not the Mimis. No DQCAW can be booked by the Simply Reliable Studios. Just book our road to WrestleMania. Just fucking just telling you.
All right.
Because we know they ain't gonna book
We're
it
going to
like
be
that.
getting
It's
a
too good.
projection here, so if someone gets cut off, you know why.
Okay.
Now, what do we want to talk about?
Let's give something to talk about.
Oh,
I'm
I know.
surprised we're not getting more super chats or topics from the watchers. We've got 8 people
Yeah.
watching, but nobody is throwing topics into the chat room.
I know something we can do, but I guess we can wait this 45 seconds that there might be a projection.
That's
Right.
fair.
Yeah. Because
What
this is
tell
going
my-
to take a while. I'm pretty
what
sure
is
what I
on-
say is going to take a while and start fights.
What is on TV on 8 o'clock on Tuesday since NXT is about? What should I
Nothing.
watch?
That Damon Wayans show, is that Tuesday?
Which
That
one?
new show he's got with his son, Damon Wayans Jr. and his
Oh,
son.
I didn't. I only saw the ads for that because I'm a Paramount Plus person. I watched my stories.
Okay, the clock counting down. What's the projection? Let's go. Tap,
So
tap.
you know what though? So according to ABC News, the Georgia count's not declared, and Kamala got closer.
I know, but she was leading the whole time. It's Trump that got close.
What I'm saying.
$54 electoral votes for California to Kamala Harris, the 4 for Idaho to Trump.
And the polls just closed too, and they're already giving California the win.
There's no way that count's done. There's no fucking
know.
way.
I guess
That's
Idaho.
the issue I've always had with it.
Yeah. Yeah. If you go by the they haven't declared officially a lot of them.
He's literally up in Arizona by 1/10 of a percent. 1/10 of a percent.
Yeah, which it's jeez. There we go. The Ducks are playing Vancouver. Go Canucks.
Now
God,
he's up in
Hey,
Wisconsin.
saying that.
Dortmund's
Put
not
on your
happy.
Canucks, put on your Canucks Meacham jersey.
Oh, I gotta find that. It's back in the closet somewhere.
Dortmund's not too happy with you, sir, because but they beat your team.
Uh-oh. Argument in the house.
Yeah.
All right.
LA beat Minnesota today, so
Let's
You're the one stirring the shit. She don't give a fuck. Shut up, stat boy.
she cares.
I got something we can talk about. Like each of us will give like a hot take of something we know is gonna cause issues. Like for
Okay.
example, mine's I don't think Rey Mysterio should have won that Royal Rumble. He should have went to Chavo Guerrero. Eddie just passed away. That's his actual nephew. I know everybody loves Ray. See, I told you I was going to start fights. I know everybody loves Ray, but it would have made more sense for me if Chavo won that.
No. JJ knows what I'm about to say here. I've kept this shit dormant for a long time. I've been a real good boy about Rey Mysterio winning that Royal Rumble, but no, he shouldn't have fucking won it. I'm not saying Chavo should have.
Jeff has made his peace, and he's not as angry about it as he used to be. But me and Jeff have said that for years too. It should have gone to Chavo, or at the very least, given it to Benoit.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I don't. Again, this is no disrespect toward Chavito. For the most part, I respect what he has to say. His current postings are what they are. But Chavo Guerrero was never going to be a WrestleMania main eventer. That just wasn't going to happen for him. Like, I'm sorry, it wasn't. Benoit going back to WrestleMania's main eventer, I would have understood.
Mm-hmm.
But my whole thing with that is, if Eddie hadn't passed away, what was the plan?
Exactly. Yeah, I
Definitely should have gone with.
Yeah, it would have been Eddie versus Shawn Michaels if you believe the rumors. That would have been what the plan was if he didn't pass away.
With Shawn Michaels winning a Royal Rumble 10 years after he won his last one to set up a match with Eddie Guerrero for the title, take my goddamn money in Chicago.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, I understand what you're saying about Chavo, but you could have created a Chavo Mania, much like you did Kofi this many years later. Like
That's
that
true.
would have been the feel-good story. If you could have did it. He didn't have to win the belt, or he didn't, but at least he got there. Damn it! And it would have been one time in his career he could say he got that.
Like I said, I don't disagree with liking Chavo. I've almost always liked Chavo. I just he will never be, nor was he ever going to be Eddie. Eddie was the star. Eddie was the guy in that family, much like much like Randy Orton has far surpassed Bob. Much like there's a lot of names you can go on there. So I just, as much as I personally like Chavo, he was never going to be that guy.
I get it. But what would have been that? Would it have been that bad? I mean, we're talking about the same company that booked a 10-year-old to win the tag titles on WrestleMania. Like would it have been that bad if you would have did that?
That's different. We're talking about the world title here. As much as Triple H made that Reign of Terror his own with that big gold belt, we're talking about a world championship of the biggest wrestling company in the world. That's a little bit different than a 10-year-old having a haha as tag champions with Big Braun Strowman. Why I take this shirt off a little bit? I can put the jersey over it. I've had a hot jersey before, dumbass. Oh, while I'm thinking about this, totally off topic for a second, JJ and Mike will appreciate this, I think, more than Walter. The Ontario Reign have a TV deal with KCAL Plus. So it's like the Channel 9 feed that's not actually on Channel 9. And then they have a radio deal similar to the Kings on ESPN Radio. So the Reign are being broadcasted full time in major markets now.
Nice.
Yeah, I thought so. Good on them.
Congratulations to the Ontario Reign.
Love our boys, man. They are the future. They are the future.
It's great again with the Ice Dogs.
Mikey, let it die. It's okay. It'll be okay.
No, the Ice Dogs were the key part of Long Beach hockey. Bring them back. Make Long Beach great again.
The Ice Dogs were more iconic for California hockey than the Ducks were. I said what I said.
Goddamn right they were. And what the fuck is this new Ducks logo? The fucking logo looks like he has rabies. Stop me when I'm telling lies.
Getting burnt by jumping through the hoop. Actually found the jersey and put it on.
He found the jersey.
That shit'll never die.
Got to screen cap this and send it to Lisa.
Oh, here, take the shit down then off the thing here. I don't know if I can do that or not.
What thing?
Take off the names being displayed. Just for a second.
I don't know.
This is a weird ass image. I got a Vancouver Canucks jersey on. I got my horrible looking room behind me. Let me fix that shit too.
Hold on.
I've got the freaking presidential podium behind me. This is a very weird image. I don't remember. There we go. That's what I wanted. All right, there we go. This is for yesterday's birthday girl. Woo! There you go. All right, my voter sticker back on. Oh, there you go. All right. Anyway,
so you want us to give hot takes like that, Walter? Is that what you're asking for?
Yeah.
Oh fuck. Okay.
Wrestling related only.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, don't say shit like Latinos. And never mind. I'm gonna leave it.
Yeah. Finish that sentence. No.
No, you know what I want to say, but I'm gonna leave it alone.
No.
Let's see.
There should have been a rematch with God and Vince. No.
Like the obvious one, Booker T should have beat Triple H. Like, what the fuck was that about?
See,
especially after the people promo.
See, I'm on the okay. The whole problem with Triple H's run as world champion and in the world championship picture from 03 to 06 is that his promos would always cut down his opponent. Like the most infamous example is him going into WrestleMania against John. It's like, well, John Cena, who the hell cares? It's like, okay, Hunter. So if you beat him, you beat a guy you should beat, so no big deal. But if you lose, you lost to a guy that you shouldn't be losing to. How bad do you look? I always had a problem with that. And Vancouver got another one, 3-1 Vancouver right now. Oh, it's going to be a glorious hockey night anyway here in the Major Mass. If nothing else. But as far as hot takes, like would get me hate mail and letter bombs. God, I mean, I made a career off that, so I've kind of said my piece in the last 20 years. Nobody likes me in wrestling. Shit. I mean, there are a lot of differing opinions on things, but I don't know.
See, I'm just trying to think of something that's an actual hot take. You know what I mean? Like,
Come on, I know how your brain works. You got one in there.
I've got stuff that I've said, but I don't know how hot of a take it is.
Yeah.
Like the only thing I can think of right now without like overthinking stuff is Triple H's The Game Jim Johnston theme is better than Motorhead's The Game. The whole 1-2 is this on? My Time?
Oh, with the DX band on vocals
and everything, yeah, is
I
better
don't
than
disagree with
Motorhead's
it.
The Game.
Yeah. See, but I don't disagree with that. As much as I love Lem, I don't disagree with that.
I don't disagree with it either.
I think
I
My
just
Time
know how much people love Motorhead because I think about the episode of Open Mic Night we did a while back. I say a while back, like it wasn't before, but we discussed like who has the better musical legacy in wrestling, Motorhead or Downstate.
Yeah.
Because of all the themes the Downstate has done. And everyone except for me pretty much was like Motorhead, even though they've only done like 3 songs.
Right.
So I
And
think
they've all been
about
for
that
100.
and how much people love them. So that's why I figure that's a hot take.
Yeah, even as the Connecticut Blue Blood, I don't think Hunter's had a bad theme. That's why it doesn't seem like such a hot take. He's yet to have a bad theme, in my opinion. The original, the original theme was okay. The one he used before DX, the da 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 da, that's not a him theme. That's a commonly used song.
Yeah,
but it still fit the character. And then you went to DX, which DX music's iconic. And since then, he's had the right music in the right time in history where that kind of music was just the fucking jam. So the benefit. And yeah, a lot of us in society were like, nah, this is my time when it came to our parents, our employers, whatever the case may be in 99. So that song hit us right in the so even the instrumentals when he was starting to stray away from that and really teasing that baby face turn and then just freaking went right into the pre-lyrical game theme after he was revealed as the mastermind behind the Austin hit. He's yet to have a bad theme. But I do agree with you that the Chris Warren band, Jim Johnston, My Time is a better theme than The Game by Motorhead. And that's not, a shot on Lem because it's still a goddamn good song. It's just that song hit, the other song hit harder. You think about his great moments. A lot of them were in that first or second championship run with that song. The relationship with Stephanie, the feud with Cactus, dominating the year 2000. that was all with that song. So hard to disagree with it. Now, I will say that, Lemmy's contributions to his career post 2001 are awesome. You've got the game, you've got King of Kings, and you've got the Evolution thing.
I
So,
love the evolution thing.
there were two versions, if I remember right, but I think the other one was just instrumental, but it was still Motorhead playing it. So, but yeah, I'm biased both ways because I really became a fan of Triple H when he was using the My Time song. At the same time, as much as I love Motorhead now, back when he was using the Motorhead theme is when he was in the Reign of Terror, and I couldn't stand him. So that's where the bias, I guess, comes in for the Chris Warren stuff. Oh,
Okay. This isn't election stuff, technically,
okay.
but it's a hell of a thing. So I'm going to give the intro for it anyways.
Okay.
Greg just
Oh, yeah.
tweeted this image of Maven wearing
Yes.
his Politics is a Work t-shirt.
Yeah, he put that earlier today. I was going to bring it up, but I forgot. That's awesome.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Oh.
Yeah.
What great day for Maven to be rocking that. And it's
Yep.
Greg's birthday.
It is Greg's birthday. I'm
Happy
going to put a
birthday
post
to
out.
the
But
Pennsylvania sensation, Greg Cherry.
yes.
For Maven to be wearing that shirt
Yeah.
is just epic.
Yeah. I don't know if Greg sent him that or if Maven bought it or whatever, but yeah, he clearly had a reason. So good on him. It is a work. It's clearly a work because we've been worked for a year thinking that it's going to go one way or the other. And now we're like, row.
Well, and
well.
again, Google via the Associated Press has it a lot closer.
Yes,
They've
they
got
do.
it 214 Trump to 179 Harris.
That sounds a lot safer.
But
Oh, my headset.
still, as they're talking about on CNN, battlegrounds of Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, North Carolina, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin are all still too early to call.
Yes.
And Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, so far he's leading, but a very small percentage. North Carolina too, actually.
Oh.
So,
I'm going to put you guys on headset because the breaking news thing is loud and I'm getting text from the other room. There it is.
I don't know. I don't even know why people get so worked up. Either way, we just got to deal with
exactly.
it.
We've got to deal with it. And like we've said multiple times, we can't complain if you don't cast your vote.
Mm-hmm.
If you are of age to go to a polling place and make your voice heard and you chose not to, that's on you. I think I just discovered my least favorite county. There's a county called Bucks County. Fuck the Bucks.
Mm-hmm.
You look like you're frozen, Jeff.
I am frozen. Give me I'm not frozen, but it's not
Now you're
connecting for some reason. Let me try going out and come back in.
It's okay.
It's a
We got a
projection.
projection. Oregon has been called for Kamala Harris with their 8 electoral votes, taking her up to 153 to Trump's 211.
He's only up by 3,000 in Arizona, and it's 46.6 to 46.5. That's crazy. 1/10 of a percent.
Testes, 1, 2, 3.
You're good.
Okay, there we go. Very good. Okay.
Oregon was just declared for Kamala Harris while you were rebooting, so
That's because Oregon knows where it's at.
8 electoral votes to her.
Another weed state, by the way.
Hell yeah.
All the potheads voting for the black woman. Just saying.
You know, yeah. What's funny? My aunt who lives in Oregon, actually, she's gonna be here on Saturday to help with my mom.
Right on.
She was one to turn my mom first turned her on to the CBD capsules that I use now. So yes, very much is a CBD cannabis state, Walter.
Mm-hmm.
So lots of trees up there too. So Oregon's beautiful. Circumstances being different, we probably would have moved there a long time ago.
Lots
But
of trees. The
things,
kind you smoke and the kind you need to breathe.
yes, yes, quite so. Yeah, it was. I only been up there to visit and stay once since they've been up there. That was in 2003, the summer of '03. But I would love to go back and who knows? I might move there once Dylan is able to do his own thing after June of 2026.
Well, Aaron resided there for a little bit.
He did. And he enjoyed his time up there. He just happened to find love halfway across the country, so he bailed. That's what it is.
They called it puppy love.
Oh God, no, mentals are bad. No, Walter, it's a bad Walter. Anyway, I'm trying to think of a hot take. I can't really think of anything that either I haven't had universally agreed with, or it's not really a hot take. It's just an opinion that it's I don't know. It's a very interesting question you pose when you're presented it on the spot, because it's like, yeah, I believe such and such, but most of the time when I'm on these shows, I don't tend to have anybody disagree with the hot takes, because I don't usually mention hot takes because they cause trouble. Kind of like today on Twitter. Mixer, what the hell ever. Although, hey, posting that little clip of Ricochet's interview with Van Vliet's got me like 60 something thousand views last time I checked. So every once in a while, post something positive does not turn out to be a bad thing, because the conversation reinforced my point. I've always told everybody here and everybody watching at home, wrestling should not be about being forced to watch. And if somebody is forcing you to watch us, please, take the gun out of their hand or find a way to get away and call 911. I mean, that's just silly. Ricochet and Van Vliet were talking, comparing it to a buffet. You don't walk into a buffet and go for the stuff you don't like just to go bitch about it. You go find the stuff you like, you sit down, and you fucking eat. That's what the interesting game feels like. It's like they seek out the stuff they don't like. It's like, if you don't like what you're watching, these are your friends. Said that for years, and it's nice to have somebody more respected than me in the community, like a Chris Van Vliet. People like Ricochet, who again, he's polarized right now because he and his old lady both left WWE, and they're very vocal about it now on social media. But I like them both. I really do. So I enjoyed his interview.
Mikey, do you have a hot take?
Sadly, no, I do not. Sorry.
Mikey's a peace-loving motherfucker. He loves the peace, except when it comes to him being ragged on for his baseball teams or sports teams and his choices. Hey, you know what though? As much as I'm an Angels person, I'm happy for Otani. He was not going to win a World Series in Anaheim. It wasn't going to happen.
Yeah, I said that I think during Game 5. I think that was one of the last things that I mentioned, that Otani-san gets a ring now. He just had successful shoulder surgery as well.
There you go.
To fix the partially dislocated shoulder that he had in game 2, I believe that was.
Yep.
Unfortunately, you know how the media, they wanted that matchup. They wanted that Otani versus Judge, and instead they got Freddie Freeman, which is a better scenario.
Hey, you know what? Aaron Judge got himself a great gig though out of that whole World Series. He gets to go to the Times Square on New Year's Eve, and everybody can watch him drop the ball again.
But
Too soon.
never too
Never
soon.
too soon. Who the fuck you talking to?
That
When
was just like
Walter and
the
I was calling
slogan
that,
of the Casa D18 Studios. Never too soon.
Never, ever.
we were calling that, and we're like, the Yankees were going up, and then they just
Never
The
too soon and
Yankee,
never too much.
the Yankees had one good night, the same night that the Kings, both the Kings and the Dodgers broke a streak. Because Tuesday night last week was the first time since the previous Thursday that any major LA sports team had lost. Because prior to that, each of the major sports teams had won their most recent game. The Rams, the Clippers, the Chargers, and the Kings and the Lakers and the Dodgers. But Tuesday night, both the Dodgers and the Kings respectively lost. And neither one of them deserved to win. The Dodgers went to Yankee Stadium and stepped on their own dick. And then the freaking Kings went into whatever the hell they were Tuesday night and just played like absolute dog shit. They did not deserve to win. Wednesday, both teams deserved to win. The Kings came in there opening night at home and just went to town.
Yankees stepped on their own dick Wednesday too. It was the 5 errors in one inning that screwed them.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The Dodgers went down in the game, yes, but they came back and earned it. That was great. I happened to be the benefit of having a fairly large house. I was hanging out with at my friend's house, and they basically has two living rooms. So one living room had the World Series, one had the hockey game. So I had the benefit of both. It was great.
So you were like Hannah Montana. You had the best of both worlds.
I did. I really did. And I was purposely not paying attention to the World Series until the Dodgers caught up because I didn't want to put the bad meat in juju by watching them. Watching the Kings seemed to help because they played better than they did Tuesday night. And the Kings only lost one game at home, which is awesome. Since they finally opened the arena for us Kings folk. They've lost one, and quite frankly, they deserve to lose Saturday. That third period was awful. It was just the shits. And they weren't really converting a whole lot during the first two periods. They just happened to get a couple of lucky goals, if we're being 100%. So the fact that Chicago came back and tied it and sent it to a shootout, which, hey, they still have yet to. They've only had one game with no points earned when they lost the regulation, just the one. So the Kings are doing well. I am happy with my hockey teams. I'm happy with the team playing the other SoCal team right now because they're up 3-1. There you go. And then there's the Cowboys, who we got. Like I said, we got our franchise player telling the guy we fucking suck. It's like, well, yeah, you do, Dak. How's that money working out for you?
Right.
Here's the hot take, and I actually had Dodger fans agreeing with this. Angels had the best player in baseball for a decade, and ain't done shit with it. Angels had Mike Trout for however long they've had Mike Trout now, and ain't done fuck all. And I had Dodger fans tell me, yeah, Mike Trout's the best player in baseball, but one player does not make a championship. And the Angels tied up all that money in him, but they couldn't keep the fucking pitching rotation on par, and they couldn't keep Ohtani healthy or happy either. Now we got one team who's geographically impaired, didn't know where the hell they fucking play their games, and the other guy went to the other team and won a World Series.
Dude, that fifth inning was like Game 6 of the 2012 Cup when we got that 5-minute major.
Just ring it up, baby. Yeah, it was like watching the bad episode of Benny Hill. It just kept fucking up.
Yakety sax.
That's it. Yeah,
he wants to move on from the World Series.
I do.
I
believe it. I believe it. Yeah, that's why I haven't been harping on the air too much about it because I know Greg's a Yankees fan and his teams are having a trouble. I mean, the Steelers, I guess, are doing okay. I don't know what the Steelers' record is right now, but Notre Dame goes back and forth. The Yankees made it back and they lost in a real World Series, not the pandemic World Series, so they've got no bitch now.
That would make it a hot take. The fact that people are like, move on.
Right. Well, no, I just found it funny for 4 years. Oh, well, they really didn't beat the Yankees. It was pandemic year. It's like, oh, the best one I heard this year was, well, you bought your team. It's like, you're the fucking Yankees.
Right?
There's a term called Steinbrennering because of you assholes. Like, shut up.
Yep.
We also bought our team. Our team just was better. I'm sorry. So,
Yeah, I
Yeah.
remember reading somebody that night saying, well, the Dodgers didn't win the World Series, the Yankees lost it.
okay.
It's like, but
Great.
wasn't the pitcher walking away from the mound when the first error was committed? Like he was
Damn
so
sure didn't run the
cocky and
first base.
arrogant and he thought it was over. If
He
he
damn
hadn't
sure
been
didn't.
walking away, he might have been able to help out on the play.
Yep. he
So,
damn sure didn't.
All
Little league
I know-
7-year-olds know to cover first base.
Fuck. He's right though.
Yeah.
Stat boy, help me out here.
Yeah.
Last
We-
time a New York major sports team played a LA major sports team in the finals of whatever sport that the New York team won.
Mhm.
Like Kings playing the Rangers or Dodgers playing the Yankees. The last time LA and New York squared off in a major sport final that New York actually won. Help me out there. Find that information for me. I'm dead ass curious on that.
So we're looking like the Giants, Jets versus the Rams, Raiders.
Lakers
We're
versus
looking
Knicks.
Lakers,
Yeah.
Knicks.
Yep. Something.
Can't say
Something where the New
Clippers
York
Knicks because the Clippers have never won a championship.
they do have themselves a nice arena though. I will say that. I haven't been inside yet, but our buddy Christian works there and he's impressed. And Christian, he don't impress easy. So. He's running Helm Fantastic Team the whole time you're searching. I'm okay with that. That's what it sounded like anyway. Yeah, it's just for all this media coverage that the New York sports teams always get. It's like, well, what's that to beat LA? Huh? Just like,
I
and
know
hey,
I know when the Knicks lost in '72, it was LA. They spanked the hell out of them.
and hey, Giants and Padres, how are you guys doing in November? Yeah, fuck off.
Womp womp.
Padres, womp womp. It's just Padres are like, hey, well, we're doing better. It's like you guys have had a good season. I'm not gonna lie, but the baseball's great Civil War will always be the Dodgers and the Giants. It started in New York, it now goes in California.
Watch it be in the '70s. You found out, Mike. Watch it be in the '70s.
Right.
I just know that in '73, New York beat LA because that was the Phil Jackson championship. That's the only one I know off the top of my head.
78 World Series, Yankees win.
Mm-hmm. Yankees win over the Dodgers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the last time any major New York sport. So 78.
In my lifetime.
How old are you? I was gonna say, how old? 1978 is not either one of you. It's after you guys. So yeah,
I'm 77, so I was only a year old.
So almost 50 years. Fuck off, New York. Like seriously, just fuck off with your crap.
47 years, I guess.
Yeah. 46.
46. Yeah, we're about to be 47. Yeah.
46 years without New York beating Los Angeles in a major sporting championship game.
That's because New York doesn't make it in the NBA anyway. He can't go past the second round.
they had a chance with Ewing. They really did.
Yeah.
It's just Ewing came along at the same time Jordan did. So
Jordan did. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
Should have taken advantage of the 2 years he was gone.
Yep.
And 99. He really screwed that up.
It's funny you bring up the retirement. I'm just now learning about what may have really happened there as far as Jordan being in trouble with some gambling stuff and they had to keep it quiet. I had no idea about that till like the last year or so.
And not getting along with Krauser and all that.
Yeah, well, who could? But yeah, I became a basketball fan in that era. Yes, we had Showtime, and I love me some Magic Johnson, but I really became a fan when Jordan started becoming Jordan. So to have him disappear for 2 years, I was like, "Brr." But when you're a
And
kid,
then
you accept the.
he tried to be Bo Jackson playing baseball, and that didn't work out for him.
The only
No.
time he did well was spring training. After that, it was.
The only
Which,
time
you
he
know
did
what?
well was the staged scenes in Space Jam. Fighting.
And even then they had him tank it because they were purposely trying to lampoon the baseball career for the reason he went back to basketball. But hey, him leaving made a great early storyline thread for Space Jam. It's like, okay, cool.
I still never saw the Space Jam with LeBron in it.
I haven't either.
Until I went and saw it. It was cute.
I want to, but I haven't yet. I also still want to see the house party reboot that LeBron was involved in.
I heard that.
Where they throw the party in his house.
Oh, I heard about that. Yeah.
Yeah, the Space Jam with LeBron, like I said, Dylan and I went and saw it in the theaters because he really wanted to see it because he's into LeBron. I liked it. I mean, it wasn't the original, but they modernized the story and they made it work. So, I always love the original. But that was a really timely, good movie for 1996, and the story just worked. Plus, I love me some Bill Murray. He's always fun.
And the soundtrack was a banger. I don't care what nobody
Yeah, it
says.
was. No, it was. Yeah.
Which one,
That's
the
definitely a hot take.
Yeah.
Yes, hell yeah.
I Believe I Can Fly, Fly Like an Eagle, the Monstars Jam.
The Monica song, For You I Will, whatever it was.
Yep.
Bugs Bunny's own rap song, Buggin', which was written by Jay-Z.
Yep.
There's something people may not have known. Jay-Z wrote Bugs Bunny's raps.
Yep. Lola Bunny making us think far too dark thoughts about a cartoon bunny. Like, we all wrong for that. I don't give a fuck. We all wrong for that. Freaking Lola Bunny making Walter compete with Lola Vice for the attention. My goodness.
Right.
My wife was Lola Bunny I think 2 years ago Halloween.
Was not a fan of the Lola redraw they did in the second Space Jam. Like they redesigned her. I was like, okay,
I don't even know because I didn't see it. I don't know what she looked like though.
I would say Google it if it's important, but I felt it was important. I was like,
I don't need that in my Google history. What does Lola Bunny look like now? I already got yelled at. I already got yelled at Saturday for Lola. So, well, hey, what the hell is that graphic?
What is this Lola obsession? What the fuck?
Mamacita.
I love the pops.
Go ahead, Jeff.
I was gonna say I love the pops that thing gets in the Ricky review. It just makes my fucking day knowing that I help make those pops every week.
Right. I did it first, and then you edited with his new personalized Instagram.
I did. That's fair. I did. I forgot you did that.
Because I had to. I wanted to try to virtue it, but make it very Walter. And I was like, we got to go with Lola Vice here.
Yeah.
And that
so
picture, that is just so perfect.
It is. It's very much like the old, like one of the original Trish Stratus fitness poses.
It reminds me of Grand Theft Auto Vice. It's Grand Theft Auto Vice City. Like when you first start a game and it freezes and while it's loading, that girl, that's what I think she was going for.
Makes sense.
I think that's why.
Vice City.
I think that's why the next GTA thing is belong to render because they haven't figured out what the screensaver is going to be yet. How do you top that?
I still can't believe James' documentary came before GTA 6.
Yeah.
James' documentary came before Cena's retirement. All right. Well, while we've got a few moments here, still got 22 minutes and change until the next polls close, which will probably be the next projections.
Yeah.
Gonna run the trailer once again, so watch your ears.
And now for a taste of things to come.
We are
What
back.
what we just saw was a trailer for all wrestling and the combats and the professional sports, even though there's no professional sports in there. But we do cover that when they're on the calendar.
Uh-oh.
So, Rutro?
North Carolina goes to Donald Trump with 16 electoral votes.
Ah,
She might be calling to concede by now.
Takes it up to 226 to 153 per CNN,
And he's up in Pennsylvania.
230 to 192 via Google the AP.
she won't concede until multiple sources have the 270, Walter.
I know.
227, brother.
In my brain, I ain't even
On CNN, 227?
Yep, 227.
CNN is saying
Okay, my bad.
227.
So I missed
Well,
it by one. My bad.
By
Missed it by that much.
But still, and then with the AP having it so much closer, 42 points.
Yeah.
I don't think she can cancel just yet. Concede
No,
just
I wouldn't. Yeah,
yet.
I wouldn't.
Minnesota, Virginia, Maine, and New Hampshire still teeter to her side of things, even though they haven't been called yet.
Yeah.
Nevada, Alaska, and Hawaii, there's no projection. Alaska and Hawaii will close here in 18 minutes. That's the
Right.
last polls.
Yeah.
And then
And,
Arizona, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin are still going towards Trump, but those could
Yeah.
always flip, just like Kansas and Missouri did. They
We'll
flipped
see.
from light blue to full on red.
We'll
So,
see.
Yeah.
Well,
And like Kamala's chair is telling her, get some sleep. We're not gonna get this shit settled tonight. It's not gonna happen. Like,
Yeah.
it's just not gonna flesh out tonight.
You know what?
you never know.
I got it. You just mentioned Cena before we went on a break. So I think Cena should break Flair's record. I really think he should get the title one more time.
I disagree.
That might start some stuff. See? Already got one disagreement.
Well, I know why he's disagreeing, but go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff knows my logic behind this. I disagree because supposedly, if internet wrestling journalists are to be believed, which there's a reason why we're the only reliable SRS of professional wrestling. But Cena was offered the opportunity to break Flair's record, and he said no because he didn't want to break Flair's record. If anybody is going to do it, it should be Randy Orton.
Yep.
He was hand selected to be the future of pro wrestling in the Evolution days. Orton is at 14 championships. So he needs 3 more. It's a little bit harder to get 3 in today's landscape than it is to get 1, I will grant you. And especially since Orton just came back from major surgery a year ago, his bump card is almost fully expired. Maybe I'm going to go on a stretch here. I say Randy's maybe got another good 5 years as long as he can stay healthy.
Yeah.
3 titles in 5 years is possible.
Mhm.
Because again, don't have to have a long title reign. He can win the title and lose it to a Money in the Bank cash-in.
Mhm.
And then he doesn't have to carry it for an extended period of time, but he's got another notch in the belt.
Right. My argument with it is it comes down to numbers. WWE is the only entity, and which is so stupid considering how much Triple H is a sucker for history, that it's not 16 for Rick.
Yeah.
It's just not.
It's like 21, I think AEW said.
21, which is what my numbers have always been. So at most 22. But
Yeah.
either way,
WWE acknowledges 16. So WWE will acknowledge someone with 17 as beating his record. We all know it's not true. It's just
Hmm.
like we all know Ted DiBiase was WWF champion.
that's
Mhm.
right.
Just like we all know the Rockers were WWF tag team champions.
Mhm.
Yep.
So it's like we know these things even though they don't acknowledge it.
Yep.
Flair's a
So
16-time champion because they don't acknowledge his other 5 reigns.
yes.
It's just like how they acknowledge Moolah as like a 52,000 day women's champion when she lost the title multiple times over that reign.
Yeah. And
So
and even if you count the NWA switches in between in those 28 years, he was still champion from 75 or whatever it was, 78 until Wendy beat her. That's still a goddamn long time for anybody to be champion.
yeah,
So women's wrestling not being what it is now, obviously, and we've all heard the 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 revealed history of the Fabulous Moolah. So there is that. Um, but yeah, as far as the hot take being John should be the guy, it is a hot take because I don't agree with it either. I it's not that I don't want John to be a champion again, but if he himself turned it down, then I don't think he should win it. Randy, if they're going to have anybody have that claim of the winningest world champion in WWE history, and here's the thing to consider: if you take Flair completely out of the equation, John is the winningest. He has 16. So if anybody should break anybody, it should be Randy breaking John's record, which would be major. That's how you finish both their stories. If John's retiring next year, at the end of next year, have Randy be his final opponent. Because I dare say he was his greatest rival, not named Adam Cole. And he's in AEW. So that's not going to happen necessarily. Never say never in wrestling, but you know, a lot
I
of
still
factors.
want Brooks Jensen to be his final opponent.
Well, that'd be cool for the Buchanan tie. Time out for a second, Jay. If you can, if you have access to it on the TV, turn on. I think it's channel 13, KCOP. I don't know if you have it on Hulu Live or not.
Michigan
No,
just
I'm
put
on
the light.
Sling because I knew that's what Walter would have and what
Oh,
Noah
okay.
would probably have. Noah was supposed to be here,
Michigan
Oh,
just put the
not
light
feeling good. He was
red.
having a headache and I guess a runny nose. So
oh, okay. I was just saying the hockey fights cancer Ducks jersey pretty slick. I like it. I'm not a Ducks guy, you know that, but they
Yeah, I
basically
know.
got the Wild Wing logo, but it's a purple and white hue with purple trim on the shoulders and a white jersey. It's slick looking. I like it.
speaking
Anyway,
of the hockey fights cancer, real quick, since you brought that up, any luck on tracking down the jersey I was asking you to?
I have not found one that would fit, unfortunately.
Got it.
I found like kid sizes. I found women's cuts that would just fall horrible on you. They're the wrong size. So I'm working on it. I have sent my contacts into the ether to attempt to track one down for you. It is slow going at best.
It's okay. I'm a patient man.
Yes. I yeah,
Okay,
both
I
of us
wish
have
I
long.
could bring these comments up onto the screen because seeing Mikey tell somebody it's not over yet when he's always the one that threw towels in prematurely just has me fucking cracking up over here.
Well, fucking read it. Who cares? Let's see. Let's see.
Walter saying that Michigan,
It's over,
Arizona,
man.
Wisconsin all turned red.
Yeah.
It's over. And Mikey's like, it's not over yet. And Mikey's the dude that would see a game be like 6-0 in the third inning and be like, oh, that's all she wrote. It's over. It's like,
Good night.
Michael, there's still 6 innings to go. What the hell?
Have you learned nothing from hanging around with Frank Meacham all these years now? Do you not understand you don't leave a game until it's over?
I've never I've only left a game once prematurely, and that was the Stadium Series, Kings versus Ducks, with the
He
family.
had to go to work.
No, you guys, you couldn't handle losing 3-0. We came into Dodger Stadium and we won. I didn't. It wasn't because I had to go to work. It's because I get out of the Dodger Stadium that quick.
Oh, then that was a Chuck Taylor decision, not a me decision.
Yeah,
I was going with the transportation. I'm not
One
getting
does not
stuck at
argue with
Dodger
he who
Stadium.
pays.
I'm not getting stuck at Dodger Stadium if I can avoid it.
You do not bite the hand that feeds you or drives you, Mikey.
Exactly.
well, I drive now, so how does that work?
And stand by.
Comments
There's going to be
many.
another projection coming here.
Uh-oh, here we
Comments
go.
many. Promise JJ I'd be good. Can't reply.
Good job.
What are they going to call Wisconsin?
Don't know. It just says stand by for projection.
Red 5 standing by.
If
Or
what
Ho-
she said is accurate, they may call all three. We'll find out.
Raggy.
Somebody may be too far ahead that they can call it now in some state. I just don't know what.
According
know this,
to
though.
Google, it's 2:30 to 2:05. So
That's way too tight to call. Yeah.
it's also possible that some of these will be called for Harris, them getting caught up. So
Yep.
I know this though. If you two come to Tennessee and I pick you up at Knoxville Airport, not only will I be crying because I'm happy to see you, I'll be crying because I'm picking you up from the airport in a car, and I'd be the one.
Washington to Kamala Harris with 12 electoral points. Brings her to 165.
There you go. You got that song for the Blues, and if you get it red, so voting him is red. It works.
Yeah, Arizona is 49.8 to 49.3. That's so freaking close.
Right.
Well, yeah, but remember their brains are cooked from the heat. So.
Well, Nevada is showing 73 for Trump and like 20 something for Harris, but
that's because
too early to call.
Yeah, that's because it just closed. Literally, they just closed.
Yeah.
No, they closed like 2 hours ago.
Nevada?
They closed before California.
Why did Nevada close so early?
I don't know.
That sounds.
Because they want to be in the casinos. That's
they had
why.
to close at 7. They closed at 7 instead of 8.
That's interesting. Okay. Can't be a curfew. It's fucking Nevada.
Right.
We know it's well, they're still gonna fight because they're gonna talk about the bomb threats and the thing with that machine that screwed up in Nevada and this, that, and the other.
That's okay. We're not gonna talk about things screwed up in Nevada with Mikey in the room.
Yeah, let's not go there.
Yeah, it's funny.
lack of screwing.
I turned on ABC on Hulu Live earlier to start. It was on in the background when I was getting ready to do the review. They were broadcasting from Henderson, Nevada.
Were they really? Wow.
At a mall there, yeah.
Okay. I know exactly where they were. Okay. Wow, that's funny. It's funny if you know. Anyway.
Dude, Minnesota needs to turn like blue. Like literally, the VP is from there. You guys still gonna vote again?
Hey, you know what? It doesn't matter sometimes, unfortunately.
Yep.
Speaking of ABC, I'll turn on ABC and see what they're doing over there.
Damn, 73 to 26%, as you were saying in Nevada.
Yep.
And I like this. There's an ad on the CNN elections like, we bought this ad space to give you 30 seconds of silence. Yep.
Thanks.
Just silence. It's literally a quiet commercial with just that writing on it.
Yep.
That's tremendous.
I'll stand by for another projection when they come back. And it's like, you're welcome.
So are you on CNN on the Hulu stream?
On Sling.
On Sling. Sorry, you said that. I'm sorry.
Yep.
He uses.
Like I said, I used I only used it because I knew that's what Walter was more than likely going to use, so I wanted to try to be as in sync with him as possible. And even still, he's like 2 seconds ahead of me, but that's not a big deal.
No, I'm 2
Yeah.
seconds behind you.
No, because you're ticking off the numbers before I am.
Yeah.
When you're saying like, oh, 22 minutes and
Uh.
8 seconds until the polls close, I'm showing like 22:11. So it's like,
Enjoy the Zen. Okay.
Yeah. See, I'm on the Spectrum app,
mhm.
and it just now turned 55.
Well, see,
So,
we don't have a counter. We're on a commercial right now.
so are we. I mean, I mean, the time just turned 55 as far as
Uh,
5 to the hour.
I've got
So it's even
56
behind
to
my.
the hour.
Yeah. See, my phone's at 56, but it just turned 55 on the app on Spectrum like a few seconds ago.
Okay.
So I'm definitely
And
behind.
again, I'm not on the Spectrum app, so I don't have a time right now. Okay, yeah, it says 11:55 Eastern on CNN right now.
Yeah.
Yep.
And we're
No.
coming up with a projection.
Yep.
Nebraska, but they're saying he's only going to get 3 of the 5 electoral votes for some reason. They're not giving him the full 5. They're only giving him 3 of it.
I'm on that, and
Interesting.
I kind of know the reason why.
That's how
So please
Nebraska always
elaborate,
is.
Mikey.
Yeah, I remember hearing that before in a previous election. So yeah, please get the news on that, Mikey.
It's coming up.
I'm definitely ahead of you guys now, by the way, Jay, for what it's worth.
I know it's got something to do with the districts or something. Nebraska's always
Nebraska.
split like that. Yeah, they can give 2
Yeah.
to 1 per 3 to one person and 2 to another.
So you guys watching on CNN?
Nebraska allocates 2 of its electoral votes to the winner of the state's popular vote, and it allocates the other 3 at its disposal by congressional district.
So they actually take part of it from the electoral and part of it by the actual number of votes.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
If you won the
And,
popular
they,
vote.
and they're allowed to do that now the other 49 states. That's fucking stupid. Sorry, it is. So for you guys watching CNN, the stat in the bottom right, this is 52% estimated vote. Does that mean the people that number of voters actually turned out, or what they've counted so far?
So far,
That's what's
what is
been
counted.
tallied so far.
Yeah.
Okay, because now I know. Okay, Nevada's coming up here momentarily, so I should have waited till they put Nevada's total up because there's no way that number I said would be accurate.
Nevada's only 2%. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, I'm like, that motherfucker's only 2% of the voters turned out. Fuck you guys. Okay, I feel better.
It says they
Well, I
close at
mean,
2 p.m. Eastern.
For Nevada, it could be only 2% turned out. The rest were in the casinos gambling, getting drunk. They resigned themselves to doom a long time ago.
That's right.
2 minutes left for the next closing.
It is our density. We're screwed. Fucking 12
So 4
a.m.
are at
Eastern.
stake for the next hour, which is Hawaii and Alaska.
Yep. And the numbers are just getting crazier and crazier in Michigan and Pennsylvania right now.
Whatever. We just got to deal with it regardless.
That is a red ass map right there.
I'm seeing red.
So what they're showing? Oh wow, man, they're really going in depth on this map and breaking it down.
I know. Because even they can't believe it. But anyway.
Well, no, look. It's going to come up for you guys in a second. They're going to like grid it by district or county. Look at the LA. Look at how LA County is just blue. Or no, that might be. Yeah, no, that's. I'm pretty sure that's LA County.
Oh, we lost Renegade.
Oh well, then he won't know. because he's the one that actually knows all he can because Walter live here.
I don't know, but I know pretty soon I'm about to start doing You're as smooth as Tennessee whiskey.
Right? No shit. Where's my honey? Where's my honey jack when I need it? That'll be tomorrow night. I am gonna get good and
We'll
fucked up.
bring out the
I don't
Terramana
care
if you want.
who has Terramana.
I have Terramana.
You why do I not have it?
I won't be getting Corona.
I don't know. Can I send Terramana through the mail and get you a bottle?
I don't know. Run the music. I think.
Yeah, come on. Well, I'll let.
Hawaii has been declared for Kamala Harris with their 4 electoral votes.
It's all right. Every little bit helps.
Such a small island and they get poor.
You know what though? It's
Well, they're not just
and
one
again.
island, like 5 islands.
Well, see, here's my problem with any of the coverages. They haven't called all these states they're labeling all these colors.
Because that's what is projecting so far, and then it changed the color once somebody else starts catching up or flip.
Well, what I'm saying is like they're showing. Okay, thank you. Yeah, the way it is right now, they're going to bring up the map here again with the circle around Nevada because it's annoying. Like, I don't think all those states that are red have been officially declared. They're just projecting, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Jesus Christ! Look at the breakdown in Georgia when it comes to holy moly.
None of the projections are official. They're just projecting because of the
Right,
numbers
right.
so far ahead.
Right. Well, you were right, Walter. Atlanta did come through on the Harris side. It's just everything surrounding it didn't.
Mm-hmm. The good old boys.
Good old boys. Just good old. What's that? What's that next song? Good old boys. They're just good. Or am I just
I
imagining
don't
that
know,
shit in my
but
head?
chat, we're like, give us stuff to talk about here.
Right?
Hello, chat. Where
We
are
have
you?
7
We're
people
dangling
watching and
on the
nobody's
vine now,
commenting.
right? We know you're there. We can see you. You're not John Cena.
Gunther Goldberg, something.
Fuck Goldberg.
I was going to say,
Talking about
don't get
Georgia.
Jeff
Fuck.
started on Goldberg.
Talk about Georgia. Fuck that Georgia boy and his bald-headed chicken fucking ass.
You know he's gonna have that retirement match.
Good. I hope Gunther puts him to sleep after he powerbombs him 40 times.
Here's a hot take. Here's a hot take. Bret Hart likes Goldberg more than Jeff Meacham does.
This is valid.
Wow.
This is fucking valid.
Damn.
Absolument.
Another projection.
Virginia and its 13 electoral votes to Kamala Harris.
That's the first time she got back-to-back ones.
Hey, Capital Confederacy. If the South won the war, we'd have had it made. Anyway, that's a lie, and it's not my belief, but it's what you hear.
Yeah, that's why they got to reenact the other way around every year.
Right.
See, Walter, at one point, Trump was leading by 100 electoral votes. It's now down to less than 50. It ain't over yet.
It ain't over till the fat lady
230
sings.
for Trump.
Numbers
230
don't
for Trump
lie.
to 182 for
Harris.
You done, Mikey? Can I talk now? Thank you.
There's a lag, Jay. Easy. I'm getting a phone call.
JJ's gonna reboot.
He's rebooting again, so
Okay, I told him to go away. I'm on the air. I cannot explain technology. I just know what I know. So on my end, they're showing Pennsylvania here. They're zooming on Philadelphia County, which is overwhelmingly blue, but
Pittsburgh is
the rest
too.
of the state is, yeah. It's just the majority of the state is still projecting red. So
She
it's
was leading in Pennsylvania this whole time until like the last half hour.
yeah. Well, but that's the thing, you know. They look at these two big cities, and they look even last time in 2020, Biden thumped Trump, and in that same county. But again, you know, she's winning this county, Philadelphia County. But when you zoom out, look at the whole state. It's just blood red, except for a couple of parts of Pittsburgh and the Philadelphia County. So it's like Harrison's advisor told her, we might as well get some sleep here before too long. They ain't gonna call this shit tonight. It's not gonna happen. I don't believe it will anyway. JJ is back with us.
That's a
Yes.
big lead.
Okay. I'm gonna say something. Everybody else be quiet. When I'm done talking, you hear me stop talking, Jay, say something.
Okay.
That was a 4-second lag with your answer. Just a heads up.
Well, no. I was waiting for you to say. I didn't think what you were saying was what you were going to say.
Oh, okay.
Because you're like, I'm going to say something. And then when you hear me stop, say something. So,
Oh,
like, I didn't realize that was what you were going to say.
okay. Well, this is what I'm gonna say. So you can start talking when I stop talking right now.
I hear you.
Okay. It's about a second and a half. Okay. No lag. So everybody stop talking over everybody. Anyway.
Yes, please.
Yeah. Again, you look at this Pennsylvania map. The entire bottom right, where Philadelphia is not the entire bottom right, but Philadelphia County, like they showed, they zoomed in Harrisburg and two parts of Pittsburgh, two burgs, I guess, of Pittsburgh are blue, as is Erie. But again, the majority of the state's just blood red. So
Franklin is red as hell.
yeah, well, he should be. He's old and he has bad eyes. Let's see again. Montgomery County's got her winning like hand over fist. So it's so random how this shit breaks down when you really zoom in on the shit.
Yeah.
Mikey should be doing this, when he's not out there Uber driving and making deliveries. Man, this is his jam, dude. The
Screw you.
finite numbers.
Screw
The
you. The next shift is coming in. Go ahead.
85% says is voted so far.
Yeah.
And it's 50 to 48% basically, almost 50.1 to 48.
Yeah. Yep.
The next shift is taking over on my job, and the people from Serbia just looking kind of red there, huh? Leave me alone. All right, damn it, shut up.
I mean, that's 19 votes. That's a big deal. That would bring Kamala Harris over 200 if she can catch up there, and it would bring Trump to almost 250. Just 21 away from that magic number.
Yeah.
Would this be different if Biden was in?
No. Nope.
I don't think so.
People were tired. The economy was like the biggest thing right now.
Yeah.
Although the economy is not even bad, people don't realize it.
Well, that depends on how you look at things. It's bad in certain areas for certain people.
Yeah.
When Trump was president, I had a steady job, more than one steady job. When Biden got into office, I had to go to rideshare basically to get any kind of work.
It was pandemic when he got elected. The biggest anti-Harris thing for me has been very simply this: she has been second in command for 4 years. A lot of people in this country don't like the way things have gone the last 4 years.
Yep.
What are you going to do that you haven't already done with Joe in charge?
That's what JJ
Exactly.
said.
That's the whole thing. And that's been my biggest bitch about her focusing the ads on attacking Donald Trump. It's like, dude, it's not hard to attack Donald Trump. It's like kicking a dead horse who's already partially glue as it is. Because so many people,
Exactly.
he keeps committing so many mistakes. What are you going to do that you haven't already been approving of or part of the last 4 years to put a lot of people that are decision makers in this country on their heels? Like, I don't know about this. And the
It's
other
because
thing is,
she couldn't admit the failures. What she should have ran on is defining what a vice president actually does, so people understand she couldn't do much.
but there was one interview they conducted with her. I don't remember how long ago it was, but she flat out said, she stood by Biden's decisions and didn't disagree with him or something to that effect. It's in one of the Trump ads. I try not to watch it because it just makes me gag, but I do remember that specifically. So it's it's very much the same thing in any other walk of life, be it sport, be it TV storylines. What have you done for me lately? And the vice president needs to show, or has needed to show this country what she can do that hasn't already soured the country on her, and in this case, the person above her. She had to prove to the American people that she could improve or do better than she's already done being number two. I,
Yep.
I, I said in the last 8 years that I didn't have a problem necessarily with, at the time, his 2016 policies and the way that the economy was shaping up under Trump. I just didn't like the fact that he kept inserting his ankle in his mouth by the time he was done talking, or the fact that he couldn't stop tweeting and saying just the things that he continues to say. Um, I don't have a problem with Trump's necessarily his political
Hmm.
policies, his beliefs. I have a problem with, but the way the policies were enacted when he was president, had the pandemic not completely kicked us all in the nuts,
Hmm.
he may have been reelected.
Yeah.
Um, I think there was still not enough opposition to him yet from
Yeah.
a personal disgust point of view, where it would have been a lot better. It was a close race 4 years ago, which is why
Yeah.
the whole argument started and why allegedly the insurrection happened at the Capitol. Um, but in the last 4 years, he's just up to the ante on his. And again, I'm trying to be unbiased, but I'm just
I
presenting it.
appreciate that.
He has upped the ante on his outlandish statements and the things that he has done, but the opposition has been so weak
Yep.
and just inaction, and in the country continuing to be sour on it. It's like this is the worst example of the lesser of two evils we've had in a long time. Nobody actually believes. I don't think that Kamala Harris is an evil person or a bad person. They
Hmm.
just She just doesn't show as strong to the people that needed to be swung one way or the other.
Yeah.
That's been the
My
issue for me the last year.
my biggest fear, my problem is that one, I'm brown, Latino, black, everything, and this country runs on a checks and balance system. Those people that actually kept them in check in 2016 are no longer there. Who's
No,
going to keep them in check this time?
and if you watch the bottom tote, the house is also turning red.
Exactly.
So that's going to be bad. If you are a anti-red, if you're not a Republican or a Republican supporter, if
Hmm.
everything goes red, y'all are in trouble. I'm in trouble.
This the
So
scariest thing is, you know, my kids are brown. They go out there,
yeah,
he gets full
yep.
immunity to police, and they can do whatever the hell they want and don't get any penalty. Like that shit is scary.
And if you believe the validity of Project 2025, there are going to be a lot of people that are in trouble, not just the minorities, as they're called, which I think is stupid.
The
There's no
elderly in
minority.
general, because he's getting rid of Medicare in there.
Elderly, the women, the minorities, everybody but the rich old white men are going to be in deep shit. That's just the way. If Project 2025 is a thing, if it comes to fruition, and if this election goes the way it looks like it's going, it's going to be a very, very tough point in history for a
4
lot of
years. It's
country.
going to be a tough 4
No,
years.
oh, no. I'll tell you this right now. If the election swings the way it's swinging, and if this project is indeed a reality, it's going to go beyond 4 years.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Beyond it.
Now, here's the question I have, and maybe Mikey can dig into this. And Jeff, I know you have knowledge of government, so maybe you already know the answer.
I'm listening.
If Trump wins this election, which, based on the numbers we're seeing, kind of looks like he will.
Correct.
Come 2028, would he be eligible to run for re-election?
No.
No, because he had his 2 terms. But
If
in
they
that
were separated.
Doesn't
Doesn't
matter.
matter.
it doesn't matter. You get a total
Okay.
of 2. Yeah.
Okay, that was my question. That was why I was wondering, because like I knew they weren't consecutive, but to my
Mhm.
knowledge, that's never happened before.
President
So that's why
Cleveland.
I wondered. Huh?
President Grover Cleveland.
Yeah.
He
happened.
split.
Yeah, Cleveland served two non-consecutive terms. I don't know if he ran after his second term because that statute wasn't initiated until FDR's 4.
Right.
The problem is
So-
he's trying to overturn that too in Project 2025.
That's what I'm saying. Mikey, if you can look up for me if Cleveland ran after his second term, that would be really appreciated.
I'm on it.
Because he's trying
Thank
to get rid
you.
of that in the Constitution, and basically he's trying to run it.
He's
like
trying to get rid of most of the Constitution.
He's trying to run it like a dictatorship, and he can't give up. He don't have to give up power.
No.
All right.
No.
I need to step away for a few minutes so that I can do dishes.
Okay.
Nobody is logged in, unfortunately, so nobody can hit the music if another projection comes in. But Walter, since you are on CNN, if you can announce any projections that come through, I would appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
I will be back as quickly as possible.
Okay. I can't wait to move and get a dishwasher too, because right now I am the dishwasher.
I feel that.
Actually, no, my oldest is. I make him do it.
How old your oldest?
17.
As he should then, damn it.
Yeah. I'm really worried about Pennsylvania.
So for those of you watching on CNN, they're really hitting hard on covering
Macomb County right now.
Look away for a second. Well, no, it's on Pennsylvania?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
So I'm seeing that after his presidency ended on March 4th, 1897, he was pretty much done with politics. He didn't run for anything else. He just was finished.
My question is, did he run in the 1896 election? That was my question. Is did he try to get a term after his second term?
All results are expected overnight. Wisconsin has a little bit of controversy. Something happened to 36,000 votes in Milwaukee, so they got to recount everything. So it probably won't get reported until between 2 and 4 a.m. tonight.
No, he did not.
Okay, he did not. Okay, so
he chose not to.
The only reason
he could have, though, but he chose not to.
Well, right. Well, that was my point. Anybody can run as many times as they wanted until Franklin Delano Roosevelt had his 4, and they said, okay, you only get 6.
Yeah.
Even if it's not consecutive. So. Yeah, you bring up the whole dictatorship thing. That's why a lot of people have been using the Emperor from Star Wars in meme comparisons to President Trump because it's trying to consolidate power.
I mean, that sounds like a scary situation to try and change the Constitution this late in life, or this late
Well,
in the history of it, just so you can stick around.
it's one of those deals. Um, pardon
But
me, I'm starving. I'm
she can
so freaking hungry.
she can keep running because she never was president technically.
Right.
Oh yeah,
It's one of those. Um, the whole point of the different branches of government is to keep the balance, to keep people in check. The president, the executive branch checks the legislative branch, checks the judicial branch. Well, he's got the majority in the Supreme Court now. The House or the Senate, whichever one it is that's at stake tonight, is leaning red, and then he's projected winning. So the majority, I should say, of the controlling government of the United States is going to be Republican or Trump named Republicans.
It's just, I don't know, whatever. Like I said, we got to deal with it. We got to deal with it. I'm just really nervous for my kids. And
Well, no, and you should be. It's I was very outspoken yesterday. I don't shy away from it. Linda McMahon, commented back to Mark Cuban about Trump doesn't associate with smart and intelligent businesswomen.
mm-hmm.
And Linda came back with well I would
Beg to differ or something.
just talking about how she built the WWF along with Vince from the ground up and made it a global empire. How she was the head of the SBA under Trump, and and women's unemployment was up, was down 75%, the lowest it's ever been. And it's like that's great, but if you're citing your running the WWF as an example of your strong leadership skills after this documentary just came out and your business practice, all your husbands are blazing hot topics right now, probably not a good look right now. And I took a shot and
You said, "Is it even
know,
your husband anymore?" or something like that.
yeah. I said I'm ashamed I ever let my son's then mother to be get near you and your dot dot dot. Is he technically your husband? And that was personal. That was petty, and I don't apologize for it because that's how I feel. But that's not exactly unbiased like we were asked to be. But it does befuddle me that so many people who I've known for years to be intelligent and rational and completely at a intellectual level that would negate this line of thinking that you know voting for him is going to be the solution to this problem. That's how I personally feel. Again, I have tried very hard to not let politics or this election in particular end friendships. It's becoming very difficult yesterday and today. I'm not going to lie. I had a comment on one of my posts. I put the screen cap of him going to the polls. I posted a screen cap of the same video I posted on Twitch, and I got taken to his task for it, and I was wrong. He's allowed to wear that where he voted. I don't think he should be, but I don't run the place.
I thought it was
I was
illegal
going
to
to wear
wear.
it.
I thought it was illegal to wear any kind of political.
I thought it was too, but apparently not in Florida.
And I still don't get how you can vote for yourself. It makes no sense.
Well, no, that's always been a thing. It's like, why else would you vote for anybody else? That's stupid. But I was told today to not wear this hat when I dropped off our ballots because it's very much pro one of the candidates, and it's illegal. Okay, well, I'm not going to fuck with illegal. I'm not going to deal over this shit. And I thought that was nationwide. Apparently, it is not. Florida allows that. Another reason why that state's bad backwards. Yes, sir.
Tennessee, there is a law or a rule, one of the two. You are not allowed to wear any clothing that endorses either
Yep.
either
Any
candidate.
candidate.
Yeah.
Any candidate.
So all the people that were pro-Trump that wanted to wear MAGA hats and MAGA shirts, there's a 100-foot boundary leading into the polls.
So they stood on the
Behind the boundary,
101.
you're fine.
Yep.
You're inside the boundary, you're subject to arrest or removal or whatever because it can affect the voters.
Yeah. And that was my family's point is, you know, it's illegal because I'm like, who the hell's going to give a shit about the opinion? The great and powerful Jeff Meacham when it comes to voting. Like, who actually gives that much of a fuck about my opinion in this area of the city? Nobody. But because it's a rule, I followed the rules. And I made the assumption, and that's what it was, an assumption. And we don't have as you assume that that was a nationwide policy. As I said, it apparently is not in the state of Florida, which is why you assholes in Florida, majority of you, there's some of you in Florida that are good,
yeah,
are bass backwards. It's like if the other 49 or whatever the states are. Well, I just got a battery low in my ear. Hang on a second. Hello?
Yes, you're good.
Okay, can I hear you much? So give me a second. Let's turn the media up. Hello?
Hello.
Oh, I still cannot hear you. What the fuck? Okay, hang on.
Well, while you worry about your audio, let me throw out here that leading up to the election, while I was ride sharing, a lot of pro-Trump people were in my car. And I started every conversation the same way. I said, look, I will respect who you are going to vote for or you have voted for. I don't disrespect Donald Trump. Okay. I may not like his mannerisms in the White House. I didn't like them when he was when he was the president. Okay. Like I said earlier in this entire watch along, I said he has some things put together that can benefit me. So if he wins, if it becomes official that he does win, he then now has to make good on his promise. And then, just stay out of the public eye as much as possible. Don't do anything that is going to make everybody, and I mean everybody on both sides, just like, oh, what are we thinking? Oh my God, what have we done? We can't stop it. What's going to happen? Oh my God, do this, do that. And anarchy can't knock it off. If it's possible. If it's not possible, I will respect your opinion. You respect mine. Bottom line. And thank you, big guy upstairs. Nothing bad has happened in my car with the rideshare people. Everyone's been respectable. Yeah. The only negative thing I can say is that somebody defaced Harris signs outside the boundary of the polling area.
Well, sure.
There were Harris signs there and there were Trump signs there. And somebody spray painted a big red Right to Censor logo on the Harris stuff. Lovely. Now, as a concerned citizen in Sevier County, I wanted to go, when I went to vote, I wanted to bring it to their attention, but I also did not want to disrupt the actual voting. I didn't want to go around and say, hey, somebody decided to vote to deface the Harris billboards outside. That means we should stand together and vote Harris. No, I wasn't going to do that. So I kept my mouth shut. Now that the voting is over and done with, we move on. What's going to happen next? The Electoral College is going to meet on probably on January 6th. They're going to tally up all the votes. They're going to make it official. One is going to win.
What is the official Electoral College count on CNN, Walter?
30 to 182, and I think the Senate won.
Say it again.
Republicans won the Senate too. 230, 182.
Yeah, see, I've got 230 to 194 here on ABC. So again, it's all fucking relative.
CNN hasn't caught up yet. ABC is like getting the first stuff.
Because New Mexico isn't called yet. And they're 90% done. Maybe that's the
New Mexico is not called. Nevada and then the upper Midwest states are still as is. See, Georgia and Pennsylvania aren't official yet either.
No, but they did turn kind of light red. And she was way ahead before.
See, ABC, they're showing the states that have not been called as like a gray or a black or whatever. They're not either way. So, but the Senate went to the Republicans.
Yeah.
Okay.
Damn, Connecticut closed a while ago. They still ain't even count Connecticut.
Now, there've been a lot of mail-ins, a lot of like walk-in and drop-offs. So they have to be meticulous, because not being meticulous in the past has proven foolhardy. So they have to keep it going.
Daniel said, well, Trump has officially killed me because now my hunger strike begins.
Daniel, please don't hurt yourself like that. Daniel, come on, man. Come on. Don't talk that way, please.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't do a hunger strike.
Come on, man.
Yeah. Okay, hang on. Okay, let's not I got a hand here. Let's realize that starving yourself's not going to not have him win.
It's not going to change it. Just hang out. Like I said, we got to deal with it. I mean, are we screwed with no lube? Possibly, because Diddy used it all. But aside from that,
oh boy.
So we still got New Jersey, New Mexico.
Yeah, there's still a long process to go. Like I keep saying, I'm sounding like a broken record here. We're not going to get this done tonight. It's not going to be over tonight before the rest of us have to go memes. I need to go potty. So you guys carry on here for a moment.
All right, we're back to the World Series coverage of the 2024 election.
Stop it.
Right.
Walter and Statboy back at it again, and I gave you top billing this time.
I can't wait to Boston makes it to the finals again, so we can do that.
Oh yeah, I'll definitely be looking forward to the Super Bowl at the end of 24, start of 25, and the playoffs and that kind of thing. That'll be a lot of fun. And
Kansas City might be did he
yeah
officially get hurt because he landed on that ankle wrong, even though he scored on that touchdown.
I mean, Tampa Bay gave Kansas City a little bit of a scare going into overtime, and they came down to the coin toss, and of course the coin toss went Kansas City's way, and they get the walk-off touchdown to win the game. They're 8-0, and let me quickly take a look at the
But did Mahomes did he come out of the game? Because I know he got hurt.
I don't think he did. I think he stuck around actually, but let me take a look at the standings real quick. And yeah, Kansas City is 8-0, obviously. The Chargers are 5-3. So the Chiefs have a 3-game lead over the Chargers. So, and with 10 games left, I think probably by week 13. If the Chiefs win the next 5 games, that should give them the early clinch. If they go 13-0 and the Chargers, they lose their five games with 5 games to go, maybe they'll even go 14. So I'll say if they hit 14-0, they're clinched. They're in. They're in a month before the playoffs even start.
They better not do a Patriots 2011 where they get all the way to the Super Bowl undefeated and then lose in the damn big game.
That was the only time I rooted for the Patriots.
Me too. Yeah, I hate the Patriots, but I just wanted to see Randy Moss walk away with something.
And I remember that game vividly. I was I was in West Hills with Renegade and Pop and Mama Sam and Step Papa Chuck, and we were all there, and we were all heavy for the Patriots that year because we wanted to see the perfect season, and then they screw it up, and it's like, I'm like, man, how do you mess that up?
I know. Here's a hot take: Brady owes most of his championships to his damn kicker. That's who he. Adam Vinatieri won like the first 3 or 4 of them. It was always like the kickers. It wasn't really like he won. Oh, we got another CNN projection here. Donald Trump has just won Georgia, giving him 16. Damn it. There it is. He has won Georgia. He's won the second of the 7 battle states. He is now at 246, and she's at 182. What happens if they both get to 270? Is that impossible? Or
there was talk of a 269 tie. It is mathematically possible for that to happen. And if that happens, there is a process where a simple majority, and I believe it's in the Senate.
Oh, and the Republicans just won the Senate.
Where it's one state,
one state what?
One state, one vote.
The Senate is
there is a backup plan. It's very complicated, but it came out about 3 weeks before today, and it says, well, what happens if a mathematical tie happens? It's just this insane backup plan that takes place.
I think the House of Representatives declares it or something.
It's one of the two. I can't remember it, but right now I don't see that happening. We're getting closer and closer to the lucky number of 270. So
yeah, it's
a couple more states.
182. She hasn't been broken into the 200s.
I mean, it could be game over with New Jersey and Wisconsin. There's your 24 right there. It could be game over with Michigan and Minnesota. That's 15 and 10. It could
Google has it at, for what it's worth, Google has it at 230, 210. But Google screwed up. They gave Iowa. Oh no, they didn't. That's Illinois. I was gonna say, why did they give Iowa to her?
I know, Dory Lou.
I didn't say anything.
What's she do?
Dory Lou is looking at the stat board 9000, and she's literally seeing a ton of red.
Mm-hmm.
Why does Nebraska have a 3 and a 2?
Nebraska can actually split the 5. They give the 3 to the popular vote, and then the remaining
Other way,
2
they get the 3 who win the state in general, and 2 to the popular vote.
The 2 are by congressional district. It's a very weird rule.
Nebraska has always done that though.
Yeah.
And for some reason, they're the only ones that can.
I believe Maine can do it too.
While you were gone, JJ, Trump just won Georgia.
I saw that something had gone up, so I adjusted the total.
Hmm.
Okay.
Well,
Good
looks
night,
like they're
Diane.
going to commercial, so we will go ahead and run our watch long trailer one more time. We will return.
And now for a taste of things to come.
And we are back. Okay. So again, those of you just joining us, right now it is 246 to 182 in favor of Donald Trump. According to Google, which is reporting the Associated Press, it's 230 to 210 in favor of Trump.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't get that.
Lot closer, but still. It's just a matter of some states that the Associated Press have called that CNN isn't calling yet because they feel they're too close.
Yeah, see, and ABC News is saying Trump 246, Harris 194. So
We may come back from the CNN commercial and there may be another one for Harris. So we will definitely see, though. But I do have something else for us to discuss. It kind of piggybacks to tomorrow and the ECW show.
Okay.
I saw this clip on X, downloaded it. I'm going to play it real quick. If we get copyright dinged for it, then we can just erase the clip from the video later because we will have all seen it by then. But I uploaded it to my YouTube as of yet. I haven't been deemed for it, so we'll see. But apparently this was from a clip from a show that aired, I'm assuming today, with JR, Excalibur, and somebody else I don't recognize. And JR basically giving his thoughts about AEW versus NXT tomorrow.
You know, it's going to sound real ass kissing, but why is there even a choice on Wednesday night? You know, DVR NXT. Watch it later. Our shit's better. And I'm proud to be able to say that. And it's not in defiance, it's just in reality.
I don't remember the last time I even watched this show. That's no bullshit. I really don't give a.
Wow.
Damn, we talked about hot takes.
And look, I get that JR works for AEW now, so he's toting the company brand just like he did for WWE for all those years. But you can say it a little bit better than that, JR. That's how you get people to lose respect for you.
I don't want to call JR a liar because that'd be extremely disrespectful. But I would like a little bit of proof. Tell me why AEW is better than NXT. Show me some numbers. Let me see some proof.
If you look at every kind of number that there's out there, AEW gets squashed by NXT on a regular. Ratings, NXT brings in better. I'll give you AEW gets the key demographic, the 18 to 40, whatever. They do better there. But as far as overall ratings, as far as people attending the shows, NXT knocks it out of the park. Hence the reason why Walter made the joke and Jeff made the graphic.
I love that I started calling it that.
So
Like
is he
that's a T-shirt right there waiting to happen.
Oh, I'm gonna get it.
So is he lying, or is he just
he's speaking his truth.
his truth?
What
Yeah,
did
he's just giving
Obi-Wan
an
tell
opinion.
Luke in Return of the Jedi?
Point of view.
Uh-huh. So this is JR's point of view. Most people will say it's inaccurate. The AEW fanatics will be like, yeah, go JR. The WWE NXT people are going to be like, screw you, JR. You're incorrect. The two of us in here, along with me, so three of us total, that watch both products on a consistent basis, tend to stay more or less neutral. If NXT has a shit show, we say it's got a shit show. If AEW has a shit show, we say it had a shit show. If both brands do spectacular, we talk about how great it is. Even if there's a segment or something we don't like, we won't say an entire episode of Dynamite is shit just because the Bucks did one thing. Case in point, Fright Night Dynamite last week was a spectacular show. Enjoyed the hell out of it. Even with the Bucks having a match and then being the bitches that they were and abandoning the arena. It looks like it's telling a decent story, and I'm here for that. Go for it, Jeff.
Like I said the other night before you joined us, or before you joined the team on Saturday, if the Bucks story on Wednesday last week leads to them coming back and helping the babyface charge against Mox's team, I am willing to let myself look past the hatred of the men to try to enjoy the character refresh. There's that is. What is so funny out there, Upper Right?
I just saw something on Twitter where it says, and the new United States president is, and then it shows Barry Sanders running in with a money in the bank case to cash in to
Bernie
become
Sanders, that's
president.
just
It's
great.
the funniest shit
That's
ever.
so funny. It is so funny to me, and I'll go veer off on this really quick, that a lot of Democrats pin their hopes on him, and it's like, dude, he is socialist. My goodness, he's damn near communist. He's what it is with Bernie. I'm not saying it makes him a good or a bad person, but man, he is so far left. He's damn near a right angle. Like, my God. Anyway,
according to CNN, really quickly, according to CNN right now, they're saying that Harris won't speak tonight. She will speak tomorrow. So she's going to ride out the evening, isn't going to jump to any foregone conclusions, even though they still have it 246 to 182 in favor of Trump, which means he only needs 24 electoral votes. She needs damn near 100.
Her representative just came out and gave a speech.
I must have missed that while I was in the kitchen. So
she should sleep this off. She should not address people tonight because it's just going to be problematic for her.
I don't know why it's even this close, because whatever.
So what was the? Oh, so the question was about JR's. Okay, look. I don't know how many people are doing what I'm doing tomorrow. I told the team earlier that I would be trying to find a alternate stream to watch NXT at 5 p.m. tomorrow, so I can watch with you guys. And then I would watch the channel, the CW feed here on the West Coast, 8 o'clock. If Dynamite gives me a reason to watch their show, I'll watch it Thursday. you said the three of us in this room besides Mikey that watch AEW on a consistent basis. I have not watched AEW on that consistent basis. I haven't felt the need to. If the room to my left or my right is passing gas, they might want to turn off the microphone, not the camera. Maybe that's just all I heard is this giant like whale call or a giant breaking of wind. Either way, it was scary. I was scared. I'm not gonna lie. And by the way, who in the name of fuck decided to make truck? I forget what the part of the truck is when they release and they make that giant sound or whatever. Who decided to make that sound like whales? Because that scared the piss out of me and Teresa on the highway coming home from fucking Day of Days the other night. Jesus Christ, I thought a whale crept up on us. It was scary. Combined with the freaking hybrid. Compared to the freaking hybrid, along with the hybrid that literally sounded like a spaceship was landing in front of us when we were at Pyology. Like, god damn, we're being invaded early. They ain't waiting for you. Like, they're gonna fuck us over now. Anyway. Yeah, I would wow. All right. Well, Walter's just having his opinions. My goodness. We're gonna be good boys and girls until we get on our own private shows.
Exactly.
Because that's where I'm at. Anyway. Look, JR is loyal to a fault. I can't discredit him for that. JR is a company man. Always has been, wherever he's been. Same with Paul White. Taz I'll critique all day because he's an overrated Oompa Loompa and I don't like him very much. He's just a bad blocking man. But the reason that people are choosing to watch NXT tomorrow is not because USA forced them off Tuesday night, because they're covering the election too, along with the other NBC affiliates. The reason they're watching NXT tomorrow is because NXT is proven to be a better product. I mean, that's
the hell?
Can we mute this? Like, seriously.
That was like
Kill
some
me,
scary
door.
That was some scary movie shit.
I think
Seriously.
it's his door squeaking.
Spooky season's over, for fuck's sake.
Trump arrived.
On that, dude, Mikey, when you step away, you gotta mute the mic, not turn the camera off.
Yeah,
But
you just had to like Attack of the Orange Knight or some shit in the background.
it was like Mikey, if you're passing gas or your door has a doorgasm, just tell us. You don't turn the camera off for that.
It was the door that has a squeak on it. That's all.
A little squeak? That's like saying Sahara's mildly big.
All right, I'm sorry.
It's like we were having a doorgasm in Tennessee. It's like, can we still hear this? Anyway, my goodness. I'll get to my point eventually, Jay. I promise. NXT is going to be a better product tomorrow. That's the only reason people are watching. It's the only reason AEW's playing Damage Control. You would never see JR and Taz and Paul White do that kind of stream unless they knew they were in deep shit tomorrow. JR doesn't engage in that shit. He only does his stuff on his own podcast, and that's just him and Conrad Griffin. You know, there's no reason for them to have to do that. Sorry, not Paul White. God, I apologize. I apologize to Paul White for that comparison. That's my bad, Paul. I love you, Big Show. Please don't eat me next time you see me. Fuck Excalibur. I don't care if he has a Hall of Famer. Give me a reason to watch both tomorrow, and I will.
Exactly.
The match quality looks great, as it always does. Wrestling is not professional. Wrestling is not built only around matches. If it was, TNA would have overtaken the number one spot 15, 20 years ago. Period.
That's
has
fair.
to be a balance. WWE has a balance right now. They have since the creative takeover with all of that. But apparently I'm boring Mikey with my rhetoric, so I'm gonna let him talk now since he's yawning.
No, it's 1:00 in the morning over here.
And again, I did put in the chat, and I said to you, if you need to go to bed, say your goodbyes, do your shills, and you can leave. No one is forced to be here for the entire show.
We all need our meetings.
So if you're that tired, say your goodbyes and bounce. It's okay.
I
What I
must
miss?
keep
You know, it's
going.
like-
If you want to stay, then try to cover your mouth when you yawn. Don't make it look so obvious because it looks like you're bored.
Yeah.
I realize
I
I'm
just took
boring.
off my
Okay, like I
headphone to
get
hear
it.
what this guy in CNN was saying because he almost looked like he's literally crying.
And back to the key race alert. Go ahead, Mikey.
A crying journalist. That's a thought.
No, he just almost looked like he was just saying that. We thought people that look like us would finally have something to hold their head up about, and now it's just
So every
he's leading in Michigan and Pennsylvania. Those two are it. That's all he needs.
Yeah.
well, Michigan, he was going to win Michigan. Like that wasn't a doubt in my mind. Pennsylvania was one of the ones that could have swung. But yeah, so the major networks, CBS, NBC, ABC, Fox, all covering the election on my TV. USA is finally on. CW. I keep forgetting NXT is not on CW anymore, or not on USA anymore. But yeah, there's another channel that I'd never even heard of till now, Television News Nation. Like every single non-entertainment, for lack of a better term, network has some sort of election coverage. It's crazy. Everybody's covering this. As they should. Let's be honest.
What else is there to cover?
CNN is saying that Trump is going to speak to his supporters very soon. So that.
Oh Lord, here we go.
That could more or less be the end of it. I mean, I willing to admit the fact that this could be. I think it was Bush Gore, where they announced a victor and then it started to change over the next couple of days.
Mm-hmm.
Yep,
you're absolutely right.
So
when he came to Florida.
Yeah, where Bush had family in charge.
Mm-hmm.
Good old Jeb.
Good old Jeb. That's it.
But can you get a more redneck sounding name than Jeb Bush?
Can you imagine if Peter ran in one? We got President Jeb up at the podium. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Good Lord. That would be disgusting to pull that shit, though.
Jebediah Springfield founded Springfield, so
Oh,
and then Bart cut his head off, so.
As he should have.
But anyway, so
I have a feeling
that'll be the end of the night once Trump speaks to his supporters. And then as things filter in over the evening, there may be more, but it's hard to say that this isn't over with CNN reporting that Trump only needs 24 points and Kamala Harris needing 88. If my math is right. Yeah, 88 points to win. Granted, again, Google is saying it's 230 to 210, which is a heck of a lot closer.
Yeah.
But it's still a 40-point, if Trump takes Wisconsin, which is 10 points, which it's looking like he's going to get. Michigan is 15, that's 25.
Right.
Pennsylvania is almost 20, that's 45, that's game right there.
Yep.
There's 16 for Georgia, 11 for Arizona, that's 27.
Yep.
6 for Nevada, that's 33. That's still just about game up. They went up to 246 now.
Oh, jeez.
They just gave Georgia to Trump.
He won Georgia and North Carolina then.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Player country, baby.
Yeah, well. So,
WCW and then North Carolina.
For what it's worth, the Trump statement is broadcasting first on Fox News.
Oh, yeah.
Leave that one where it be.
They're projecting New Mexico for Kamala Harris. That's 5 electoral votes, brings her up to 187.
This shit is a cult. Just for those of you wondering, well, how can he have won after everything he's done? Just remember, Charles Manson got a bunch of people to drink the Kool-Aid. Shit, people are influential.
What I would be interested to know, and unfortunately, Stat Boy, you can't look this stat up. What percentage of the people voting for Trump are wrestling fans? Specifically WWE fans, because he's a WWE Hall of Famer, endorsed by Undertaker, Kane, Jericho,
Linda McMahon.
I wasn't going to mention the McMahon names because of the controversy there, but still, Undertaker, Kane, Jericho, like there's a lot of people, influential names in the company, in the business, Hogan.
Just incredible.
Endorsing him. What percentage of the Trump vote is wrestling fans? That is something I would genuinely like to know.
Walter, I love PJ, but one of those guys just doesn't belong here.
I know, but look how many followers he has.
I'm just saying. Hulk Hogan, The Undertaker, Kane, Vince McMahon, Linda McMahon. Just incredible.
That's like when you went through the NWO. That's like when you went through the NWO and then you get to like
Disco
Virgil.
Disco Inferno.
Disco Inferno.
Well, no, Disco was way later, man. Fuck yeah.
Even
I know,
Buff
dude.
Bagwell, like,
no,
I liked Buff as the NWO, but like doesn't fit. Stevie Ray.
Virgil was like when they jumped the shark. Mark was like when they got eaten by the shark.
Masahiro Chono.
Hey, you know what though? Chono was the biggest star in Japan. Like, well, no, okay. If we're gonna make me do this, let me get comfortable. Hold the fuck on. Okay, hang on.
Nephew.
Okay. All right.
Big Bubba.
Stop it. Wait a minute. Okay. Big Sting was a means to an end, and it led us to Crow Sting. And had Sting showed up with a tan and not out of shape, would have been a whole different story. Virgil, I can't explain away. That was just fucking stupid.
Virgil, as much shit as I give Virgil, it makes a little bit of sense to me because he more or less followed DiBiase.
Right. The first one that really...
it's one of those things, it's like they go together. It's like peanut butter and jelly, DiBiase and Virgil.
Right. The first one that really jumped the shark was Bagwell. There's no disputing that. And like I said, Mark Bagwell, front of the channel. You know, I like Mark a lot. It turned it from being elite to guys saving their own ass to not get jumped by the gang. I can even argue that both Bubba and Wall Street belonged there.
Well, Wall Street kind of rides the Virgil line. You know, he goes with DiBiase.
Yeah. Bubba was a major star at one point that feuded with and aligned with Hogan. It makes sense. Chono makes sense from an international standpoint. Scott Norton, I would argue that as much as I love me some Flash Norton, he was never going to be and never was a big star in the United States. He would have done well had he stayed a part of NWO Japan, but he didn't. You know, Randy and Elizabeth both belonged. But yeah, when you get into, you're talking about fucking Disco was the freaking courtesy member of the Wolf Pack. Like, it wasn't even the right NWO. He was part of the Wolf Pack. Not even the good Wolf Pack, like the freaking elite Wolf Pack that, you know, tanked and hurt. Everybody got fucking hurt.
Conan.
You know, I don't agree with Conan being part of the NWO myself as a fan, but Bischoff made a valid point about Conan. He brought a lot of credibility from the fans of Mexico, and whether we like it or not, he brought the street cred. As far as, you know, he was in tune with that culture. So that made a little bit of sense. it made more sense for him to be in the Wolf Pack than aligned with Hogan in the Black and White, which he was for little less than a year before the split. Him kowtowing to Hogan didn't work because he was often called the Mexican Hulk Hogan. So it's like, okay, so now you're Hulk Hogan bitch because you're in America. That ain't a good look. So that's where it comes from for me for Conan.
Oil of
Wolfpack,
Olay.
yeah. Let me speak on this. Wow,
Wolfpack
that's
had
the best
better-
part about that.
Wolfpack had the better song after a while.
If
Wolfpack's
you take out the
version of the song I loved.
if you take out the freaking Wolfpack lyrics, it's
Yes.
bomb song.
Yeah.
Yes, because the
Yeah.
lyrics really make no sense. Like
Don't
you
turn your
give
back
those
on the
you
Wolfpack.
give those lyrics to any like rap fan to analyze, and those lyrics are garbage. Wolfpack
Garbage.
is back causing mass destruction. Guess who's here? The bad boys of wrestling. What?
Seriously, those
Bro,
lyrics make
Jay-Z
Caesar
was
look
hot
like
at
a
this.
gangster rapper.
Jay-Z was hot at this point. You couldn't have got Jay-Z to ghostwrite those lyrics. Like, what the hell?
Something.
Right.
But yeah,
Like,
but
granted,
yeah,
Biggie and Pac were dead, but Snoop, Cube, something. Like,
yeah.
the fuck are we doing here?
Don't turn your
If you
back on the
listen,
Wolfpack.
the band used the instrumental of the Wolfpack theme in TNA, and that the music itself is a banger. Like it's good shit. Yeah, those corny ass lyrics. It's like, oh god, oh no.
It's like the Undertaker's "You're Gonna Pay."
Mm-hmm.
The instrumental version of it kind of goes hard.
Yep.
You done it now. You gone and made a big mistake. What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
And now they're dubbing over Babyface Biker Taker with that song instead of Kid Rock or Limp Bizkit. I'm going WWE Network is going to cause me to go homicidal. No.
They ran out of the
Like,
rights for it.
Almost any other theme song that Undertaker has had. You mentioned earlier, Undertaker did not have a bad theme. I call bullshit with that one.
Yeah, yeah, 100%.
Any other Undertaker theme, I am scared to meet Mark Calloway in a dark alley. You're gonna pay? What's cracking, homie?
Yeah.
I am not scared to walk up to that thing.
Yeah, I could use his hat to crack a beer open with that song. We can hang out.
That is a huge reason why I was like, you know what? I watched a video earlier today from Wrestling Bios, my one of my
Love
favorite
Wrestling
channels.
Bios.
I love Wrestling Bios. Top 5 justifiable heel turns. They had Stephanie, fucking valid when you think about it. HBK in '97.
You talking about
But-
Stephanie's initial heel turn when she turned on her dad and joined Hunter? Okay, yeah.
Yep. Jericho in 08. You and I have gone back and forth on that, and like, yep, that's exactly justified.
There's a lot of
Savage
justified heels.
in '89. Like, I'm a Hulkamaniac, but Randy was justified, man. Hulk was a dick. Very much like Santa Claus Rudolph. Hulk was a dick. I forget what the fifth one was.
Kevin Owens now. That's justified.
It's justified. Fuck, where was the point I was going to go with that? What were we talking about just now?
You were talking about justification for heels.
Taker's
but
music.
we were
Yeah.
talking about music first.
That's why Kane was justified in burying the Undertaker. The man he buried was not his brother. He was not a monster. He was a weakling, and he came out to a weak sauce song for a fucking year and a half.
Mm-hmm.
He deserved to be buried. You notice when he came back as a biker, he came out to American Badass. He's like, I'm not using Jim. I love you, but fuck that shit.
What time is Trump gonna address the supporters? Because
I don't know.
It just says soon. Trump to address supporters at campaign event. I mean, you figure it's 1:10 in the morning, damn near almost there. If I had to factor a guess, I would think, just to make it something even, they'd maybe trot him out at 1:30. So 10:30 for us West Coasters.
I just want to hear what he has to say.
That would be my guess.
look at this tweet by Elon Musk. Joshua of Phoenix, Arizona received the $1 million for signing our petition to support the Constitution. Is that not election interference?
Sure
He's literally
sounds like
paying people to vote.
Depends how far off the property it was.
Yeah, I just want to hear what Trump has to say, and then I'm going to tap.
I do. He's just going to declare victory. They won huge. By huge, it's the biggest election ever.
The greatest election of
That's
all
actually
time.
pretty good.
No, that's pretty good, yeah.
Everybody here is great. I'm so proud of you all for being here. I thank you all for being the greatest campaign ever. I'm sorry that Kamala couldn't be in the WWE Hall of Fame. I mean, run the election tonight because you can't say her fucking name right. You disrespectful piece of shit. Sorry.
Lose ground here. Bring out the cages.
Okay, guys, come on. It was funny for a second. I think we will make an executive decision here, since it does look like some of the stuff is too close to call. And once Trump gives his speech, we will call it a night.
Okay. Then I will stay until he's done.
What I am going to ask, though, Walter, since I'm not going to be part of the broadcast tomorrow, is whoever wins, make sure we announce and congratulate the winner respectfully before we get too deep into the ECW broadcast, the NXT ECW broadcast. You know, maybe come on the air. Maybe come on the air like we normally do, like a half hour, 15 minutes early to kind of hype the card. And like before we get into talking anything about the card, announce it if it's been declared, congratulate, and then now on to business.
Yep.
Since we're more than likely not going to be able to make the announcement tonight. I mean, I'm still going to be up probably till at least midnight West Coast time. So if something happens, maybe I'll pop back on real quick to do it. But since we know we'll have viewers for that, I'm going to ask respectfully that you make that announcement if it's been declared by then.
So they just showed Vance walking through an aisleway through the crowd, kind of toward the podium. Looks like John Voight's there. I thought John Voight passed away. He's sitting there chilling in the background there. I could have sworn he passed away.
These results might have to do a lot with Joe Rogan's podcast too. I thought White passed away too.
See, there you go. That's another question. You know, Joe Rogan's podcast and Logan Paul's podcast. How much did those factor into people's decisions? We're getting a projection. Republicans are going to control the Senate.
Yeah,
we knew that already.
But they're finally announced it on CNN.
Yeah.
Republicans have won control of the Senate.
Who has control of the House right now?
How much did Logan Paul and Joe Rogan's podcasts sway the younger voters?
A hell of a lot. I had to.
You know,
Two
and how
really
many
good questions that I wish we could get answers to.
And how many wrestling fans, Jay, to your point earlier, were swayed by Trump's appearance on the Undertaker's podcast? Like, I watched that because I was interested in the train wreck, and I was very surprised at how little of a train wreck it actually was.
I actually didn't watch it on purpose.
So, other than him legitimately questioning whether it hurt still, much like he questioned Vince McMahon's existence after the 2007 storyline, I didn't really have a problem with it. I mean, it was more like Trump interviewing the Undertaker than anything else. So, although I think I agree with Bradshaw. We should all just vote for Joe Briscoe to be president. What we should do. Be the first Native American.
There you go.
And Lord knows Briscoe will fucking dude up if he gets out of line. Stretch until he's blue. Or, I guess purple, because you might make him blue if you're one part or the other. There's even a red hue over the audience, like the lighting is even like a red hue. That's just so weird.
It is kind of weird.
I mean, it's not surprising, but it's weird. Why do those two kids look like the Menendez brothers been released from prison?
I don't know which kids you're talking about.
There's these two kids that have haircuts just like Lyle and Eric that they're in the back of the shot. And so I'm like, Jesus Christ, those guys are going wrong. That's not how I'm going to get into is that shit, because that's been a really hot topic this last couple months.
And if you know who the Mendez brothers are, then you're on the right channel. You're old enough for the
room.
room.
For the room. No fucking kidding. Of course, I was a freaking child when that shit was going on, but I do remember it vividly.
And if you don't know, in the words of Vince Russo, go do your homework, bro.
That's right.
I gotta say, I am kind of happy he's back working in the world of wrestling.
Is he?
He talks about it on his show and on the stuff that he does with Dr. Chris sometimes. He's basically booking for a promotion in Colorado where he lives.
Oh, okay.
Rocky Mountain Pro, I think it's called.
Oh, yeah, I did hear about that. Okay, yeah.
He works for them. He books for them, produces their show, and then every Wednesday he does a watch along with fans on his Twitch of the latest episode.
Huh.
And he kind of explains his booking and everything, why storylines go the way they do, why people are doing things like it's an educational tool. I'm so glad he's back in wrestling, even in a minor league level like that. Because you can tell that he does it because he wants to. He doesn't have to. It's not the politics, pun intended, of a major corporation. His friend owns the company. He's helping a friend.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know who owns MLW, whether it's still the same guy that it used to be, but they gave Bischoff creative control of an entire show.
We may be doing a watch along for it.
That should be fun.
Because it's supposed to be on like a Thursday night.
Oh, there you go.
So it doesn't compete with any PLEs or anything like that. The only thing it competes with is TNA Impact, which is taped well in advance. So spoilers are already out there.
Right. I'll let you know.
So it's like it's a Thursday night and it's supposed to be broadcast on their YouTube for free.
Oh, there you go.
So it's like we don't got to pay for it. Fuck it. Why not?
Yeah, right. Yeah, I agree with you that I'm glad that Vince Russo is back. It's like I said a couple weeks ago, my childhood and my fandom are officially topsy-turvy because I think I'm more in line in thinking with Jim Cornette and Vince Russo than I am with Hulk Hogan and The Undertaker. It's a scary, scary time for me. Pray for me, kids.
And we're taking a look at the key states again. 51.1 to 47.8 in Pennsylvania. 93% have turned out.
Wow.
65% in Michigan. 52.4 versus 45.8 in favor of Trump.
Okay, so you're still on CNN then.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
yeah, I've got the Fox News YouTube up, so I'm just checking out the run up whenever he comes out.
Wisconsin is reporting 89%, 51.2% for Trump, 47.1% with Harris. And Arizona is showing 53%, 50% for Trump, 49.1% for Harris.
Wow,
that's the
tight.
closest one so far, with only about half the state reporting. Nevada is showing 70% now, 51 for Trump, 47.4 for Harris.
That's close for Nevada.
Yeah.
Nevada's going to be up and down all night.
And again, with some of those key states so close in reporting, 93% in one state, 80 something in another state, like, is it close enough now to call it, despite the fact that CNN is saying too close? Like with 93%, you would think that's enough of that to call.
Right.
You would think. But
I was saying that along. I was even trying to look up how these media people make the projections. What's the math on it? I couldn't find anything.
Well, I think they go partially based off of past track record. So if a state is traditionally a red state, then they're going to declare it for Trump pretty quickly. Same with a blue state for Harris.
Which would happen
if
in
it's
California.
a state that is known for flip-flopping, a little bit different.
Yeah. I don't know.
Based on in the chat, someone in the chat said that the last time Arkansas voted blue was when Clinton ran.
Yeah,
and that's accurate. 100% accurate.
So, but Otherwise, it's traditionally a red state. So
Yeah. It's the battle states.
again,
are the
we're
ones
looking
that
at
always-
Bucks County. Fuck the Bucks. Nicholas
the
and Matthew.
the battle states are the ones that flip flop. That's why they pay attention to so much. You know, based on the way it's going, all I would say is, Mr. Starks, I don't feel so well.
I understand that reference.
yeah. Regardless of how close it is or not, when he comes out here and the people at the rally are chanting like crazy, it must be imminent. I have it on mute, so I don't know, but he's gonna come out here and declare victory because that's what he does.
He has to.
I mean, at this point, why shouldn't he? In all seriousness.
Because if those states swing overnight and he loses, he won't care because he'll still he'll do his thing, but the Republican Party will have giant egg on their face. That's why he should care. That's why he should not do it yet until it's 100% like, okay, I did it. But he's gonna come out here and do it anyway because that's just how he operates.
Pretty much is going to be pretty much a miracle at this point for him to lose.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, I understand Jeff's point of view, but at the same time, it's like CNN is projecting 246 to 187. Like, it's going to take a serious Hail Mary for Kamala Harris to pull it out, according to them.
It's going to take a Washington Commander style Hail Mary.
I was going to say, ask the Commanders about a Hail Mary. They fucked me the other night. Oh, I was so mad. Dad had to get ready to walk out the door.
And even Google is saying 247 to 214 in favor of Trump. So, like, while Harris has a lot more points there, it's still like super, like, right there for Trump. It's Trump's election to lose, basically.
No, and it very much is. And I'm not going to deny that. My only problem is, at least in my experience, watching these, studying these things, every single other candidate would wait until that magic number was hit before they go out there and declare victory. Period.
And I still don't get the whole $1 million thing. How the hell is that not election interference?
It's probably more than just what's being read in the headline or the synopsis of the article. It's probably a lot more deeper shit. Otherwise, if it was legitimate election tampering, they wouldn't allow it to happen. I mean, I have to tone my voice down. So if I sound
Where's Wayne County? Oh, in Michigan? Okay. That's Detroit and everything.
Yeah.
Wayne County's near Gotham City.
That was an R. Kelly song too. Gotham
City, the city of what was it? The city of Maine, the city of love. I don't know.
Granted, it was from the worst Batman soundtrack, but still.
Oh, okay.
And Mad TV made fun of it, and it was the funniest thing.
Because it was from the Batman and Robin soundtrack.
1998. Oh, 97.
Chill out.
You know what, though? I quoted that movie in my post today, so I got some good quotes.
All right, everybody, chill.
No, well, I mean, Arnold was funny, but I quoted George Clooney's Bruce Wayne after they'd given Alfred the serum. All we can do now is wait and hope.
I thought you were going to say, this is why Superman works alone. I want a car.
No, because
chicks dig the car. This is why Superman works alone.
No, because I wouldn't be sitting there doing this by my damn self.
I don't care what anybody says. Chris O'Donnell is the greatest Robin ever, even better than Burt Ward.
I'll die
There's
on
a
that hill
hot
with you.
take. Fight me.
I'll die in that hell with you. I agree.
I don't care if it was from the two movies that basically killed the
franchise.
Burton franchise. But
to the point they had to go.
Robin.
It was to the point where they had to go ultra dark for the next three to kind of bring it back.
You know what though? You know what though? I think the end of the third one with Joseph Gordon-Levitt had Chris Nolan wanted to, or had somebody else wanted to take up the reins of that story, I would have been curious to see how his Robin did as the new Batman. I would have been curious how that
I don't even know why you teased that, knowing that there was only a trilogy. What the hell?
did mind fuck you.
It's like my biggest problem with the Power Rangers movie reboot was that we got that post-credit scene teasing Tommy Oliver, and now we're not going to get a sequel because it bombed so bad in theaters.
And you know,
Fucking moviegoers were so like, oh my god, it took them forever to morph. Because, you know, heaven forbid they actually earn the right to the powers.
Right.
It's not a sitcom where, you know, you've only got 23 minutes to wrap everything up in a nice little bow. You got to give them the powers in 7 minutes and, like, let them fight Rita and everything. You have 2 hours.
Did you
to
see that
build
video
a story.
Did you see that video where he's like, am I the Black Ranger just because I'm black? No. Trinity's the Yellow Ranger. She's... Oh, wait. It's hilarious. Yeah, that freaking video, yo.
That's why they changed it up in this movie version. The black guy was the Blue Ranger.
Yeah. He was supposed to be Billy, and he was nerdy, so he added everything.
Hey, all I know is they lost me Power Rangers wise when they had the transfer of where they got the powers from, basically by the same thing, but two completely different ways of telling it, from the TV show to the movie.
Yeah.
Like they got their ninja powers in two different ways, and it's like, I get it, you can't put the scantily clad woman on the TV show, but get a little more, good sake, just a little bit more.
Yeah, before Dacilla comes out of nowhere. I hear y'all talking about Power Rangers.
Right. Yeah, when they brought Ninjor onto the TV series, I was like, I'm good, bro.
It's like, and if you're gonna do that,
and what even blows it away more is when you learn that Mariska Hargitay was supposed to be Dulcea.
No shit.
She said it before she was cast, and she was waiting for her scenes, and they weren't shooting because, I don't know, I guess they were filming in a specific order. And it started to get close to Christmas, so she was like, well, I'm going to go home for Christmas and, you know, just call me after the holidays and I'll come back and do my scenes. And then they recast her and did it with someone else.
I can't imagine Mariska Hargitay in that outfit now that she's done SVU all these years. Like, that fucks with me. Like, I can't do that shit in my head.
It's like, dude, she's hot enough. Like, I could have seen it in her prime back then. Like, God damn.
Yeah. Well, yeah, 93, 94, absolutely. But you think of her now, it's like,
especially when you realize who her mom is.
I used to like me some Benson when I.
Oh my God, we are definitely we're in the right room, dude. We're all a couple of 3 old fucks just talking about old shit TV. Like, what are we doing?
So it's like, dude, you think about who her mom was, and then you put her in that outfit, and it's like, dude, that's some straight up Jane Mansfield pinup shit, like for real.
100% is. 100% is.
I chilled with Power Rangers when they wore the stars on their helmet. Whatever series that was, I chilled.
I think that was Zeo.
Luchadors is Zeo. Yeah.
Oh, speaking of old shit, you guys remember this like TV show that was like fake ass martial arts? It was like Mortal Kombat on a TV show, and they had to do like these weird fighting scenes. They were like, it was the black dude with the dreads that like knew kung fu. It was an Asian guy. It was like the fucking weirdest.
I do. I want to say it was called like the American Masters or something.
Yeah, or Dragon Warriors.
WMAC Masters.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Fat Boy in the Clutch.
Now you'll feel fucking old. That show was.
I remember that. Wow.
I do.
It was like a
because it was trying to compete with like American Gladiators.
Yes, I remember the names. Red Dragon.
Oh,
Red Dragon. Chris Superstar. Ho Young Pak.
The guy, the black dude from it with the stick, he made a he was the one who got killed in the Mortal Kombat movie where they stole his soul. That was him.
Mm-hmm.
That was Hakeem the Machine Austin.
God bless you.
No, his name was Hakeem the Machine Austin.
Yeah, God bless you.
What?
When he's talking about Kung Fu, I was going to make the freaking Keenan Thompson. Are you talking about the old Kung Fu, or are you taking advantage of the new Kung Fu?
I don't know. Kung Fu was an awesome Nintendo game, though.
Ah, there it goes.
We have officially gone off the rails at 1:30 in the morning Eastern Standard Time. Eastern Daylight Time.
Took us long enough.
Right.
Considering we have been on the air for over 5 hours and we still have 7 people watching. So thank you to all you guys that have ridden through this. Oh, wait, we just jumped up to 9. Thank you to all y'all that are riding through this chaos with us.
Okay. For you 9 people.
Uh-oh.
Say something.
Yeah. Give us something to talk about. Let's give them something to talk about.
Here. I'll give you a movie reference with that quote. Send this to Michael Myers mask. Say something. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Anything. Even if we have to ban you for it, just fucking type something. We don't have to ban you.
Like they say in New York, see something, say something.
We did it in LA on our transit too.
Speaking of New York, how bad did we feel for Fat Joe coming out to do Game 3 and getting a piss poor response compared to Cube at Game 2?
I didn't even know it was Fat Joe. I called him Pitbull.
Yeah, I had to correct him.
Pitbull is from Miami, bro.
I had to correct him.
Shows
Fat
how much
Joe's from the Bronx. But seriously, like, were there no other New York icons that you could attack? Hell, the entire Wu-Tang Clan's from New York. Jay-Z, Ja Rule.
Should have got Jay-Z.
Like, come on.
And he
50,
used to always rock it. You know, Jay-Z always rocked the Yankees hat.
50.
Hell, fucking Billy Joel's in New York. get his ass out of retirement.
Yeah, but you're trying to come off of Ice Cube. You need somebody that's going to bring that energy.
Well, I mean, you could use Ice-T for live rap. We all know how all that went.
Hey.
Detective Tutuola?
I hope that comes up for our WrestleMania karaoke and Jeff has to sing that shit.
I am not. I am putting my fucking foot down. It's gonna cost Noah Foster level money for me to do that shit. I'll tell you that right now. I was there. I started to do that shit live.
in the house. Grab your bitches.
Like, oh my god, just make it stop already.
Pimpin' ain't easy, man. Pimpin' ain't easy, man.
If there was not a DVD or a VHS, there'd be no proof that happened.
The best part of it was freaking D'Lo Brown looking like fucking Godfather Mini-Me coming out dressed.
Freaking Godfather with his giant ass fucking white fur coat and his long dreads he was sporting, and D'Lo looking like freaking Godfather.
If you tell me,
I call him Mini-Me.
Right.
If you tell me you lived through the Attitude Era and never did one of those D'Lo head shakings, then I'm gonna call you a liar straight to your face.
For real.
How in the hell was that not made into a bobblehead and marketed like a fucking banger?
Right?
Why?
Bobbleheads weren't as popular then. By the time bobbleheads grew in popularity, D'Lo had already paralyzed draws. Just saying. You gonna call it too soon, Mikey?
No. When you were talking about the musicians and stuff, I do recall, and I did want to ask you now that I have you here, has there ever been a collaboration with Snoop and Cube together that you know of?
I do believe so, yes. I believe it was on the Mac 10 album, Only in California. And it's Mac 10, Cube, and Snoop.
Okay.
I would love to see that happen again. Well, now that it's been done,
and then
on the stage together.
Snoop also filled Eazy-E's spot in the short-lived NWA reunion. The track is on the next Friday soundtrack, Chin Check. And it's Dre, Cube, MC Ren, and Snoop instead of Eazy. There might be more than that, but those are the two that come to my head first and foremost.
Cool.
They probably were on stage together because I believe both Cube and Snoop were part of Dre's Up in Smoke tour.
I believe you're
in
correct. In
99, 2000.
Sorry if I'm off camera. I'm trying to clear off my sit-in space. Yeah.
No worries.
trying to get comfortable as I possibly can, so I can go to bed when it's time.
We're past the half hour, and Trump has not come out yet, so they may be holding till the top of the hour.
Which wouldn't surprise me.
Apologize for those of you that are East Coast and waiting on this to tap out officially, but since they passed the half hour, it's only my assumption that they'll now wait for the top of the hour.
Yeah.
I guess I'm gonna tap on there because I gotta get up early to bring the kids to school.
I mean, God forbid they might be waiting for an official declaration, if anything, but that may be too much wishful thinking on my end.
Then I'm done.
Well, if you East Coasters are gonna tap, then let's go ahead and we'll do Mikey's shill first. I don't have a graphic for you, bro.
That's fine.
And actually, I'm gonna have to go over to the open mic night thing real quick, so we're gonna lose our background just because I have Walter's graphic in there. I didn't have it in this one. So go ahead, Mikey, do your plugs.
Follow me on Twitter at lbstatkid1977. On the Instagram at statboy13. Drop me a tweet, a post, a message, whatever you like. Use the hashtag statboyapproved. To all the Sevier County people and the Knoxville people who have heard me constantly calling in on WIMZ 1035. Thank you again so much. I just can't believe that all those numbers came out, and I'm eternally grateful to my family as I always am. As a final thought on the evening, whatever happens, happens. We live in America. This is how America works. This is democracy. Don't go out and do anything stupid. Don't hurt yourselves. Don't hurt others. Respect each other. Love each other. And all I can say again is thank you. I love you all, family. Statboy out.
Love everybody except the Anaheim Ducks.
Walter.
Hey there. Hey now.
Well, thank you. That brings a smile back to my face on this depressing night. But follow me on X at Walter Alex Cruz, Walter.Cruz.940 for Instagram, and the at Rage of Wrestling YouTube. No spaces. Somebody asked me that before. Yeah, don't space it out and you'll find me faster. And subscribe. We got a little bit over a month to the end of the year. We can get me to 100. I don't know what these guys got in their head, but I got to do something. So.
If you want to donate to Walter's channel, make sure you donate in coins so we can bounce it off that ass.
For real. Play quarters.
Right. Play something. All right. No matter who wins, even though it looks like it, just be safe out there. And don't disrespect each other. Just because people got different opinions politically doesn't mean they're dicks. Undertaker will still forever be my favorite wrestler. I don't care who we voted for. That doesn't matter. But we'll see what the rest of the future brings.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you for being here, Walter.
No problem.
And
then there were two. And of course, you can check out Walter and Noah tomorrow as they do their watch-along coverage of NXT at the 2300, the OG ECW arena. Hopefully Noah will be feeling better then. It does look like we will have James and his friend Ryan doing AEW Dynamite as well.
Oh, okay.
I apologize to James that I haven't gotten the graphics done yet, but clearly we're doing this and he knew that we were going to be doing this. So once this is over, I will start working on those.
Hopefully Philadelphia is still standing by tomorrow night.
This is fair.
It's the birthplace of America, and they may get riotous one way or the other here.
This is very fair.
Oh, Philadelphia freedom indeed, Elton John. We'll see what happens tomorrow.
Which, did you see the video that Big G shared with the cold open for NXT, but it's to the old This Is Extreme song?
I didn't hear it. I saw somebody post it. It was originally from something else, and the ECWWrestling.com Twitch account replied, much love forever to Harry Slash, the musicians of the time, man, because that song was a banger. Then it fucking hits hard now. What they ought to do, and this is just, me riffing now because we're waiting for Trump to come out here if he does indeed, pop out here.
Mm-hmm.
They should do what I always thought would be funny to do. What they actually did during ECW itself one time, have the Dudleys come out, have Bubba call for the whole family. Of course, it's only the three of them and the sign guy left. But instead of sign guy, Lou comes out as Louis dangerously and tries doing the Paul Heyman promo, and Paul walks out and just whacks him upside the head again with a phone. That's what they should do to bring Paul back. Don't have Paul say anything. Just whack him upside the head, turn around and go back. Get the Heyman pop, and there you go. You're good to go.
That would be awesome. Not gonna lie.
I think the spot that I did that originally study was at the Hammerstein, not at the arena. So it'd be cool doing the arena. But yeah, I just can't imagine not having Paul there. Like I said earlier, I prefer he not be there because of other things, but it's a special night. It's a special place. Like this would be the one exception where you can like live outside of the canon timeline, if you will. WWE, you got to get Paul in the arena. Well,
And I mean, it's
is,
not like he couldn't come out there, do something ECW related,
yeah.
and then before he leaves, be like, oh, and by the way, I've been watching Friday nights. I'll see you there.
Yeah.
And just let everybody know that he will be at SmackDown Friday.
Yeah, because if he's going to be there on top of Sammy already coming there's
supposedly
your
they haven't confirmed it.
Right.
But he was invited.
Yeah.
So he's more than likely going to show.
Yeah. So if Paul shows too, that'll get like I have a date Friday, and I may go, okay, look, sweetheart, you understand what's happening. Like we may have an OG bloodline situation. I may need to like have a monitor at our table at the comedy club. Like I need to see what's happening. It's like I must watch the Heyman. Oh, this is taking exceedingly long. Goodness gracious.
I agree. I feel like this is longer than any election has ever taken, at least to initially declare. Like again, 2000, there was that after effect, but I seem to remember them calling it like before 11 o'clock. Like I don't remember being up past midnight ever for a speech or something, a declaration of victory or a conceit speech,
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. 2016 was such a blur. You have to remember, 2016, we were at the old house, and Dylan had not been back in my custody a little over a year at that point. Almost, and no, I take that back. It had been 2 years by the time we had the election. I'm just sitting there. We thought the bunk bed. That's how tight it was back then. And I'm just sitting there in my bottom bunk, actually in my chair in front of the bunk, and he's up in his thing. He's got 8 years old, sleeping, and I'm just throwing back screwdrivers, going, "Well, gotta be screwed about some screwdriver." I got shit faced. I was so upset. 2020. I don't remember the 2020 election. I don't remember it because it was such a clusterfuck of a year. I don't remember the election itself. I don't. I have very few distinct memories of 2020. Jenna's birthday at Downtown Disney, and then at her place is one of them. Going to the last Kings game before the pandemic hit with Travis. WrestleMania being 2 nights and in-house. That's really it as far as that year. I know Biden won, obviously, but it's hard to remember the actual election. But the 2016 one, I remember distinctly, and just being disappointed in all the things. It's sad that I do the negative stuff more than I do the positive elections. But Yeah, remember the first election I actually participated in as an adult that I got to vote in was 3 years after my action. So the voting kind of does what it does and out of my brain. Had we had one in 2000, I would remember that because I was in a government class that fall. And yes, I know the Beatles song. Or okay. Only 17 was the Beatles. So my she was on 17. You'll tell me later. I don't remember who it was now.
For which one?
The song it goes like she was only 17. I can't remember who did it now. Damn, I hate that shit. My dad would tell me he was awake. So is CNN just like live streaming the feed from the rally? Is that what's going on?
Kinda, yeah. Like, I mean, they're still doing stuff in studio, but they're showing in like a lower third almost.
Okay.
A live feed from Trump headquarters. They're on commercial right now, so it's restaurant quality picture in picture.
Oh, okay.
The bottom of the screen has the electoral map and is going through all the states, showing 95% reported for Pennsylvania, 90% for Wisconsin, etc. But then there's like a little live feed that shows inside of Trump headquarters.
Okay. Yeah, because I've got the Fox News YouTube feed up, and they keep panning the room. It's definitely going to be interesting to hear what he has to say whenever he does come out and say what he has to say.
Yep.
And your mind goes to, okay, well, what happens come January 20th? What's he gonna do? Who's he gonna pardon? Where are gonna be the things take place?
Yeah.
And by the same token, what if this little appearance he's gonna make here? What if it turns on him later in the night and into the wee morning hours, and she actually pulls it off? How bad is it going to be? How bad is the mental breakdown going to be, or the reactions from his people?
It's fair.
Scary, scary stuff.
Yeah.
At least from my perspective.
There's a lot of ramifications and repercussions that are going to come regardless of who wins.
Yes, that is accurate.
And that's what everybody needs to remember. It's not just one person or the other.
No, definitely not.
If Trump wins, there's Harris supporters that are gonna, and I don't want to speculate, but you make the joke about Dodgers, and Lakers fans, and whether they win or lose a championship, they're out there rioting and causing a ruckus.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if it's Harris winning, Trump losing, or Trump winning and Harris losing, whatever. There's going to be people out there causing a ruckus. There's going to be people rioting. There's going to be people, starting shit with other people. People driving the street with a Trump supporter sticker on it are probably going to get harassed. Same with Harris support stickers, probably get harassed. People that have signs in their front yard, they could end up getting their houses egged or toilet paper, tires slashed.
Or worse.
Yeah, or worse.
Yeah.
That's the thing that I will never be able to wrap my head around. It's just like, it's like the famous quote from Johnny Witherspoon in Friday. And I know that the situations are technically different, but it's like, you win some, you lose some, but you live. You live to fight another day.
Yep. Exactly.
And that's what I always come back to. It's like, man, I'm not going to say it's not serious, because literally the well-being of the entire country rests in the balance here.
Yes.
But
Exactly.
it's not that serious where you've got to go cause shit with people.
There's no justifiable reason for
No.
having stuff like what happened at the Capitol happen. There's just not.
Yeah. It's just not worth it.
No. There were people that were at that Capitol that had, good lives, good jobs, and whatever, and they threw it away because of how radical they felt. Because of them feeling a certain kind of way.
Mm-hmm. On my daughter's birthday, no less.
Yeah, and a lot of those guys and gals that did that, their lives are now clearly ruined. For what?
Mm-hmm.
For what? What did storming that Capitol accomplish? He kept looking like a jack off on TV, especially the dude with the freaking antlers and the body paint. And Biden was still president for 4 years. What did it accomplish you?
Nada.
Not a damn thing. Now, by the same token, what did the anti-Biden people being so vocal do that affected me? Nothing really. But it affected my enjoyment of seeing Jason Aldean concert after fighting for 4 years to go see that dude. So, on a big picture level, doesn't matter your shit. The problem is, a lot of people are so self-involved with their own crap, they don't think about the big picture. And that's going to happen.
Yeah.
I personally don't believe that the anti-Trumpers that support Harris will take to the streets in violent protests. I do think the Trump supporters that will be rallying in victory may cause trouble. I do believe if Trump ultimately ends up losing, there will be serious problems like there were 4 years ago. But much like wrestling storylines, much like the outcomes of sporting events, it ain't over till it's over. And technically, it's not over.
Yeah.
Regardless
it's
of what
not
he says
over
here.
till they count the 3 count.
Right. And what's even more stupid, even if it's certified that he's got the 270, that shit is not certified until January 6th. And even then, it's still 2 more weeks before he actually stands there and does the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like everybody getting, all their hoo-has in a snatch here. We still don't have anything to get apeshit about until they take the oath and they're officially the person.
Yeah.
Like January 20th is the day that shit will actually change. Never been a fan of that, for the record. I think this lame duck thing just causes more problems than it prevents, personally. By that same token, when the election was so up in the air in 2000, yeah, we had time to figure out exactly what the hell was going on. But it doesn't matter if the election is decided tonight or January 5th. They're not going to certify those electoral college votes till the 6th.
Yeah.
So they keep showing this one guy in the blue suit with the lady almost hysterical on the phone in red, and there must be something seeing they like on the stat boards or something, because they're both giddy as a dicky bird.
Let's see, I'm not seeing that. I'm back inside the CNN studio, and the guy doing the touch screen is showing certain counties and what they're voting for and how they're going for.
I'd be curious to see. There's a gentleman in the crowd at the Trump rally waving a very sparkly jacket. And when I say sparkly, I mean sparkly. It says "Make America Sparkle Again." It's like, do you really think that your philosophy on life is going to be okay with the administration should he actually win? That's kind of stuff to think about. Like, yeah, you may vote for him and you may believe what is coming out of either side. You can vote whoever you want to vote for. You can believe what you want to believe.
Absolutely.
But what you need to do before you make that kind of decision is actually look at the facts. I bookmarked this thing on Twitter, and I've been reading it all week. That broke down just the facts tonight. And I wish I would have thought, to encourage more people to do that, because if people would vote with their rationale instead of their heart, I think it'd be a lot different conversations. And not just this election, but many elections.
Well, for what it's worth, Google via the Associated Press has it at 248 Trump, 214 Harris. And they're showing that Harris will more than likely take Maine and Minnesota, while Trump will more than likely take Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona, and Alaska. With 64 electoral votes total, which would put him well over the top.
Right.
Based off of what they're showing on CNN, that would put him at 310 electoral votes.
Yeah. It's not going to take much at this point.
No.
Pennsylvania is going to be a major, major thing, which we've been saying all day and all night now.
Which maybe that's what the Trump administration is waiting for, because that's 19 electoral votes. That would put him at 265, which, granted, isn't 270, but basically any other state, with the exception of Alaska, which only carries 3 electoral votes, any state goes his way, and he's got this in the bag.
Right.
So that may be what they're waiting for, is for somebody to declare Pennsylvania, and then they probably figure, okay, we can make a speech now, because this is pretty much over.
Right. Could be. Yeah, not for nothing. I'm looking at since I'm watching the rally part and I'm seeing all the MAGA hats. The freaking parody folks did a really good job on this. They got the font really well done here.
They did. I'm not going to lie. I definitely had to do a double, triple take when you wore that the first time.
I was like, okay, I've got the Hulkamania parody shirt. Like, I got to do something. Oh, I got a hat. I almost got a Harris Walls hat, but it's like, it's not about Walls, because he wasn't the choice right away. Harris is always going to be the person, because I don't think anybody really expected Biden to run, even when they were holding off and not actually have him not be the guy in the summer. So like, and then it's like, how soon can I get it? I was able to get it in time for the election. I was able to get it a week before, which was my hope. It actually arrived while I was gone to the Myers house. I'm like, man, I look back and like, I'm glad I didn't wear it to the Myers house, because there's a lot of fans of both sides. I probably would have had more trouble getting home than I already did. But great side story about the Myers stuff. My Stroke royalty sign that I've had for a few years now. For those not Halloween fans, Jamie Lee Curtis's character, Mason Strode, is her father, Laurie Strode's father. He's a realtor. So in the movie, Mason is having Laurie drop off the keys to the Myers house through the Myers mail slot, and there's a Strode royalty sign in front of it. Got one of the replicas from Trick or Treat. I went to go put it out, and Mom goes, "Why are you putting it out? People are going to get a house for sale." It's like, Mom, it's Halloween. Well, yeah, but I thought, okay, Mom, I'll put it out on Halloween. That way nobody will fuck with it. Guess who got confused by the sign? Of everybody in the neighborhood? My dad. He fucking walked out to the car to go get something, and he calls. He goes, "What the fuck is this realty sign?" I'm like, "Dad, look at the back." He walks around. Oh, fucking Jeff. Got the giant ass Halloween logo on the back. It's like, oh my god, guys, come on, it's October 31st. What the fuck are we doing?
You're killing me, Smalls.
Right. Like, this is why I wanted to put it out earlier, because more people would have saw it. Went, oh, that's right, it's Halloween. And then I'm like, I'm home all Halloween because I ain't got shit to do. At the Strode house. Like, people that own that house, like, don't give a fuck other than, like, now. They had Michael and Lori handing out candy at the Strode house. I'm like, that's fucking beautiful. I should have gone
Hell yeah.
Next year, I forget what day.
What they should do is have your buddy that dresses as Michael at the Myers house giving out
So
candy.
I don't know the whole story, so I'm not going to speak for him or out of turn. But I'm under the impression that he retired from cosplay. I don't know, but there are plenty of tall, that build men that I know that I could probably arrange for next year, or I'm sure Sarah will get somebody. Actually, the last weekend when she had the screening of Halloween 2, people just kind of showed up in costume anyway and just took pictures of the house, and I stayed there. I was helping them take pictures because I was waiting too. But it generally happens that there's more than a few Myers costume folks that just show up. In a perfect world, I could lose the weight fast and get some decent stilts and do it myself. Make a little money, but we'll see. I actually found a really good costume, like the costume pieces from really good suppliers, but money is a thing. I also found the most accurate Mickey mascot costume I've ever seen in my life. Like, even the head looks like it came off the park property line. And I'm like, maybe that'll be good for different parts of the year.
You're right.
And then, of course, my Santa outfit. I think my Santa thing was better during pandemic because it was easier to do virtual visits than try to coordinate me showing up in person. This thing's mostly charged. I'm gonna take it off the tripod, or take it off the charger so I can actually have the tripod in front of me and I can get even more comfortable.
Well, it is now the top of the hour, 11 p.m. here in California, 2 a.m. in Florida.
Yes.
And Trump has not come out yet. The crowd is getting a little rambunctious, waving their hands and hats and everything.
Yeah, they've been doing that for a minute, and they keep getting a random chance, and they just stop. It's like, okay, what are we doing? Make up your mind. That was a song. Or at least it was a song before I tried to sing it. Now it's just a farce. I'm tone deaf as the day is long. Although the days are shorter now, so it may not be a bad comparison. Sun going down at 5 o'clock. My dad hates this time of year. Fucking dark when I go to work. Fucking dark when I come. Talk to your government. We're the only fucking country that still does the daylight savings and daylight standard time shit every time.
God damn it.
Who that is? I'm known as fuck. I love this guy's treating. Not even Taylor Swift could help the left. Damn. Singing her songs to prove that she has a history of. Ooh, wow. And of course,
I do love A.
So.
It's been a minute since I've seen A on one of our streams. I do see him pop up on No DQ from time to time.
Yeah.
And so I've seen him with the No Nut November participant name, and if I remember correctly, he did it last year too.
I think he did too.
But pretty much all we're waiting for right now is for the Trump speech again for the fans. We've said we'll call it a night once he gives his speech, and speculation is that they're waiting for Pennsylvania to be declared because that'll take Trump to 265, which again, while not the magic 270, with the exception of Alaska, which only holds 3 electoral votes, and Maine, which holds 4 electoral votes. Any other state swings his way, and that's well over the 270 mark.
Yeah.
Michigan is 73% reporting, and he's up 52% to Harris's almost 46%. 15 electoral votes there. Minnesota is 81% reporting. Harris is actually up there, 50.5 to 47.3, with 10 electoral votes to be decided. Nevada, 74%, 51.4 to 47% in favor of Trump, with 6 electoral votes. New Hampshire with 4 electoral votes, 51.9 for Harris, 47.1 for Trump. So pretty much all the big electoral votes. Oh, okay. I almost spoke too soon. New Jersey, 88%, 51.3 for Harris, 46.5 for Trump, 14 electoral votes. So pretty much the majority of the states with 10 or more electoral votes seem to be in Trump's favor currently. So again, with Pennsylvania looking like it's going to go Trump's way, I think they showed it like 95% reporting and he was leading there. I think that's what they're waiting for at this point, because any of the other states go his way, with a couple exceptions that are under 5 electoral votes. It's his election. And A pipe back in says, yeah, sorry, I haven't been popping in as often as I have before. Personal life has me exhausted and stressed to catch up on more live streams. Unfortunately, also his 6th straight year of No Nut November. Well, good on you for doing it. I just can't participate in that.
Yeah,
And
I was gonna say.
they have made the declaration. Let me go ahead and get the music because we haven't done it for a moment. Pennsylvania has been called for Trump. It is now 265 to 187.
Huh. So I've got one. So I've got it's Magno News on YouTube, and it's saying 277 to 226. So according to these guys, he's already won. The fact it says Mag at the front, I'm like, oh, okay, hold us. You get a proper news channel on it, and I know that's a relative term calling anything a proper news channel these days, but
yeah.
CNN, yes, they are a news source, but even Ted Turner was outspoken about how ashamed of what CNN has become. So, nope, quiet, no sound. Don't want to hear your crap. All right, let's try. See what ABC has to say. So, yeah, I have 266,194 to Trump, obviously, on ABC.
Okay. I'm curious what other states they're counting, because you've got a point higher than CNN is showing.
Yeah, I know. Like I said, it's weird. Like, why? How can they all be different?
Don't know.
It's very bizarre. CNN, yeah, I have CNN 265, 187.
Yeah, which is what I'm going with, CNN.
Okay. And then let me just try.
I haven't changed my channel since we started, because I didn't want to be on ABC local news, because I knew that the other guys wouldn't have the same coverage.
Right.
So I went to Sling and I tried to find, a CNN and MSNBC, and right on the home screen they showed CNN doing it. So
yeah. Okay, so CBS has 265, 194. What does CNN have?
265, 187.
Yeah.
So
where
that's
are
a
those 7 coming
7-point
from?
difference. So probably either Maine or New Hampshire. Both of those are 4s, and Alaska is a 3.
Okay.
So that's probably where it's coming from, is they've declared Alaska and either Maine or New Hampshire.
Okay.
And according to Google, they've already declared New Hampshire for Kamala Harris. So
Fox News or Channel 11. I don't know if it's Fox 11 or if it's Fox News. So
fair enough.
For what it's worth. God damn, they just went away from it. They're doing the local stuff. Oh, Schiff beats. Well, I'm not surprised Schiff beats Steve Garvey. I like cigar with a baseball player. I don't know how he's a politician, so that is what it is.
They're showing Nevada 93% with 6 electoral votes, and we're getting a standby for projection.
Ruh-roh.
This could be it as far as
This could be it.
CNN goes, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh boy.
I know. Like Tom Petty said, the waiting is the hardest part.
Yes. Oh, okay. We already knew that.
Here
Oh,
we
no,
go,
didn't.
the projection. Apparently it goes back to Nebraska, where it was 3 electoral votes earlier to Trump. Trump now gets a 4th one, and Harris gets 1 electoral vote.
Yeah.
So 266 to 188. So now if Trump takes any of those 4 states, then he will win it also. The only state he can't win with right now is Alaska, because that's only 3 electoral votes.
That is correct. I'm still flipping through the other channels just to see if anything's different or whatever. I'm just morbidly fascinated by why they're different.
Yeah, I agree. And A says, I won't reveal who I voted for. I hate that these 2 were our only choices anyway.
No shit, right?
But even I'm surprised that it's come to this. That's fair. You know, again, we're trying very hard, and even harder for Jeff, but we are trying very hard to remain professional about this, because my whole objective was to branch out and widen our audience.
Correct.
When we were the Jeff Meacham Network Multiversa Media, we more or less just covered pro wrestling. There were a couple odds and ends, that snuck in there. Mikey did Super Bowl coverage, but we pretty much just stuck to our bread and butter professional wrestling.
Yeah.
Ever since it switched over to the Simply Reliable Studios and Jeff got his slap on the wrist timeout, we've tried to broaden our horizons. We've added UFC fights to watch alongs. We're going to be doing the Jake Paul, Mike Tyson fight next Friday. So we're doing boxing. We did all 5 games of the World Series covering baseball. We're going to do the College National Championship and the Super Bowl again. We're going to do the NBA Finals and the Stanley Cup Finals. So there's college football, NFL football, NBA, NHL. And when this historic night, because it's going to be historic, regardless of who you're supporting.
Yep.
Either a man who was convicted as a felon gets elected to the office, or we get our first woman president, our first Black woman president, a first Asian woman president elected to the office. Either way, it's historic.
Yeah.
And with the history-making night, I felt we had to do this.
Yeah.
It was originally pitched to Stat Boy to be a Stat Boy sports bar doing it. And much like you, Jeff, he wasn't sure he could keep neutral.
Yeah.
And he told me as much, and I was like, okay, I completely understand. So I took it to the core 4 for the Simply Reliable team. I took it to Noah, James, and Walter. And I was like, hey, I'd really like to do this. Is anybody else in it with me? And surprisingly, Noah immediately piped up and was like, what the hell? I'm down.
Wow.
Unfortunately, Noah was unable to make it. He was feeling under the weather today. James, much like you and Mikey, said he couldn't be professional.
Yeah.
And nobody held that against him. We see how passionate he gets about wrestling and stuff. So it wasn't surprising to me that he went that way.
Yeah.
And Walter was like, fuck it, I'm down.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, we'll have a 3-man team. That works. And then once that was confirmed, I sent it to the Shenanigans group because I wanted the format to be kind of like a Saturday Shenanigans, an open mic night, where we just shoot the shit, because there's so much dead time in between projections. We can't just sit here quiet waiting for something to be projected. So it's like, okay, well, let's shoot the shit. Let's talk about whatever. Let's give people the opportunity to join us on camera. Nobody's taken us up on that. So it is what it is.
Yeah.
But y'all can't say we've never offered either.
Yeah, no.
Tonight was that opportunity. Y'all just chose not to.
Right.
So do that, and let's just have some fun with it. And honestly, I feel like you've handled yourself very well. I feel like Mike handled himself very well, considering that both of you came at me saying you couldn't be professional.
Right.
Both of you have been on the show for pretty much the entire broadcast.
Yeah.
You know, you came and went in the beginning because you were in transit. Mikey ducked out at the top of the hour, basically, or just before the top of the hour.
Right.
Because it was late for him. Somebody is coming to the podium now at the Trump rally.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Looks like they're adjusting the microphone. Maybe they're going to make an announcement.
Yeah.
But this is just something that I wanted to do to branch out, and I feel like it's being a success. I'll get to A's comment in a minute. I see he's posted a couple more comments. As of right now, 260 views have been had on my channel alone for this stream.
Nice.
So that's pretty big, I think. Pretty big success.
So your channel has almost enough to garner the vote to win the presidency.
Yeah. A says, I like that you guys are branching out, especially when it comes to topics as controversial as politics. I like learning about other people's perspectives on certain topics. History making night in the country that at least most of us live in. It's almost mandatory anyways. Exactly. You know, I still try not to talk about politics too much on the air because I don't want my personal beliefs to chase away viewers, because my viewers may not agree with my beliefs.
Yep.
The same with Jeff. Jeff is always, for the most part, kept from talking about politics because he doesn't want to alienate part of his audience. He doesn't like Trump. We all know this. We've known this for the better part of the last 10 years. So it's not exactly news.
No.
You know? So the fact that he's here for this speaks volumes.
My whole thing was, and I kept bringing this up and I kept forgetting, you know, you and I, it's no secret how much we have struggled with obtaining employment over the last decade or so. When you run for the office of the presidency, you're applying for a job. What you're doing. You and I both know, going to interviews and filling out applications, you have to meet the qualifications of the job you're applying for. One of the chief roles of the United States presidency is chief diplomat. You got to be the guy or the gal or the person that goes around the world and represents us as our leader, as our chief diplomat. One of the people up for this job cannot fulfill that requirement of the job. Why is he allowed to apply for this job?
Okay. Playing devil's advocate here. Okay. During Trump's previous 4 years, we did not enter a war.
Okay.
During this most recent 4 years, while a full-blown war did not really occur, we did have the Palestinians attacking Israel
and
during our
Ukraine
watch.
thing. Right. Right.
So, which party is best to lead us right now?
Well, no. That's not what I'm trying to. I'm not arguing party one way or the other. That's not what I'm trying
just
to do.
saying, you know, you're talking about a diplomat and being diplomatic.
Well, no. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay. Maybe I
So
misunderstood you then.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I was confusing in my approach, in my delivery. The president has to fulfill several jobs. It's in the job description in the executive branch. You're the commander in chief. You're technically in charge of the armed forces.
Mm-hmm.
And again, that's very much more ceremonial than the other ones because you're not going to have him out there on the front lines in fucking camo. That's just not going to happen. But chief diplomat, the example that always comes to mind, only Nixon go to China. Nixon went to China and negotiated that with the Chinese people, with the Chinese government. The president is supposed to be the person that fulfills that role. The president is supposed. There's several roles that are distinctly and uniquely under the jurisdiction of the presidency. Trump is unable to do that because he is a convicted felon. He is unable to leave the country. He's legally disqualified from boarding a plane or boarding transit that will take him out of the perimeter of the country. Therefore, he cannot legally fulfill the job requirement. That's what I was trying to say.
Gotcha.
I'm not talking about him being the person he is. That's a whole other conversation.
Fair enough. Now I have two questions then.
Yes, sir.
And these are legitimate questions. I'm not trying to be snarky. I'm trying to learn.
Okay.
He's able to pardon people. Can he pardon himself?
That I don't know. That I don't know.
If he pardons himself, then he would be able to travel, no?
Correct.
Okay. And then the second question is, why would he not be able to set up meetings where those foreign leaders that he needs to meet and negotiate with come here? Because of the fact that he can't travel.
Right. That is a very valid question. I cannot answer the first question based on lack of knowledge because it's my understanding that you cannot pardon yourself, but I don't know that. The only reason I say I don't know that is because if you could pardon yourself, why did Ford pardon Nixon and not Nixon himself? Nixon was in a lot of shit, and Ford just kind of went. I don't mean to laugh. I just got a text from our mutual, my sister, your Hex. Canada sound good? She understands. I cannot believe this. Sis, I know you're not watching, but neither can I. Oh, God. She gets it. Anyway, maybe Chuck, I gotta call her back in a few minutes. Oh, fuck.
I need to message my daughter because she didn't go to school yesterday because she was under the weather.
Yeah.
She had been throwing up most of the day. Hopefully she's feeling good. But I wanted to message her today, completely unrelated, completely about as far left field as we can go right now.
Right.
But the Disney game that I constantly play, I went to go log into it this morning and it was like, do you want to download the update? And I was like, well, okay, yeah, I didn't realize there was going to be an update, but let me download it.
Yeah, why not?
Downloaded the update, and then this is the wallpaper I see as it loads.
Sweet Jesus.
All these characters are about to come to my game. So
What's
I
it called?
need to
Magic
show her
Kingdom?
this because Bunsen and Beaker, Fozzie, Pepe, and her favorite Gonzo
Nice.
are all about to be part of the game. And I'm like, yeah. As soon as I saw Fozzie, I swear to God, Ric Flair style, I almost had a tear in my eye.
Did you, when the Wii was at the Casa, did you ever play the Disneyland game? You know what I'm talking about?
Not off the top of my head.
I had to look it up, but when Dylan first got his, I think it was on the Wii and it on the Xbox, so you may not have had it.
Oh, then probably not then.
But
No, the game that I remember playing video game wise was called Disney's Adventures in the Magic Kingdom, and it was an OG Nintendo game.
Oh no! I remember that game too. this one, like I said, you know what? I think it was on the Wedge family Xbox, not Dylan's Xbox, because it was older. But it basically was just like you do this like adventure game, and it was through Disneyland Park. So when that little thing came up, whatever it was, a few years ago, never have I ever for Disneyland fans like played a Disneyland game. I'm like, yep. As a matter of fact, I have. It got me through the pandemic because I couldn't go to the park.
Safet's saying that Chauncey Glover passed away at age 39.
Damn.
Name doesn't ring any bells to me, but if People Magazine posted it, then I believe it. So since that's the case, rest in peace to Chauncey Glover. 39 is still very young.
Let me get a face to the name here. Give me a second, because oh my God!
Here we go. Trump is taking the stage.
Oh Lord, here we go. Yeah, yeah. He was a K-Cow guy. Oh man, nice guy too. Yeah. So this is,
and of course, they're playing "Proud to Be an American." Lee Greenwood. There's Joe Rogan up there.
Melania's up there with him. His son.
Well, yeah, of course. Like those people you expect to be up there, but Joe Rogan kind of caught me by surprise. Trump's adjusting the microphone.
Family behind him. Oh, Dana's there. Look at Dana.
Yeah.
Surprised there's not more TKO people up there. Is that Linda McMahon there, the white?
Yep.
Sure as fuck
Sure
is.
looks like her.
Oh wait, no, it's not. No, it's not.
Oh no, maybe not.
Whoever she is, she's short as shit because she's standing short behind the Trump people. Like I can't even see her. Whoever she is. There's a lot of people on that stage. Hope it isn't freaking Public Enemy and collapse underneath him. Jesus, like that'd be for real. That'd be sad and scary. And Dana's just so proud of himself standing up there, and you look at him. My goodness.
Yeah.
I'm trying, Jay. I'm trying.
Trump's pointing to somebody, giving him a thumbs up.
I guess I should mute. I should hear what he has to say, huh?
Just mouthed thank you to the crowd.
You can see on his face he's trying not to burst. He's just waiting for the song to be over. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Yep. They just came on and started talking because of how he's waiting. A couple other people just came from behind the curtain, little stragglers. Crowd chanting USA. Says this is a movement like nobody's ever seen before, introducing the people on stage as his friends. Greatest political movement of all time, never been anything like this. Says we're going to help our country heal. Our country needs help and needs it very badly. Overcame obstacles nobody thought possible. Apologize for the breaks of dead air, everyone. I'm trying to hear what he's saying so I can relay it to you guys. Thanks, the American people. Says he'll fight for every citizen, for their families, their future. Every day he'll be fighting for us with every breath in his body. He won't rest until he delivers the strong, safe, and prosperous America that we and our children deserve. Calls it a magnificent victory for the American people. Gonna make America great again. Talking about the battleground states that he took: North Carolina, Wisconsin. Says we're winning in 4 other battleground states, which will carry him over the top, as we've been talking about for the last little bit here. Says there was no other path for Kamala Harris. She was pretty much blocked out. Another chant of USA. It was nice to win the popular vote. A great feeling of love. Says it'll be one of the most important days and decisions of our lives is voting the way we did. Talks about how the Republicans have regained control of the Senate.
He hasn't won Nevada yet. He needs to stop telling that shit. He hasn't won yet. Sorry, I didn't mean to go over your commentary there, but
No, it's fine. He hasn't declared victory there. He's talking about the Senate seats that they took.
okay. I apologize.
It's okay. Says it also looks like that they're keeping control of the House of Representatives.
And
so it
as they
looks
pulled
like
away
it'll
from
be a completely Republican-dominated government for 4 years.
as they pulled away from talking about the House, that was Linda McMahon there in the front that red. That was definitely her, for the record.
Look into his first lady, Melania.
First time she smiled legitimately all day, it looked like to me.
#1 best-selling book in the country.
True, she does.
Thanks her because of how hard she works to help people. Thanking his amazing children. Because everybody thinks their children are amazing. Thanked his father-in-law, Victor, and talks about how they miss Melania's mother. Beautiful inside and out. Congratulating J.D. Vance, Vice President-elect. And his wife, Uchavez. I was going to say, that had to be a girlfriend or wife, the way she was eyeing him there as Trump was talking about him, looking at him like, that's my man right there.
It's like, if she's not his wife, she better be. We can hold her skin away even to January 20th then, folks. Holy
right.
shit.
Calling Vance up to the podium to say a few words. JD chant from the crowd. Says he appreciates Trump for letting him join him on the journey. Appreciates the trust that he placed in him. Talks about the greatest political comeback in presidential history. Says we're never going to stop fighting for us and our dreams, the future of our children. And after the greatest presidential comeback, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback under Trump's leadership. Trump takes the podium again. Says Vance was a good choice. Says he took heat in the beginning for him, but he knew that it was as good as it gets. Going to work hard to make the country special again. Going to have to seal up the borders. Says we want people to come back in, but they've got to come in the legal ways. Thanking Susie and Chris for the job they did. I'm assuming they were his campaign managers.
Yeah, see, that's what I thought with Linda when she first walked up there. Got a similar hairstyle to what Linda used to wear. That threw me off.
It's calling Susie and Chris to the podium.
Dude, look at that suit. Is that a Vince McMahon suit or what? Holy shit. That is a power suit that man is sporting.
Chris is thanking Trump for the journey. Mentions how special everyone is that's on the stage. He's telling a story. I'm trying to get the gist of where it's going before I relay anything.
He's talking about Musk. For
I figured as much.
yeah. Well, yeah, just talking about the rocket and everything. And he keeps doing the hand motion like it's gonna. I'm sorry. Oh my god. It's, oh my god. If they call any state but Alaska at this point for him, he's got it, and they haven't done it yet. Fucking 20-3 back there. God bless those Floridian people. They're nuts. We're nuts. We're up here watching this shit. Oh, I hate this is our house right now. Low-key upset. Go back up mute so I can hear what I have to say.
And he was talking about this rocket that Elon sent up and then came back down, and how he was on the phone with somebody and he put them on hold for 45 minutes so he could watch this thing touch down, and how the paint was destroyed. And there's got to be a moral to the story. That's what I'm kind of waiting for him to get to.
You would think.
Saying we have to protect our super geniuses, of which Musk is one of, because there's not a lot of them, which maybe that was the point of the whole conversation there.
I think that's super genius. We should have protected Dusty 10 years ago. He was a super genius, baby.
Damn it.
Oh, there's the. Oh, he won the U.S. Open. I can't remember his name.
Oh.
Oh, Preston. Oh God, here he ain't talking about Dana now. Fuck me.
Shout out for Dana White. Big Dana chant from the crowd. Talking about how profitable UFC has become. He's asking Dana White to come up to the podium now. Dana White says nobody deserves this more than Trump and more than his family does. Dana's saying this is what happens when the machine gets behind you. Talks about how hardworking Trump is. Shout out to Joe Rogan. Dana White keeping it short and sweet, but still giving Trump his flowers. Thanking the millions of hardworking Americans who've been the heart and soul of the movement. Says this will be forever the day that the people regained control of the country.
After saying turn around 25 times.
Thanking Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Says he's going to make America healthy again. Bobby chant for the crowd.
He's no Bobby Kennedy.
Saying, Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold, the oil. Going to reduce taxes, pay down debt. Says nobody has what we have. Campaigns have been historic in so many ways. Most unified coalition. Never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've come from all corners. A historic realignment, he calls it. A common core of common sense.
Okay, I quit. The party of common sense. Oh boy.
Says he's here to stop wars. In the 4 years he was in office, there were no wars. Mentioned ISIS, but talked about how quickly he stopped it. Says he'll never do a rally again, which kind of goes back to the whole he can't get another 4 years after this. So 900 rallies he thinks he's done. It's crazy. Said God saved his life, spared his life for a reason, and that reason is to rebuild the country, to save the country. The task before us isn't easy, but he's going to bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that he has to it. It's the most important job in the world. So he's going to govern by a simple model: promises made, promises kept. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us and to unite. Success will bring us together, he says. Something was declared for Kamala Harris during this. She's bumped up to 195, but she still can't win, so. Says it's a great honor. He wants to thank us. He won't let us down. God bless us and God bless America. Thank you very much.
Well, it's a dry house, and I'm nauseous, so I'm not going to eat anything. You can stop the divisions. I'll believe that when I see it. He's the most divisive man to ever run for or to lead this country. So we'll see.
The key is that the people, and I know it's going to be hard, but the people have to let him try to unite us. They can't fight the division just to stay divided.
I know.
People have to acknowledge and admit that if he says something that makes sense, if he says something or tries to do something that is going to bring the divide back together, let it happen. Don't fight it. Don't dispute it. Don't go against it just for argument's sake.
Starting night one by saying the GOP is the common sense party is a little fucking out there. But again, it's see, for me, I'm noticing the people up here at this point. Like, he said what he had to say. I listened to it, and whatever. I think about Linda McMahon being up there, and I think about when she was first running for political office and talking about being a pro-choice candidate, and and all the things she said, and then when Roe versus Wade was repealed, and talking about our decades-long fight against for the pro-life. It's like, decades long. You tweeted something less than a decade ago saying you were pro-choice. So which is it, Linda? And what does your daughter and your son-in-law think about this with your granddaughters having their choices taken away from them? People don't want to go there, but it's stuff like that makes it very hard to believe in any of these politicians, because they go against their beliefs at the drop of a hat. It's very upsetting, and it's not just the GOP. The Democrats are just as guilty of that shit. That's why this is such a hard thing to have to keep doing every 4 years, it feels like now. I can't say I'm as upset as I was at this time 8 years ago, but it's going to be a tough night. I have done everything I can to keep my word to you to stay even keeled.
And I appreciate that. And I do figure we'll wrap things up here and go off the air at midnight. So
okay,
just bite your tongue for another 4 minutes if you can.
I was going to say, most of the house is asleep or trying to, so I'm not going to get to do what I want to do at the volume I want to do it, but I will wait till midnight to do it. Like Mikey said when he signed off, like it's been said quite a bit, just don't treat this like a sports victory or defeat.
Yeah.
Go out there and cause shit in the streets. It's not going to change anything. The
No.
opportunity to change things happen when you put that stamped piece of paper in your ballot box or in the ballot reader at the polls. That was your chance to change things.
Yep.
Destruction of property, harming of people, loss of life is not going to make things better or worse at this point. It's not going to do anything.
No. And again, it's been said a couple times throughout the course of the last few days, a couple times tonight. If you were of a legal voting age,
yep,
and you chose not to go cast your vote today, or any of the time prior to today where early ballots were able to be dropped off and submitted,
yep,
you have no right to complain about the direction of the country for the next 4 years.
This was
None.
the most accessible election in my lifetime.
Yeah.
I never heard of an election being conducted this early prior to today in my life.
Mm-hmm.
There is no excuse. If you had the ability to go vote, if you had the right to vote, which you have the right to vote if you're a legal citizen and you're 18 years old in this country. If you had the means to get there, if you didn't have the means to get there, you had the means to obtain a vote by mail ballot. If you didn't have that and you have a computer with decent internet, you had a way to vote. You had options. If you did not exercise those options, I don't want to fucking hear it.
Exactly.
I don't. And I will be just as vicious to the people that didn't vote and complain as I would be where I'm allowed to be in the next 60 seconds.
and that's fair. That's completely
fair. That chaps
fair.
my ass more than anything. Like, it bothers me even more than he does. That people that don't vote and bitch anyway.
Yeah.
Like, why do you feel you get the right to complain? Oh, well, I'm granted that right as an American. Did you exercise your right by voting? No, fuck off. Go move north, eh? Move south, not though. Otherwise, shut the fuck up.
If you did a write-in vote, you still voted.
You still voted.
That's what matters.
Yep. You made
you
a
cast your choice.
Vote. Yep.
Even if you voted for Mickey Mouse, you still made a conscious effort to cast a decision.
And I approve of that choice, by the way, if you did that.
Damn right.
Mickey Mouse can save us all. We just need to let him. Ask the Jonas Brothers what happens when you fuck around Mickey Mouse.
No, Mr. the Mouse.
Yeah. There will be no problems.
Well, it is officially midnight here on the West Coast, which means that it is now 3 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast. We want to take the opportunity here to thank everybody that has joined us through this almost 7-hour broadcast.
Great googly moogly.
I am exhausted, and I did the No DQ review for an hour prior to this.
Right.
So I've been literally on the air for almost 8 hours.
Right. Watching that show is never enough, but being through it, my goodness.
And you're welcome.
Yeah.
You're very welcome. Like I said, we want to try to expand our horizons, broaden our horizons, expand our audience, and I think this was a successful attempt in doing that. Again, thank you to everybody that has joined us over the broadcast. The 8 of you guys that are still watching.
2 of you that are commenting.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Make sure you guys tune in tomorrow for our watch-along coverage of NXT at the ECW Arena.
So fucking cool.
That's really the only show that I'm going to give out today because you're already watching my channel, which means you're already subscribed to it.
Yeah.
You guys know by now how to find me on the socials.
Yes. If you'd like to join in with me tomorrow after the NXT 2300 broadcast, you can find me at Borders/Club Wednesdays drinking myself fucking stupid. So there you go.
There you go.
That's where you can find me tomorrow.
And I had one ready for each candidate. The Simply Reliable Studios does congratulate Donald Trump on becoming the 47th president of these United States.
The fact that you chose orange just pops me. I appreciate you doing that.
I used it for both graphics just because I wanted a neutral color.
Orange is a neutral because Donald Trump's orange now. But I appreciate that anyway. That's funny and shit. I like that. That's good.
So thank you to everyone that joined us. We will see you guys tomorrow for our NXT watch along. Have a good night.